Dr. K's research. What has Dr. K been up to lately? I asked C, who works as an assistant to Dr. K, one day. Not much. Why? Why what? What has he been researching lately? He has already stopped. Why did he stop? To put it bluntly, it was a joke. Since people wouldn't eat it, what can we do? Eat? Well, you see, who would eat feces? Feces? Weren't you at the tasting event? Tasting event? C's response left me with more questions. If you didn't even know about the tasting event, then you mustn't have heard everything. So listen without laughing. With this preface, C recounted the story of Dr. K's research, from its success to its failure. Was he Malthus? Anyway, there was someone who said, while population increases geometrically, food supply only increases arithmetically. Dr. K's research was based on this principle. One day during summer, as Dr. K was reading a book, I sat beside him lost in my own thoughts. Suddenly he looked up and said, "C, fetch me some feces." Ridiculous. How could anyone understand what he meant by that? So I asked if he meant feces, and he replied asking if there was any other kind of shit. Then I figured he might need it to examine someone, although he's not a medical doctor. Whose feces do you need? So, with a grunt, he demanded that I fetch anyone's feces. It was all so chaotic that I just stayed still. Well, even if I'm not a doctor, if there's enough to examine, shouldn't I point out whose it is? Thus, I was just staring at Dr. K's face, and he was just sitting there without saying a word. Heh, I thought he had forgotten, so I tried to sit back down. "Did you get it?" he asked as he stood up. Well, seeing him so determined, it was no joke. I had no choice but to go to the restroom and scoop up something smelly and present it to the doctor. He glanced at it briefly and then got angry again, saying I only brought too little. I felt a little embarrassed. So I had to go back and scoop up a bowlful this time. Well, that seemed to satisfy him, as he smiled as he rolled up his lab coat sleeve, then gestured for me to come along to the lab with him. As you know, I have little knowledge in the field of science. Since I was just the assistant to the doctor, I followed along whether I understood or not. The doctor took the feces, examined it under the microscope, boiled it in test tubes, washed it, broke it down with electricity, and tried all sorts of things, but still couldn't get it right. He starved himself until evening and stayed up all night with it. No matter how much ventilation devices we had, the smell was unbearable. My nose was itched and my eyes were burning. I couldn't stand it any longer, so I quietly slipped away to get some rest. It was around 2 a.m. when he called me again. So when I went to check on him, he asked again, "Is this new feces or old feces?" How would I know? I just fetched it from the toilet. How could I tell if it's new or old feces? So I said I didn't know. Looks like old stuff. It's all rotten. Definitely old. He muttered to himself for a moment and then asked me to get some fresh feces. Well, I'm not exactly the most patient person, so I grumbled that I didn't feel like it. But then Dr. K, with a troubled look, glanced at me and said, "I don't feel like it either." He took the bowl and went to the other room. Funny how someone who didn't feel like it ended up fetching a whole bowlful. I was amused, but also a little angry at the same time, as I couldn't sleep. I almost said, "I guess you'll have plenty to eat staying up all night," but seeing Dr. K looking so serious, I just couldn't bring myself to do so. So I said, "I'll go to bed first," and went to my room to sleep. From the next day onwards, Dr. K was practically glued to the lab. It was rather pitiful to see him even eating in that smelly room. The way he sweated profusely while tinkering with dirty objects was both amusing and, in a way, admirable. Considering that Dr. K had lived a luxurious life, never experienced any hardship or filth, it was surprising to see him frowning over his research, eating in a smelly room, and losing sleep at night. His demeanor seemed solemn and worthy of respect. Several months passed in this manner. I didn't know what he's doing exactly, but it seems he's analyzing the feces to extract some active ingredients. Since old feces is deemed unusable, from then on, even the household servants' feces ended up in bowls and were brought into Dr. K's lab. So, the toilet was always filled with nothing but urine. As for the household members, there were Dr. K, myself, 3 servants, a concubine, a maid, and 2 servant boys. Sometimes the output of these 9 people wasn't enough. During such times, Dr. K would occasionally show signs of envy towards families with 20 or 30 members, lamenting the lack of research materials. Seeing him regretful due to the shortage of resources made me feel that I wished I could somehow produce a few more bowls if possible. During such times, I could see a hint of envy in the doctor's eyes as he lamented the lack of research materials and paced around. It made me feel too guilty, and I wished I could help make a few batches if possible. Meanwhile, my grandmother, who lived in the countryside, passed away, so I went down there for about a month. It was only in the fall that I returned. Soon after arriving at the doctor's house and unpacking, I asked Bokdong, the servant boy, where the doctor was. He was indeed in his laboratory, so I went in to greet him. He was having something to eat, and despite the strong smell, he warmly invited me to join him. It had been a while, and the odor was quite intense. The doctor had a small desk set up in one corner of the laboratory where he was having lunch, so I grabbed a chair and went over there as he had called me. Even the lunch resembled rice cakes, but the taste was something I had never experienced before, almost like rice made with a little bit of meat broth. So perhaps out of curiosity, I dipped a couple of dumplings in salt and tasted them. "Is it good?" he asked. When I replied that it was okay, "You probably wouldn't even know if it had feces in it." He chuckled. "Huh?" Come to think of it, I did notice a slight smell, but I figured it was just the room's air and continued eating as if nothing had happened. But upon hearing the doctor's words, I felt a sudden rush of saliva under my tongue, and before I knew it, I was nauseous. I tried to get up to head to the bathroom, but then I abruptly vomited right there. "Why are you doing this? What's wrong? Hey, Bokdong, Sunam!" the doctor exclaimed as he got up and tried to hold me down on the sofa. Feeling disgusted and angry, I pushed the doctor away and demanded to know what exactly I had eaten. The clueless doctor, for the first time, seemed to grasp the cause of my vomiting. "What did you eat? Oh, that? Did you vomit because of that? I thought it was motion sickness again." "It's pure nutrients." Ha! The doctor laughed. He doesn't know how to laugh when he should, but he's a good laugher when he shouldn't be. It's a state-of-the-art food made of pure carbohydrates, protein, fat, and etc. The ingredients are... That's right. As you know, those... I didn't even bother to listen to the rest of his sentence and vomited again as I got up, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, right into his face. He seemed startled. "Ah, what the... Hey, Sunam. Bokdong." At that moment, I felt the urge to punch the doctor in the face, but I held back and returned to my room, wrapped myself in a blanket, and lay down. For the next 3 days, I couldn't eat a single meal and suffered. Well, how could one eat after such an incident? It seems that whatever enters my stomach stays only momentarily before coming back up through my mouth. It feels like the smell lingers no matter what I eat. The doctor, feeling sorry, continuously nurses me, even giving me antiemetic medication. He explains that it's just refined nutrients extracted and purified, so there shouldn't be any discomfort. Now that I think about it, I feel sorry too. He didn't maliciously feed it to me, and he even ate it himself before giving it to me. Essentially, there's nothing wrong with it. It's probably much cleaner than most restaurant food, made with the power of science. It's just that it doesn't agree with my stomach. Seeing the doctor feeling so apologetic about it, I can't help but feel sorry myself. So, on the third day, I finally woke up. It's not that the food is dirty, it just doesn't agree with my stomach. If I change my mindset, I should be fine. With that thought in mind, I reluctantly started eating the food I didn't like and began visiting the lab. At first, it was really tough. The doctor always eats his homemade lunch, and just seeing it makes my stomach churn. Even though he eats it, he still feels sorry, saying, "How's this?" Ha 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 as he eats. Even amidst all this, the doctor continues his experiments. Every time he adds some additional seasoning, after tasting it himself, he insists that the servant boys, not me, should try it. Kids were in a thank-you-for-nothing state, but they didn't have another option. They reluctantly obey, their faces scrunching up in discomfort as they follow their master's orders. They barely put it in their mouths, let alone swallow it, saying, "I like it better than the last one." Poor kids. The honest doctor, Kay, would reward them each with 50 jians as compensation, calling it an appraisal fee. According to Dr. K's explanation, Feces mainly consist of undigested nutrients such as fiber, tissue fragments, and various substances like mucus secreted in the intestines, along with metabolic waste products like scatol, indole, and fatty acids, as well as substantial amounts of undigested proteins, starches, and fats. These undigested nutrients typically range from 30 to 70% and are simply excreted through the anus without being absorbed. And the nutrients that simply remain in the feces rot away wastefully without anyone paying attention. But if there were a way to extract them, it could be seen as a great gospel for humanity threatened by food problems. So, he researched and discovered such a method. In other words, just like the complete combustion of coal, it is a success to plan for the complete digestion of nutrients. That is to say, analyzing the feces to extract the remaining 30% to 70% of nutrients and suggesting to eat them again. So, among the 3 meals people typically eat each day, if one meal consists of this new food, the global food supply would increase by more than 30%, wouldn't it? Even if the Earth's population were to increase by about 30%, roughly an additional 50 million people, with Dr. K's research coming true, there would be no worries. Malthus didn't anticipate such a genius emerging after his time, so he worried about such matters. While all that was going on, research on seasoning wouldn't have stopped. I only tried it once without knowing, and afterwards, I never touched it again, nor did Dr. K ever suggest it to me, so I didn't know, but eventually it smelled quite good, almost like beef soup. The smell alone made my mouth water. With that much progress, the only thing left is the presentation process. Dr. K insisted on publishing the invention process in the newspaper before holding a tasting event. I strongly objected to that. Although I haven't tasted it myself, I can guess that it tastes good. So we should first let people taste the delicious thing and then announce its ingredients. If we announce the ingredients first, I doubt anyone will show up for the tasting event. That's right. So when I objected, Dr. K seemed to agree with my opinion. Then, after discussing with Dr. K, we decided to name the invention after his name, calling it the XX bread, and Dr. K drafted a declaration for this XX bread. I can't remember the exact words, but it was something like this. When the infamous M. Sanger emerged advocating birth control, some conservatives frowned upon it, but there was substantial evidence supporting her argument. As hygiene awareness increases, the mortality rate among humans decreases. However, since the Earth's size isn't expanding, there are 3 paths for humanity. One is to regress to the past, eliminate hygiene, engage in warfare to reduce the population. The other is to limit human births, and the third is to discover new sources of food that haven't been explored yet. Madame Sanger lacked the courage to advocate for the elimination of existing lives. She also lacked the genius to discover new resources. Instead, she discovered a traditional contraceptive method, which is the birth control theory. However, I, with creativity and inventiveness, would not be satisfied with such conventional measures, and it is from here that our research begins. In the daily excrement of individuals, there remains a significant amount of nutrients, roughly 30 to 70%, averaging about 50%. These nutrients, which go to waste in the soil, are a potential source of sustenance. There are further details and numerical analyses regarding excrement, but they are omitted here. There is no need to let this go to waste. If it can be utilized, it is only justifiable to bring it to the table of humanity, making it the most righteous act of individuals. If we delve into the roots of various conventional issues arising in every aspect, it can be attributed to the terrifying anticipation of food shortages in humanity. When human life becomes abundant, all problems and their underlying causes will naturally disappear. It is from here that our research begins, and let's omit the process of research as well. In light of these motivations, I present to your table this XX bread that has arisen from this path, and I hope for high praise, blah, blah, blah. He had sent it to the printing house to be printed boldly. Then, taking advantage of Christmas, Dr. K decided to host a tasting event at his house and sent invitations to everyone. In those invitations, there was no mention of the ingredients or the motivation behind the XX bread. From a day before Christmas, things got quite busy. Since it was winter, there was no concern about the nutrients in the feces decaying, so I asked the cleanup guy to buy 10 barrels. And during the analysis and processing of it, for 3 days, Dr. K, myself, the 2 servants, and the 2 temporary assistants all lived in the midst of feces. It's unbearable how dirty it is. Yuck! Just thinking about it makes me shiver. Dr. K seems to feel sorry too. Even though no one asked him to, he made a reservation at the finest restaurant in the city and treated everyone to dinner. On the night before Christmas, we worked until late preparing everything, and the next morning, we were busy cleaning the house. Honestly, every room was filled with the smell of feces. After that intense stench, it's hard to shake it off. Of course, after futile attempts to cleanse with chemical agents, we ended up spraying perfume all over the house to mask the smell. Around 1 p.m., the guests arrived. Dr. K, usually reserved and antisocial, seemed unusually lively, bustling around, smiling incessantly, and looking for Bokdong and Sunam while scolding the assistants in a flustered manner. After gathering nearly all of the invited 50 gentlemen and ladies, the restaurant opened its doors at 2 p.m. After Dr. K's explanation, the tasting event began with the toast from W, the editor-in-chief of iNewspaper. However, as soon as it started, a journalist approached Dr. K. Dr. K. Yes? There seems to be an unpleasant smell coming from this sex bread. What? The change in Dr. K's expression on his face at that moment is something I will never forget. His face suddenly turned pale, morphing into something between a smile and a grimace. Then he let out a strange sigh and quickly stood up, heading back to his laboratory. I tried to follow him, but he turned back, grabbed my arm, and whispered something in my ear. It was a soft whisper, almost inaudible, but not quite. In that whisper, he said, "Oh no, there's trouble. There was no reaction from the scatola or indole, right?" I don't know what indole or scatoli is. I just do as the doctor instructs. Besides, I wouldn't even know if there was a reaction. Still, seeing the expression on his face, I couldn't just say I didn't know. So I replied, "There definitely wasn't." And yet, he looked so sorry and kept saying, "This is bad, really bad." Dr. K muttered, at a loss for what to do. "Oh, what's there to worry about, Professor? Everyone seems to be enjoying the food. Matter of fact, someone had asked that question, but everyone else seemed to be relishing their meal." Upon hearing my words and observing the quantity being consumed, Dr. K seemed to relax a bit and breathed out. There was no reaction, for sure. Absolutely none. "Hey, see, could you pass around the statement?" he said. That was the problem. While everyone was enjoying their meal, whether it would be okay once they realized they were consuming feces was uncertain. Nonetheless, we couldn't just ignore it, so we had it printed and handed it out. Some people pocketed it, others left it on the table, and some even read it. I slipped away quietly to another room. Despite the commotion, I couldn't shake off the unease, so I listened intently and heard a rumbling sound. Curious, I rushed over to find 2 ladies and a gentleman covering their mouths with napkins, retching. Some were dashing towards the restrooms, while others, unaware of the situation, were requesting medical assistance for what they thought was food poisoning. Meanwhile, Dr. K stood in a corner of the room, his expression filled with dismay. What a debacle. It was embarrassing. So I went to Dr. K and asked, "What's going on?" Dr. K was trembling, muttering to himself, "This is a disaster. It's embarrassing. It's a big problem. Hey, Sunam." Then he fled to the other side of the room in a hurry. What could I do? Still, I had secretly prepared an emetic just in case something like this happened, so I quickly brought it out and instructed my assistants, Sunam and the other servant boy, to take care of the patients with the help of a few doctors who were invited. Dr. K apologized and explained that he wasn't feeling well and couldn't continue the event, so we had to send the guests home. And just like that, the tasting event came to an abrupt end. Later, I went to Dr. K's bedroom and found him running a fever and muttering nonsense. I felt sorry for him, and he looked pitiful as well. So, I brought some ice to cool down Dr. K's head and nursed him for a while until he regained his senses. Then, he started lamenting about the embarrassment and the debacle, sounding quite flustered. After a while of absent-mindedly staring in one direction, he turned to me and said, "Dear me, see, what shall we do? This is a disaster. Where could such a debacle happen?" I didn't know what to reply. "What should we do?" I responded, but it felt quite awkward. Inviting the cream of society and serving them something so awful, what a disaster it turned out to be. The doctor, who had never thought it would come to this, and neither had I, was taken aback. Well, I had a hunch that something like this might happen, but seeing the doctor so worried, I was unexpectedly frightened too. I had only regarded the potential victims individually, not collectively as a society. So now, having fed the elite of society with excrement, could there be no trouble? Meanwhile, reporters came repeatedly and phone calls flooded in, all of which Bakdong dutifully rejected. After spending the entire afternoon and night in discussion, the doctor and I decided to hide in a rural area for a month or two until the trouble died down. We settled on the doctor's acquaintance's house in T County, which had several hundred acres of land. The next morning, we hopped on the first train headed there. However, contrary to our expectations, there wasn't much buzz in the newspapers. There was just a small article under the miscellaneous section titled XX Bread Tasting Event, with no mention of the sensational event or the ingredients of XX bread. The newspaper must have been embarrassed too. As we waited for a car to T County at K Station, staying overnight at an inn, we finally saw the newspaper article the next morning. Upon reading it, the doctor chuckled for the first time, seeming relieved. Suddenly, he suggested we abandon our plan for T County and head to Y Hot Springs nearby. I couldn't object. We went there. Even at the hot springs, the doctor couldn't stop talking about it. See, there was definitely no reaction, right? Or was there a little? Why did they vomit? Mr. C, there was definitely no reaction, right? It seems like there might have been. I don't know if there was a reaction or not, but it's natural to vomit, even if there wasn't, I said. Mr. C, the doctor always developed a phobia at such times, but when he did, my temper couldn't remain calm either. Who eats feces and doesn't get sick? Feces? Then he stood up, pacing back and forth with a heavy sigh. Then suddenly, you're misunderstanding, my friend. Through the power of science, all impurities have been eliminated from it. Why do you refer to it as excrement? Totally misunderstood. Then, without reason, he burst into laughter again. Sir, that's not the case. Even if it's analyzed and determined to be something else, why didn't they vomit after eating something made from feces? The world doesn't always follow rules. Rules? You're misunderstanding, my friend. It's not like that. Then why did they vomit? Well, there was no reaction, or maybe there was. The simple-minded doctor still believes the reason guests felt nauseous was because there might have been some lingering scent of feces due to insufficient cleaning of the specimens. It's like the Koreans describe love as hopeless longing. But the relationship between Dr. K and the XX bread is truly a hopeless case. He sits there, lost in thought, suddenly sighing at the thought of the possibility of residual feces. Even when he's sleeping, he abruptly wakes up, feeling that the cleaning wasn't thorough enough. I feel so sorry and embarrassed watching him. Sir, let's forget about that now, which he responds, how can I forget? Letting out another sigh. It's so awkward. Actually, isn't this a valuable discovery? Extracting 50% of valuable nutrients from waste materials that would otherwise decompose wastefully underground without anyone noticing. How significant is this for humanity's economy? Due to our prejudices, we may not appreciate it. But if someone secretly refines the raw materials and mass produces them, what a huge contribution it would be to humanity. So one day during dinner, I asked Dr. K how about presenting that rice cake to the academic community in Germany, the land of scholars. He didn't respond, and I forgot about it. But it seems Dr. K didn't forget. That night, I woke up feeling parched and reached for some water, but it seemed Dr. K hadn't slept at all. Germany was wrong too, he muttered. I was half asleep and didn't quite understand what he meant, so I just nodded and drank some water before lying down again. XX bread isn't amusing to Germans either, he added, releasing another sigh. Hearing this, any trace of drowsiness vanished instantly. Despite feeling awkward as usual, I couldn't help but wonder why Dr. K was up at night pondering these things. Tears welled up in my eyes at the thought. So I asked him why. Germany has already succeeded in researching food from the air, so this wouldn't cause much of a sensation, he sighed again. I had nothing to say, so I simply muttered, I suppose so, feeling heavy-hearted, and he called me again. C, are you asleep? Pardon? Aren't you sleeping? No. What about Japan? It's a narrow country with many people. Please, let's not talk about it. Aren't they sort of neat freaks? They use kuso kurae, eat shit, as an insult. It's out of the question. Still, don't they gulp down dirty bathwater? Well, even so, they don't eat XX bread. Don't eat it. They don't eat it. Dr. K sighed again. Sir, how about presenting it in the United States? Do you think those Americans will eat it? They might not eat it, but they're the type to dive headfirst into anything novel or scientific, so they might find it intriguing. As we exchanged such words without reaching any resolution, we eventually fell asleep without any progress. After staying in the hot spring for about a month, Dr. K's obsession with the XX bread showed no signs of diminishing at all. That relentless fixation, even after about a month, there was no improvement. Eventually, we decided to return. We set off from Anjo to K Station, and once we arrived, we discussed the idea of visiting T County as well. So we headed to T County. It was early February, bitterly cold, as we endured a 2-hour car ride to T County. By the time we arrived, I felt completely disoriented. I couldn't see clearly, my legs felt stiff, my nose felt frozen, and it seemed like the circulation in my body had stopped. We finally got out of the car and made our way to the home of Dr. K's acquaintance, who was the landlord there. Feeling disoriented, we stumbled inside, and to our relief, we were warmly welcomed. They ushered us into the main room, while they retreated to another room. We entered and promptly made ourselves comfortable, lying down without delay. After resting for a couple of hours, we began to regain our senses. Dr. K, too, seemed to finally wake up and, with a groggy demeanor, suggested we go out and inspect the land. After washing up and getting dressed, we called the acquaintance's son to accompany us as we prepared to leave the house. Suddenly, a dog came bounding out of the shed, barking loudly. It appeared to have been eating feces, as its mouth was smeared with filth, and it followed us with its dirty mouth wide open. The landlord's son tried to chase the dog away, scolding it, but when I jokingly remarked that the dog might have also eaten some of the XX bread, Dr. K furrowed his brow deeply and exclaimed, "Oh, disgusting." "See, it's different from the lab. Get out of here, you dog," as he hurriedly made his way out, trying to avoid the dog. It was truly a hilarious sight. Dr. K's property was quite large, spanning over 200 acres, but it was hard to discern where the boundaries lay amidst the vast expanse of barren land. After exploring the area and returning to the acquaintance's house, it was already dinner time, and we were welcomed with a hearty meal. Just as I was feeling hungry, I eagerly grabbed the bowl and started eating, especially enjoying the dog meat that was served, a delicacy I had missed during our month-long stay at the Japanese inn. Dr. K seemed to be enjoying the meal as well. However, after a while, Dr. K paused and said, "See. Yes, what is it? Even in such a remote place, it seems we're still slaughtering cows. The meat is surprisingly tender for beef. Are you referring to the dog meat? The dog?" "Yes, the one that was barking earlier. Didn't you see it when we returned? The one that was, eating feces?" "Yes, that one." Dr. K suddenly dropped his chopsticks and turned pale. After a moment of silence, he quickly moved to the other side and sat down, taking a few deep breaths before suddenly retching. "Why did you do that?" I stopped eating too and approached the doctor to assist him with wiping his back. He remained still, emitting vomiting sounds repeatedly. After wiping for about 10 minutes, he seemed to calm down a bit. "This won't do. We should clean this up without the host knowing," he said as he took the cloth and wiped it himself and put it aside. I took it and threw it outside. When I came back in, the doctor said, Oh, my stomach hurts. Hey, Sunam, hey, clear the table." He then lowered his pillow and lay down, exhausted. After clearing the table, the acquaintance came in with a light, but the doctor, lying on his side, pretended not to notice, looking uncomfortable. I said he seemed tired and asked the acquaintance to leave and then lay down, lowering my pillow and lay down too, soon drifting off to sleep. After a while, the doctor, still lying on his side, called out to me. "See," he said. So I replied, "Yes." "Dogs and pigs, which one do you think is dirtier?" "Well, I suppose pigs are dirtier." "Is that so? They're probably the same. Both dogs and pigs, they're all the same as cows." He muttered like this, and then fell silent again. I must have been tired because I fell asleep, still dressed in my outdoor clothes. Probably the doctor did that. Our clothes were taken off and placed under the blanket. I couldn't tell if he did it or not. I only realized it the next morning when I woke up. The next morning, I woke up groggily to find the doctor already awake. He saw me wake up and said, "Si," so I replied, "Yes." Japanese won't eat it either. What do you mean? Japanese won't eat XX bread. They even drink bathwater, but probably not. I like pork, but I can't eat dog meat. Do you enjoy dog meat? I think it's the king of meat. I thought so. He sighed and then fell silent. From that moment on, the doctor didn't mention the XX bread again. After returning home, the doctor continued his research on the relationship between electrons and atoms, so who knows when there will be some invention or discovery in that field. And this time, I sincerely hope that this research, unlike the previous one on XX bread, does not end in failure. This is the story that C told me, detailing how Dr. K's research shifted from success to failure and what led the doctor to change his mind. Published in 1929.
Today, our rooster was chased again. It happened as I went out to chop wood after lunch. While climbing the mountain, I heard the flapping of wings behind me and our rooster's relentless clucking. Startled, I turned and saw them fighting once more. Jumsoon's rooster, a big, sharp-beaked fellow, was mercilessly attacking our smaller rooster. It wasn't just picking on him, but pecking fiercely, sometimes at his face, then pausing momentarily before striking again at his comb. This vicious cycle repeated endlessly. Our poor rooster could only kick and scream as the brute's beak tore into him. Fresh blood dripped from his still unhealed comb each time he was pecked. Watching the scene in silence, it felt as if my own head was being pecked, and anger surged within me. I grabbed a large stick and rushed towards Jumsoon's rooster, contemplating giving it a solid whack. But then I hesitated, ending up just waving the stick aimlessly, merely separating them. Jumsoon must have stirred up trouble again. It seemed she was intentionally trying to provoke me. I couldn't fathom why that darn girl had been so cocky lately, acting as if she had something against me. For instance, just 4 days ago, when I was harvesting potatoes, I hadn't done anything to her. Yet there she was, sneaking up behind me while I was mending fences. She approached silently, trying to be stealthy, and suddenly said, "Hey, are you working alone?" making an unnecessary fuss. Until yesterday, we barely exchanged words, just nodding politely when we passed each other. But today, she was suddenly so bold. Seeing a nearly grown girl watching a man work was unnerving. "I can handle this alone. Why should I get more people to help me?" I retorted. To which she replied, "Do you enjoy working alone? Or why are you fixing the fence already when it's not even summer yet?" She nagged like this, but then, afraid someone might overhear, she'd cover her mouth with her hand and giggle quietly. There was nothing particularly funny, but with the weather getting warmer, I began to wonder if that darn girl had lost her mind. And then, a little while later, she looked around, pulled out 3 large potatoes from under her apron, and thrust them under my chin. The warm steam rising from them showed they were freshly baked. "You don't have anything like this at home, do you?" she said loudly, feigning indifference. She urged me to quickly eat them here, as it could cause trouble if others found out. Then she added, "Hey, they say spring potatoes are delicious." "I don't eat potatoes. You eat them," I replied without turning my head, pushing the potatoes away with my working hand over my shoulder. But she still didn't leave. Her breathing grew rougher and more irregular, which struck me as odd. Wondering what was going on, I finally turned around and was genuinely surprised. We had been in this neighborhood for nearly 3 years, but I had never seen Jumsoon's face so flushed like a ripe radish. She glared at me intensely, as if she held a grudge, and even shed tears. Then, grabbing her basket again, she clenched her teeth and ran across the ridge as if she were about to collapse. Jumsoon was usually someone who took such comments in stride. When the village elder said, "You should get married soon, shouldn't you?" and laughed, she would respond, "Don't worry. I'll get married when the time comes." She accepted things naturally. She wasn't the type to feel embarrassed or cry out of anger. If she was upset, she would rather smack me with the basket and run away than show her tears. But after that encounter, whenever she saw me, it was as if she wanted to devour me. Even though rejecting the potatoes might have seemed rude, what was the point of saying, "You don't have anything like this at home, do you?" We were already indebted to them, relying on their goodwill to farm the land. When we first arrived in the village without a home, Jumsoon's father graciously allowed us to use his land to build a house. It was an act of kindness, and when my parents lacked food during the farming season, they would diligently visit Jumsoon's parents and receive generous help. They often praised her parents as rare and virtuous. Moreover, my mother warned me how intense rumors could get if boys and girls of 17 walked around together. If I messed things up with Jumsoon, we could lose our land and home. But now, this darn girl seemed determined to pick a fight with me, as if she wanted to dry me out and kill me. The next evening, after she had shed tears as the sun was setting, I was descending the mountain with a load of wood when I heard the sound of a chicken being killed. Wondering if it might be from someone else's house, I turned towards Jumsoon's place, and my eyes widened in shock. There was Jumsoon, sitting alone in her yard, tightly holding our chicken in front of her skirt, mercilessly beating it and saying, "Die, you darn chicken, die!" She struck it with such force that it seemed as though she wanted to crush its skull, pounding its buttocks with her fist as if to ensure it could never lay eggs again. My heart raced and my limbs trembled. After scanning the surroundings, I realized there was no one else at Jumsoon's house. I raised the stick I had grabbed and struck the fence with it, shouting, "You darn girl! Do you want someone else's chicken to never lay eggs again?" But Jumsoon showed no sign of being startled at all. She just continued to sit there calmly as if dealing with her own chicken, mercilessly beating it to death. It seemed she had likely caught the chicken in anticipation of my return from the mountain and was now taunting me by killing it right in front of me. However, I knew I couldn't just barge into someone else's house and fight with a girl. I realized my situation was quite unfavorable, so whenever the chicken got beaten, all I could do was strike the fence with a stick. The more I hit the fence, the more the twigs would back off, leaving only their skeleton behind. But no matter how much I thought about it, I was the one who ended up at a loss. "Ah, you darn girl. Do you want someone else's chicken to never lay eggs?" I shouted again, raising my stick like an axe. Finally, she came towards the fence, glaring at me, and tossed the chicken aside. "Oh, what a dirty chicken! Disgusting! Nobody told you to keep a dirty chicken with you. You damn girl!" As I turned away from the fence in disgust, feeling on the verge of exploding with rage, our startled chicken suddenly splattered damp feces onto my forehead. In that moment, it seemed as though the chicken had contracted a serious illness. From behind, in a voice that seemed to echo only to me, I heard, "You foolish lad. Hey, are you a coward? Hey, is your father a eunuch? Wah, what did you say?" I stammered, turning sharply to confront Jumsoon. But instead of seeing her head above the fence, she had already turned away, continuing to hurl insults. Despite her taunts, I didn't say a word in protest. The frustration was so intense that my fingernails dug into the rock I was gripping, nearly breaking, and tears streamed down my cheeks. But Jumsoon's harassment didn't end there. Although she claimed to like combs, she would sneakily bring her rooster to our coop when no one was around and provoke fights between our rooster and hers. Her rooster, bred to be aggressive, often left our rooster with bleeding, swollen eyes. Sometimes our rooster wouldn't even come out of hiding, so she would bring bait and provoke him further. I couldn't stand it any longer. One day, I took our rooster and secretly went to the jars of chili paste. They say feeding chili paste to a rooster makes him as strong as a raging bull. I scooped out a plate of chili paste from the jar and fed it to the rooster's beak. The rooster didn't hesitate and eagerly ate almost half the plate. Then, to let the chili paste take effect, I kept him confined in the coop for a while. After setting down my burden in the field and taking a brief rest, I emerged outside with the rooster in my arms. Thankfully, there was nobody around except for Jumsoon, who was either tearing old clothes or working with cotton inside her house. I approached the area where Jumsoon's rooster was playing and gently placed our rooster on the ground, observing quietly. The two roosters began to fight, but at first it seemed futile. Despite their fierce pecking, Our rooster continued to bleed, yet he fought back vigorously, flapping his wings and jumping around, but in vain. However, something unexpected happened. As if inspired, our rooster suddenly leaped forward, clawing at the other rooster's eyes and pecking at its comb. The larger rooster seemed taken aback and hesitated, stepping back. Seizing the opportunity, our smaller rooster launched another swift attack, causing even the fierce opponent to bleed profusely. All right, I get it. Feeding only chili paste does the trick, I thought to myself, feeling quite satisfied. At that moment, Jumsoon, who had come out to see what the commotion was about and stood beside me, furrowed her brows, clearly displeased by the unexpected turn of events. I applauded with both hands, slapping my thighs, well done, and felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through me. However, my excitement was short-lived. Soon, I found myself standing motionless like a pillar. Despite our rooster's retaliation, he couldn't land a single blow against the relentless attacks of the larger rooster. Watching this, Jumsoon chuckled, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Feeling helpless, I intervened to rescue our rooster, grabbing him and heading back home. I regretted not feeding him more chili paste. Acting in haste had left me with a bitter sense of remorse. Upon returning home, I applied more chili paste under his beak, but to my dismay, he refused to eat, perhaps due to the agitation caused by the recent events. I laid the rooster flat and gently inserted a bamboo pipe into its mouth. Then I poured diluted chili paste through the spout, little by little. The rooster struggled, kicking and sneezing, but I reasoned that the immediate discomfort was a small price to pay compared to the daily agony of being pecked. After a couple of spouts of the chili paste mixture, I decided to stop. The once lively rooster suddenly twisted its neck and fell limp from my grip. Fearing my father might see, I quickly hid it in the coop. By morning, it had regained consciousness. It turned out that the darn girl must have taken advantage of the opportunity when no one was home to sneak into our house and take the rooster from the coop. I had to catch the rooster again and confine it, although I felt uneasy about it. Nevertheless, circumstances compelled me to ascend the mountain to gather firewood. As I chopped pine trees, my thoughts swirled with anger and frustration. Despite everything, I felt a burning urge to confront that troublesome girl, Jumsoon. I decided that this time I would give her a piece of my mind. Firmly clutching a piece of wood, I briskly walked down the path. As I drew closer, the sound of a leaf flute halted my steps abruptly. Yellow spicebush flowers dotted the spaces between the thick boulders at the foot of the mountain. Among them, Jumsoon sat, playing the flute with a somber air. What struck me more were the incessant squawks of a rooster nearby. It was clear that she had taken my rooster and placed it in my path for another fight while she sat there playing her flute. Tears flowed down my cheeks like a flood as my anger surged. I couldn't even take a moment to set down my burden properly. I dropped it right there and rushed forward with the carrying pole, driven by the urgency of the situation. As I approached, my fears were confirmed. Our rooster was bleeding heavily, teetering on the brink of death. To make matters worse, Jumsoon remained still, playing her flute, unfazed by the chaos. My anger boiled over. Once rumored to be the prettiest girl in the village, and someone I once thought of as diligent and beautiful, Jumsoon now seemed more like a cunning fox. In a sudden rush of fury, I struck the larger rooster with the stick I carried. It fell, unable to move, and died on the spot. I stood there, dazed, until Jumsoon's fierce eyes bore into me. She pushed me backward with surprising strength. "You! Why did you kill someone else's rooster?" she demanded. "So what?" I retorted, starting to get up. "You jerk! Whose rooster was it?" she exclaimed, her arms flailing, making me stumble back again. Anger and shame washed over me as I realized my mistake. I wondered if this meant I would lose my land and be thrown out of my house. I struggled to my feet, wiping away tears with my sleeve. Jumsoon approached and asked, "So you won't do it again, will you?" Her question felt like a lifeline, though I wasn't sure of her true intentions. I replied bluntly, "Yeah," while continuing to wipe the tears from my face. "From now on, if I see you behave like that again, I'll make life unbearable for you," she warned. Yeah, I won't do it anymore," I promised, desperate to put an end to this ordeal. "Don't worry about the dead rooster. I'll take care of it," she said. Then, as if driven by some unseen force, she grabbed my shoulders, and I stumbled backward. The force of her push sent me tumbling into a pile of golden spicebush flowers. Their spicy, fragrant scent enveloped me, making me feel dizzy as if the ground were slipping away beneath me. "Don't mention this to anyone," she commanded. "Of course," I agreed hastily. After a while, I heard a voice calling from below. "Jump soon, soon. Where did that girl go instead of sewing?" Her mother's voice sounded furious, as if she had just returned from somewhere. Filled with fear, Jumsoon stealthily crept under the flowers and crawled down to the foot of the mountain. I had no choice but to press myself against a rock and start crawling back up the mountain, away from the scene. Published in 1936. One lucky day. The sky, heavy with clouds, hinted at snow, but only a light drizzle fell. For Kim Chomji, a rickshaw puller in Dongso-mun, this day was indeed a rare stroke of luck. He had started his day escorting a lady from her home to the bus stop, hoping to find a passenger. After some waiting, he finally picked up a gentleman who appeared to be a school teacher and took him to Dongwang School. First 30 Jones, then 50. Early morning earnings were a rare blessing. Kim Chomji, who hadn't seen a single coin in nearly 10 days, was overwhelmed with joy when those 3 10-John coins and 5-John coins jingled in his hand. It wasn't just the immediate relief of earning 80 Johns, it meant he could afford a glass of soju to soothe his parched throat, and more importantly, buy a bowl of solongtang for his ailing wife. His wife had been coughing for over 2 weeks, confined to bed for more than a week due to their inability to afford food or medicine. Though Kim Chomji believed that prescribing medicine only prolonged illness, his wife's worsening condition was alarming. Her health had taken a sharp downturn about 10 days earlier, shortly after eating a hurriedly cooked meal. On that occasion, with some money in hand, Kim Chomji had bought 3 pounds of millet and a piece of firewood for 10 Johns, a rare occurrence. Trusting her husband, his wife had eagerly cooked the millet. Impatient and with the flames barely kindling, she had stuffed the half-cooked millet into her mouth, causing her cheeks to swell. From that night, she complained of chest pains and stomach cramps, claiming to be food poisoned. Furious, Kim Chomji had scolded her. "You fool, we're doomed either way. Whether you eat or starve, you get sick. What are we supposed to do? Why can't you even open your eyes properly?" He yelled, slapping her cheek. Her eyes opened slightly, tears welling up. Tears also filled Kim Chomji's eyes. Despite her illness, she had been begging him for Sol Yongtang broth for 3 days. "This damned woman can't even eat regular rice, yet she wants Sol Yongtang, driving me mad," he had scolded, though deep down, he felt the weight of their poverty. Now, with 80 Johns in hand, he could finally buy the Sol Yongtang his wife craved, and even some porridge for their hungry 3-year-old child, nicknamed Dog Shit. Kim Chomji's heart swelled with joy at the prospect. His luck seemed endless. As he wiped his sweaty neck with his greasy handkerchief mixed with rainwater, he heard a voice calling from behind. He turned to see a student from the school running towards him. "How much to Namdaemun Station?" the student asked, clearly intending to head home for vacation. The rain, his luggage, and his cheap rain-soaked suit suggested he needed a ride. "Are you going to Namdaemun Station?" Kim Chomji hesitated. Was he unwilling to make the journey in the rain? Was he satisfied with his morning's earnings? No, definitely not. He felt a strange fear at this sudden stroke of luck. His wife's pleading words from earlier that day echoed in his mind. Her emaciated face, only her eyes full of life, whispered weakly, "Please, don't go out today. Stay home because of me. I'm so sick." Indifferent, he had snapped back. "Damn it. What nonsense. If I stay with you, who will provide for us?" He had tried to leave, but she had reached out, her voice hoarse. "If you must go, come back soon." Her words lingered as he considered the student's request. "So, how much to Namdaemun Station?" the student repeated, glancing nervously at Kim Chomji. 1,150 John. How the amount slipped from Kim Chomji's mouth, surprising even him. It had been so long since he had mentioned such a sum. His desire to earn money overpowered his concern for his wife. He couldn't afford to miss this golden opportunity, despite the ominous feeling. 1,150 Johns is too much, the student said, doubtful. "Not at all. Considering the distance, it's a fair fare. Especially on a day like this, a little extra is needed," replied Kim Chomji, his face bright with joy. "In that case, as you wish. Let's go quickly, the student agreed, gathering his belongings. As Kim Chom-ji set off with the student, his legs felt oddly light. Rather than running, it was as if he was almost flying. The wheels spun rapidly, akin to a figure skater gracefully gliding across ice on the rain-slicked ground. However, as they neared his home, his legs grew heavier, and a sudden worry pressed upon his heart. "Don't go out today. I'm so sick," echoed in his ears, accompanied by the accusing eyes of the patient. It felt as if he could hear dog shits whining and faint gasps for breath. Lost in these thoughts, Kim Chom-ji suddenly realized he had stopped in the middle of the road, holding the rickshaw. "Why are you stopping? I might miss the train," the person who had boarded the rickshaw anxiously exclaimed. Yes, Kim Chom-ji replied, snapping out of his reverie and breaking into a jog once again. As his home grew farther away, a sense of exhilaration began to return to Kim Chom-ji's steps. He pushed his legs harder, as if to forget all the worries and concerns that had been weighing on his mind incessantly. Upon reaching the station, he was rewarded with an unexpectedly generous fare of 1 won and 50 jeons. Despite the 3-mile journey through rain-soaked streets, he felt as if he had received it for free, elated and grateful as if he had become rich overnight. Bending down several times to the young passenger, who was barely half his age, he politely wished him a safe journey. "Wishing you a safe journey," he repeated, bowing deeply. However, returning with an empty rickshaw in this weather was out of the question. As the sweat from his labor cooled, a chill crept through his wet clothes from his hungry stomach. The 1 won and 50 jeons in his pocket felt both precious and agonizingly heavy. His steps away from the station lacked strength. His body felt limp, as if he might collapse right there. Cursed weather. Returning with this empty rickshaw in the rain. "Why does this motherfucking rain have to hit me in the face like this?" he grumbled, frustration boiling over as he rebelled against the relentless downpour. A new idea flashed in his mind. Maybe instead of going straight back, I should circle around nearby and wait for a passenger to hail. Who knows, I might pick up another fare. With his luck being so unpredictable, he believed that such a stroke of fortune could happen again. He convinced himself that luck was just around the corner. However, he couldn't bring himself to stand in front of the station, fearing the judgment of other rickshaw pullers. As he had done several times before, he positioned his rickshaw a little away from the main station, between the pedestrian path and the railway tracks, and began to circle the area, observing the situation. It didn't take long for the train to arrive, and dozens of people poured out of the station. Among them, Kim Chom-ji's eyes caught sight of a woman wearing a cloak, with a Western hairstyle and high-heeled boots. She seemed like either a call girl or a rebellious schoolgirl. He approached her cautiously. "Miss, would you like to ride the rickshaw?" he asked, attempting to catch her attention. The schoolgirl, or whoever she was, remained haughtily silent, her lips tightly pursed as she ignored him. Kim Chom-ji, sensing her indifference, tried again. "Miss, I can take you anywhere for a very reasonable fare. Where are you headed?" He gingerly reached out toward the Japanese-style purse she held. "Why are you bothering me?" she shouted abruptly, turning away. Kim Chom-ji retreated, muttering an apology as he stepped back. Just then, the tram arrived. Kim Chom-ji observed as passengers boarded. His intuition didn't fail him. As the tram started to fill up and move, one person remained. Judging by the size of the bag he carried, it seemed he might have been forced off the crowded tram due to his luggage. Kim Chom-ji approached him. "Would you like to take the rickshaw?" he asked. After some bargaining, they agreed on 60 jeons to take him to Insadong. Strangely, as the rickshaw grew heavier, Kim Chom-ji's body felt lighter. But when the rickshaw became lighter again, his body felt heavier. This time his mind was restless. The image of his home loomed before him, leaving him no room to hope for luck. He had to scold his legs, which felt like someone else's or like wooden stilts, and he had no choice but to run around in confusion. The way that rickshaw puller is staggering drunk, how will he manage on these dark, muddy streets? Someone passing by might worry. As Kim Chom-ji quickened his steps in urgency, the cloudy, rainy sky already seemed dusk-like. It wasn't until he reached in front of Changyang Palace that he caught his breath and slowed his pace. With each step closer to home, his heart strangely softened. Yet this softness didn't come from relief, but from the fear of facing the dreadful misfortune that awaited him without any escape. He hurriedly sought to prolong the time before misfortune struck. If he could prolong the joy of having earned something close to a miracle, he wanted to do so. He darted around as if his own legs, inevitably leading him towards misfortune, were beyond his control, as if pleading for someone to catch him, to save him. Just then, his friend, Chisam, emerged from a tavern along the street. Chisam's chubby face was flushed with alcohol, and his cheeks and chin were blackened with stubble. In stark contrast, Kim's cheeks were sunken, and his beard seemed to cling only to the underside of his jaw like inverted pine needles. "Hey there, Kim Chomji. Looks like you've been on a successful business trip. Let's have a drink. You must have earned quite a bit," Chisam called out, his voice soft and jovial despite his rough appearance. Kim Chomji couldn't help but feel grateful to encounter this friend. It was almost as if he saw him as a benefactor, someone who had saved him. "You seem to have already had a drink. Looks like you're having a good time today," Kim Chomji said, smiling weakly. "Well, if I'm not having a good time, does that mean I can't drink? But hey, why do you look like a drowned rat? Come on in quickly," Chisam replied, beckoning him inside. The tavern was warm and cozy. Each time the lid of the pot-boiling fish stew was lifted, fragrant steam rose, accompanied by sizzling grilled meat and various side dishes such as stir-fried pork, organs, livers, kidneys, dried pollock, and mung bean pancakes, spread out messily on the table. Kim Chomji suddenly felt uncontrollable hunger at the sight. If it were up to him, he would have swallowed all the food on the table without hesitation. Nevertheless, the hungry man managed to nibble on 2 hefty mung bean pancakes and ordered a bowl of fish stew. After tasting the food, his hungry stomach grumbled even louder, demanding more. In no time, he gulped down a bowl of soup with tofu and fish as if it were water. When he accepted a third serving, 2 more generous cups of macchioli were brought over. Drinking with Chisam, his empty stomach absorbed the alcohol, which spread through his intestines and made his face flush. He eagerly requested another cup of macchioli. Kim Chomji's eyes were growing heavy. He eagerly sliced up the 2 pieces of rice cake on the grill and asked for 2 more cups of macchioli. Chisam looked at Kim Chomji with a puzzled expression. "Hey, you're pouring again. We've already had 4 cups each. That's 40 Johns." "Oh, come on, 40 Johns isn't that bad. Today I made a lot of money. What a lucky day it's been." "Really? How much did you make?" "I made 31. 31. Why wouldn't I celebrate with this damn drink?" It's okay. Drink up. I made a fortune today." You're drunk. Let's call it a night." "You fool. Do you really think I'm drunk on this? Drink up quickly," the intoxicated man shouted, grabbing Chisam's ear. Then he rushed towards the waiter, a young boy with a shaved head. You lazy bum, why aren't you pouring drinks?" he scolded. The waiter with the shaved head chuckled and exchanged glances with Chisam, as if seeking guidance. Recognizing the exchange, the drunkard erupted in anger. "You damn scoundrels, you think I'm out of money." With that, he fumbled at his waist and pulled out a 1-1 note, throwing it in front of the waiter. Several coins clinked as they fell from it onto the counter. "Hey, some money fell. Why are you tossing it around?" Chisam said, picking up the fallen money. Even in his drunken state, Kim Chomji looked around as if searching for where the money had fallen. Then, with a look of disgust, he shook his head as if appalled by his own actions and exclaimed angrily, "Look at these filthy scoundrels. You guys think I'm out of money? I should have broken your legs." Taking the money Chisam handed him, he slapped it down, saying, "This cursed money. This should be torn apart money," and threw it. The coins hit the pot used for boiling liquor and clanged as if being punished for their sin. The 2 cups of macchioli dried up without any hesitation. Kim Chomji sucked the liquor from his lips and beard, then, looking quite satisfied, touched his inverted pine needle-like beard. Pour some more, he shouted. After another drink, Kim Chomji tapped Chisam's shoulder and suddenly burst into laughter. The sound of his laughter was so loud that everyone in the tavern turned their eyes to him. Chuckling, he said, "Listen, Chisam, shall I tell you something funny? Today, I went all the way to the train station carrying a passenger there. And then, after going there, I just couldn't come back. So at the tram stop, I found myself scheming to pick up a passenger. There, whether it was a madam or a schoolgirl, how can you tell these days a prostitute from a lady, wrapped in a cloak, getting soaked in the rain? I approached stealthily and offered to carry her bag, but she just flung my hand away and abruptly turned, saying, "Why do you bother people like this? That sound was truly like the chirping of a sparrow. Ha ha!" Kim Chomji artfully imitated her voice, sounding like a sparrow. Everyone burst into laughter at once. "The damn shrew, who does she think she is? Why bother others? Oh my, she's really something. Ha ha!" The laughter grew louder, but before it could die down, Kim Chomji began to sob uncontrollably. Chisam looked at the drunkard incredulously, saying, "Just a moment ago, you were laughing and joking, and now you're crying. What's going on?" Kim Chomji sniffled. "My wife passed away." "What, your wife passed away? When? When, you ask? Today." "Ah, you madman, stop lying." "Why would I lie? She really died. I found her corpse at home, and here I am drinking. I'm a dead man, Kim Chomji wailed, tears streaming down his face. Chisam, now sobering up a bit, said with a stern expression, "Is this guy for real? Telling the truth one moment and lies the next. Let's go home. Come on," as he pulled the crying man's arm. Pushing away Chisam's restraining hand, Kim Chomji chuckled with teary eyes. "Who's dead? Nobody's dead," he exclaimed with relief. "Why would she die? She's alive and kicking. That darn woman is killing foods, not herself." "Now you're fooled by me," he laughed, clapping his hands like a child. "Is this guy really crazy? I heard your wife was sick." But Chisam too? I felt a sense of unease, urging Kim Chomji to go back home. "She's not dead. She's not," Kim Chomji shouted defiantly, though his voice carried a hint of desperation, as if he was trying to convince himself she was still alive. After reluctantly settling the 1-1 bill and downing another round of makgeolli, they left. The drizzle continued persistently. Even in his intoxicated state, Kim Chomji managed to buy soleungtang and make his way home. To call it a home was an exaggeration. It was more of a small hut, a rented room detached from the main building, where he fetched water and paid 1-1 a month. If Kim Chomji hadn't been drunk, the oppressive silence that enveloped the place would have made his legs tremble, like the eerie stillness after a storm passes over the sea. The silence was suffocating. Not a single cough or breath could be heard. The only sound was the steady, unnerving noise of sucking, like a child nursing, but harsher, suggesting empty breasts. This sound, far from breaking the silence, deepened its ominous presence. Those with sensitive hearing would find it particularly grating. Perhaps Kim Chomji sensed the foreboding quiet too. Otherwise, it was odd that he shouted as soon as he entered, something not characteristic of him. "That damned woman! She doesn't even bother to come out when her husband returns. Damn her!" His outburst seemed more an attempt to fend off the creeping dread than a genuine complaint. Kim Chomji burst through the door. The air inside was thick with a cocktail of odors: dust from the fallen straw mat, the stench of unwashed diapers, the smell of feces and urine, the stale odor of unwashed clothes, and the sour scent of sweat from a sick person, all of which assaulted his dulled senses. Before setting down the seongtang, the drunkard, drawing from the depths of his lungs, bellowed again, "That damn woman! She lies around all day and night. She won't even get up when her husband comes home." With these words, he kicked the legs of the figure lying on the floor. But instead of the resistance of flesh, his foot met the unyielding sensation of a log. The steady sucking sound turned into a whimper. The child, deprived of his mother's milk, whimpered, his face twisted in a grimace. Yet the sound of crying seemed to come not from his mouth, but deep from his belly. After a while, even the urge to cry faded. Seeing that his kicking was futile, Kim Chomji rushed to his wife's side. He grabbed her head, which looked like a tangled magpie's nest, and shook it vigorously. "Woman, speak up. Speak. Why won't you talk? Damn it. Look at this. Not a word. Woman, are you dead? Why won't you speak?" No response. She might really be dead. As he finally noticed her eyes, blankly staring upwards, he choked out, these eyes, why do they avoid looking at me and instead stare at the ceiling?" His voice faltered, choked with emotion. At that moment, thick tears fell from his grieving eyes, splattering onto her lifeless face. Suddenly, as if driven mad, Kim Chomji pressed his face against hers and murmured incoherently, "I bought soleungtang. Why won't you eat it? Why won't you eat it? Today, of all days when luck was on my side. Published in 1924. Proctor B. and the Love Letter. Author. Miss B, a teacher and dormitory supervisor at Sea Girls School, could be described as a stern and notorious spinster and a steadfast Christian. Approaching her 40s, she had a face covered in freckles without the slightest trace of feminine attractiveness. Her withered, rough, dry, and yellowed face brings to mind a moldy piece of dried fish. With layers of wrinkles adorning her furrowed forehead and sparse hair that she couldn't style properly, just loosely combed back, resembling goat droppings stuck to the back of her head, there was no way to hide the signs of aging. When she narrowed her sharp lips and peered through her spectacles with icy eyes, the students shuddered and trembled, feeling her strict and imposing presence. Miss B despised and detested what were commonly known as love letters. While it was common for such letters to arrive frequently at the girls' dormitory, whether due to the school's reputation or the presence of many beautiful female students, every single day, dozens of love letters professing undying affection were delivered to the dormitory. As part of her duty to review all correspondence received by the dormitory residents, such letters naturally fell into Miss B's hands. Reading each sweet romantic story, she became increasingly agitated, her face turning various shades of red and blue, her hands trembling with anger, as if she couldn't contain it. Receiving such letters for no apparent reason was a significant ordeal for any student. When school finished for the day, the student, trembling with fear, would be summoned to the supervisor's office. Anxiously pacing back and forth in the room, as if ready to pounce on the incoming student, the supervisor approached until their noses almost touched, glaring directly at her. Though not understanding the reason, the student, sensing the teacher's mood and filled with apprehension, finally managed to muster a feeble voice and asked, "You called for me?" "Yes, I did." "Why?" the supervisor retorted sharply, as if striking with a whip. Then, visibly displeased, the supervisor abruptly pulled her chair, sinking into her seat, seeing her victim just standing there, and exclaimed, "Are you a statue? Why aren't you sitting?" The teacher and the student sat facing each other across a small desk. Even after sitting down, the teacher remained silent, glaring as if saying, "You know your wrongdoing." After a while, she finally pulled out the letter and slammed it on the desk in front of the student, demanding, "To whom is this addressed?" She then proceeded to interrogate. The pupil found her name on the envelope and could only answer, "It's addressed to me, ma'am." Then the supervisor asked if the student was aware of who sent it. As the sender's name was often unclear in such letters, the student hesitated, unable to provide a clear answer, and responded that she did not know who it could be. Then Miss B's anger intensified, demanding the story to be read aloud. Reluctantly, the indifferent student began to read the words, sweet as honey, but as the teacher's frustration grew, she insisted on knowing the identity of the sender. Despite the student's attempts to justify and deny any wrongdoing, the teacher refused to listen. She threatened to expel the student if the truth wasn't revealed, claiming it was absurd for the sender to write to a woman who doesn't even know his name, suggesting there must be some illicit behavior involved. Miss B even went as far as to insinuate that they might have met somewhere before, and questioned how the student ended up in contact with a man. If the student hinted at having seen him at a school-sponsored concert or a bazaar, Miss B relentlessly probed, scrutinizing every expression and word exchanged, subjecting the victim to intense interrogation as if she had lived 10 years of her life. After over 2 hours of interrogation, she fervently lectured, insisting that men cannot be trusted, that they are demons seeking to devour innocent women, and that notions of love and freedom are all fabricated lies of the devil. Without even pausing a few seconds, she continued to speak, kneeling on the unwashed floor. As the room had a bed, it technically wasn't a room floor, but rather a parquet floor, offering prayers with tears streaming down her face, pleading to God the Father to save the innocent lambs from falling into the temptations of the devil. Secondly, what she detested most was when students had male visitors coming for visits. No matter the excuse, she made sure they couldn't meet. Even if they were the father or the brother of the student, she always found a way to send them away, citing rules or pretending they were busy studying. As a result, the students went on strike, and Miss B was cautioned by the principal. Yet she didn't seem to want to change her ways. In the dormitory supervised by Miss B, something strange happened this autumn, or rather, it was revealed. If you ask why, it's because the beginning of such strangeness was God knows when. It was none other than the peculiar occurrence of giggling laughter and murmuring words flowing through the air when all the dormitory students were deeply asleep late at night. It wasn't just for 1 or 2 nights. These sounds were heard by the alert ears of some students, but to their drowsy ears, these murmurs sounded like the song of dry leaves rolling in the backyard breeze, or the cries of geese flapping their wings in the moonlight. Fearing it might be the mischievous prank of a goblin, they shook their roommates awake, but they wouldn't wake up. Realizing how absurd and ridiculous their thoughts were, they eventually dismissed them, attributing the distant nighttime noises to conversations in neighboring houses, or simply to the sleep-talking of their friends in other rooms, and went back to sleep reassured. Then, the moment arrived when the mystery was finally unraveled. It occurred when, coincidentally, 3 students sharing the same room were all awakened simultaneously. The first girl got up to use the bathroom, and upon hearing the noise, she woke up the second and third girls. "Do you hear that? What's that noise in the middle of the night?" the first girl said, her eyes wide with fear. "I was startled by that noise last night, too. Could it be a goblin?" the second girl said, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Among them, the third girl, known for being the oldest, though she was only 17, and for playing pranks and mischievous deeds, listened intently, seeming skeptical of her friend's words. "That's suspicious. I think I have heard something like this before. What kind of nonsense are sleepless kids talking about?" she said, casting doubt on her friend's claims. At that moment, the eerie chuckling noise echoed again, causing the 3 girls to listen intently. In the silent night, with no other disturbances, the mysterious words seemed to be distinctly audible, as if whispered right beside them. "Oh, Taehoon, that would be wonderful," the woman's voice was lilted. "If you are happy, Kyung-suk, how happy I would be. Have you finally realized my burning heart devoted only to you, Kyung-suk?" The man's voice was filled with passion. There was a moment of silence. "Now, enough of this kiss. It shouldn't go on for too long. What if someone sees us?" said the coy woman. "The longer, the better, don't you think? Even if I were to kiss until my last breath, it wouldn't be long enough. Even then, I might sigh, saying it's too short." The man's fervent tone was subdued by the woman's giggling. It was an unmistakable flirtation between a deeply enamored couple. Who would have thought such a thing could occur in this strict dormitory? The 3 girls exchanged glances. While astonishment and fear were evident on their faces, curiosity began to gleam in their eyes. In their minds, a stream of romantic thoughts unfolded. They wondered if the male lover, eagerly pacing near the school to catch a glimpse of his sweetheart inside, had also crossed the dormitory fence, unable to contain his passion, eagerly awaiting the moment darkness cloaked everything. All lights were extinguished, and only the moon's bright, silvery light filtered through the window, quietly opened. Perhaps the woman waved a white handkerchief, signaling her lover to draw nearer. Maybe there was a scene reminiscent of those often depicted in films. A long sheet might have been extended from the window, one lover climbing while the other pulled the makeshift rope, one from above and the other from below. Perhaps the lovers met this way, their whispered declarations of love growing more frequent. Dreamlike emotions enveloped the minds and bodies of the 3 girls like mist. Their cheeks flushed warmly. Then the strange noise emerged once more. "I don't like you. I don't like a man like you." This time, the tone was firm. "My angel, my sky, my queen, my life, my love, save me, rescue me," the man's pleading voice. "Shall we go and see?" the mischievous third girl suggested, rising to her feet. The others hesitated briefly, exchanging looks of curiosity, fear, and excitement, before agreeing to open the door and step out quietly. Like rice weevils, their cautious footsteps moved towards the direction from which the sound emanated. The pale figures of the 3 girls, just awakened from sleep, moved silently like shadows in the dim corridor. Finding the source of the noise was not difficult. Upon discovering it, they were startled enough to halt in their tracks. The noisy room, they realized, was none other than the supervisor's office, just a few steps from their own room. The fervent plea of a love without equal still echoed within. My angel, my sky, my queen, my life, my love, my darling, you'll dry me up and kill me. You'll tear out my heart and kill me, with your lips which have taken my life. Boldly, the third girl swung the door wide open. 6 eyes darted into the room. What an unusual sight it was. The light was still on, and scattered across the bed were envelopes of so-called love letters from students, their contents strewn about haphazardly, while Miss B sat alone, all by herself with no one else around. She stretched her arms as if to embrace someone, her short-sighted eyes fixed intensely on a particular spot without her glasses, her face contorted in an indescribable expression of pleading, as if beckoning someone while holding her breath in anticipation of a kiss. Her lips puckered as if awaiting a kiss. In a pleading tone, she repeated the previous words, projecting her voice like a man, as if offering herself for a kiss. Suddenly, as if startled, she turned abruptly, gesturing as if pushing someone away with limp movements, and in a sharp female voice she uttered, "I don't like it. I don't like a man like you," and burst into laughter, seemingly amused by her own words. Then suddenly, she picked up a single letter, one of the many love letters sent to female students, and pressed it against her face, saying, "Is it true? Do you love me like that? Do you love me as much as your life? Me, of all people?" As she straightened up, her voice unmistakably carried the tune of tears. "Oh my, what's happening?" muttered the first girl. "Perhaps she's gone mad. Why else would she be standing there alone in the middle of the night acting like that?" replied the second girl. "Oh dear, what a pity." The third girl wiped away tears that flowed down her face unnoticed. Samryong the Mute, Nother Dohyang. I was about 10 years old at the time, so this story happened about 14 or 15 years ago from now. Nowadays, that place is called Cheongyupjeong, but back then it was called Yeonhwabong. In other words, if you look straight down from Namdaemun, there is a mountain ridge where Ojeongpo is located, and that mountain ridge is Yeonhwabong, and the neighborhood there is also Yeonhwabong. Nowadays, the place has turned into a filthy village that can only be called a slum, inhabited solely by laborers, but back then there were affluent people in their own eyes. There were only about a dozen houses, and the people living there mostly made a living by cultivating fields or planting vegetables, or else they grew bean sprouts to get by. There was one person among them who owned a large plot of land and lived a comfortable life. Although I have forgotten his name, the villagers called him O Sangwon. With a plump and handsome face, his voice rumbled like a cicada perched on a catalpa tree in the summer, chirping endlessly. He was an extremely diligent elderly man, always bustling about from dawn, holding his 2 hands behind the back, taking care of household. In the neighborhood, he was like a clock, so the villagers woke up according to his schedule. If, by chance, he didn't go about his morning routine and nagging, the villagers would find it odd and, upon visiting his house, would discover that he was inevitably bedridden due to illness. However, such occasions were rare, occurring perhaps once in 365 days, or even less frequently, once every 3 years. Although he hadn't been living here for long, as he always wore a gamtu, traditional Korean hat commonly worn by Korean noblemen whenever he went out, the villagers called him a yangbon, Korean nobleman. He, too, endeavored not to lose the favor of the villagers, often sharing dried pollack and providing an ample supply of farming tools for the villagers to use whenever they needed. Consequently, his house was the most respected and influential in the neighborhood, and he was highly regarded for his kindness and generosity. In that house, there was a mute servant named Samryong, whose stature was naturally small. It seemed as if his head was directly attached to his body due to his short neck. Additionally, his face was heavily wrinkled and his mouth was large. Despite having previously shaved his head at the master's command, it seemed to grow back and stretched out like the thorns of a chestnut. When he walked, he appeared short of breath and slow, resembling a frog standing and moving around. The villagers had no particular name for him, often just calling out mute or mute cried, or sometimes dumb. But Samryong didn't know these sounds. He, too, was brought here by the master when they moved, and he is truthful, loyal, diligent, and meticulous. Although he communicates only through gestures, he is wiser than he appears, and he has never made a mistake in his life due to his cautious nature. In the morning, he sweeps the yard, feeds the cows and pigs, pulls weeds in the fields during the summer, gathers firewood, and runs errands in the winter. There is nothing he cannot do, whether it's a job in the fields or a domestic task. Yet, despite all this, the master of the house cares for and loves the mute servant. If there is any sign of discomfort in his body, he is allowed to rest. Whatever he seems to desire, he is fed, clothed when necessary, and put to bed. However, in this household, the descendants were scarce, and only one son was born, continuing the lineage for 3 generations. O Sangwon had a son who is the 3rd generation to inherit the household. Although he is 17 years old, he still looks no older than 14. And because he is so adorably pampered, he lacks discipline and often behaves recklessly, displaying cruelty towards both people and animals alike. The villagers would often curse, saying, "Those useless kids always causing trouble for their parents. It's better not to have such a son." So, whenever the son misbehaved, his mother would look to his father for inspiration, urging, "You should give him a good spanking. Why do you just stand there and watch?" If she stepped forward to do it herself, he would kindly interject, "No, he's still young and immature. He'll grow out of it." Then his wife would scold him, raising her voice like a madwoman. "Immature? How old is he now? He'll turn 20 in a few days, and soon he'll be married and have children of his own. What are you talking about?" She would go on, "It's all because you spoiled him rotten. You only saw how cute he was and didn't bother to teach him any manners." Whenever such arguments began to escalate, the father would remain silent and simply walk away. Moreover, the son doesn't even acknowledge the mute servant as a fellow human being. He ridicules the mute by calling him speechless and occasionally resorts to physical violence, hitting him with his fists or kicking him with his feet. In response, the mute considers the boy to be simply young and inexperienced. He finds it somewhat endearing that the son behaves in such a way, or he views it with a mixture of amusement and pity when the son tries to interact with his sturdy body using his own weak arms and legs. The mute then turns away and shifts his body elsewhere to avoid any further conflict. There were times when the boy would even force feces into the mouth of the sleeping mute, and sometimes he would gently tie up the sleeping mute's arms and legs and place hot coals between his fingers and toes, delighting in watching him squirm and writhe in agony, as if he were a dying man. Each time, the mute's heart was filled with a sense of bitter resentment. However, rather than resenting the master's son, he resented himself for being disabled, and instead of cursing the master's son, he cursed the world itself. Yet, he never shed a tear. His tears, like water from a dried-up spring, tried to come out but could not. He remained like a faithful dog that knew no other place but here, believing that this was where he belonged and that the people here were the only ones he could trust. He knew nothing beyond living and dying here. It was his destiny. Even if his master's son beat, struck, pinched, and tortured him in every possible way, he knew it would always be this way for him. He understood that pain would always come back to him and that he must endure it. He never once pondered how to avoid what he rightfully deserved. When the master's son struck him, he knew he had enough strength to fend him off. Sometimes, when pain and bitterness seeped into his body, his fists would tremble as if to strike the young master, but he tightly restrained himself, enduring both the urge and the excruciating agony. Internally, he would say to himself, "No, he's my master's son. He's my young master," gritting his teeth as he forcefully pushed aside those thoughts, banishing them from his mind. Yet, if the master's son ever returned home in tears after being teased by neighborhood children, the mute would fiercely defend him, engaging in a fight on his behalf. Consequently, even the mischievous children in the neighborhood were afraid to confront the mute. In times of dire need, the master's son always sought him out. Despite enduring blows, the mute never hesitated to exert his utmost strength for his master's son, submissive like a loyal hound. Until he turned 23, he had never interacted with women or engaged in meaningful conversations. Occasionally, local girls teased him with gestures and antics, leaving him frustrated, yet never experiencing love or showing affection towards any woman. However, even the mute, a person with carnal desires, did not have cold blood. Perhaps his blood was even hotter. It was impossible to ascertain. It could have been as hot as boiling syrup, for all one could tell. If he were exposed to the sun or subjected to intense heat again, it was uncertain whether his blood would melt once more. Late into the night, sitting beneath the flickering oil lamp, lost in deep contemplation, he would let out unnoticed sighs. Resigned to forsaking carnal desires, he suppressed them with great effort. Like a dormant volcano harboring deep-seated passions within his chest, the mute concealed fervor, uncertain of when it might erupt. He sensed the ominous turbulence signaling an imminent explosion, but found it challenging to meet the conditions necessary for such an eruption. External pressures hindered his ability to express these passions actively, paradoxically empowering him with self-control and leading him to resign himself to inaction. Internally, he pondered, "I am mute." This acknowledgement brought deep-seated frustration, perceiving a disparity in freedom and rights compared to those who could speak. Despite this awareness, he couldn't accept his circumstances, resigning himself to this fate. Like a mere cog in a machine, he found himself enslaved within this household, feeling there was no world beyond it. It was autumn of that year when the master's son got married. Seisei, the bride, was 2 years older than the groom at 19. The master lamented his shallow lineage and sought a bride from a family with high social status, but struggled to find a suitable match. He reluctantly arranged the engagement ceremony with a widow from a neighboring village, offering money to marry off his son to the daughter of impoverished nobles to avoid gossip. The wedding cost 30,000 nyang at the time, plus 2,500 nang per month for sewing and laundry expenses to the daughter-in-law's family. The bride, until her father's passing, managed well, raised in an old-fashioned household where she learned and read everything, showing flawless character and demeanor. When the bride arrived, the groom's flaws began to surface. He's like a crow facing a heron compared to his bride. He still acts like a child. He'll be bossed around by his wife. She's too good for him. When gossiping housewives gathered, they critiqued him. Occasionally, wives skilled in meddling confronted their husbands. "Well, now that you're a grown man, you should act like one. How can you have a wife if you don't? You should be ashamed of yourself." They might continue to admonish in such a manner. On such occasions, the groom resented those who spoke such words, feeling they deliberately shamed him. He wouldn't speak to or acknowledge them afterwards. When his aunt came and saw him, she said, "Now you're a grown man? Haven't you had enough of this? Aren't you ashamed of your behavior towards your wife?" Each time, his heart filled with more resentment towards his wife, making him feel this way rather than towards the speaker. What kind of wife is she? The darn woman comes in and makes my life miserable. Just a few days after the wedding, he refused to enter the bridal chamber. Chaos ensued in the household, attempting to force him into the chamber as if trying to corral a pig or foal. During these attempts, he retaliated fiercely, once even drawing blood from his cousin's forehead. The household members finally pushed the matter to the father as a last resort. But even that proved futile, and only stirred up more trouble. Upon receiving a scolding from his father and returning inside, he grabbed the bride by her hair and beat her on the outside wooden floor in a fit of rage. He then commanded her, "Get out of my sight and go back to your home. I can't stand the sight of you." When food was brought to him, he would push the table away onto the courtyard, and when clothes were given to him, he would throw them into the trash. Thus, from the day she arrived as a bride, she lamented her fate and became a person who cried day and night. She would be beaten for crying, and if she remained silent, she would be hit for being unresponsive. Consequently, there was never a peaceful day in that household. Among those who witnessed this daily ordeal, there was one who harbored an inexplicable suspicion, and that was none other than the mute servant, Samryong. In his eyes, the bride appeared as beautiful, gentle, and docile as a fairy, and the thought of anyone daring to lay a hand on her filled him with indescribable doubt. To mistreat a woman who appeared so enchanting and sublime to the eye seemed utterly inconceivable. While he believed it was only fitting for himself, a mute servant, to endure mistreatment akin to that of a dog or pig from his master, The idea of the gentle and distinguished bride, with a disparity as vast as that between a fairy and a beast, enduring such treatment was too horrifying to bear. He even feared that his young master might face divine retribution. On a certain moonlit night, when the surroundings were quiet and the stars twinkled sparsely, with the half-moon hanging clearly in the sky, as if it had meticulously cleaned the world with its mercury-like light, Sam Ryong, while stroking a black dog, lay sprawled on a straw mat in the courtyard, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought. When he thought of his little master's bride, she seemed more beautiful and pure than the moon in the sky, and brighter than the stars. Thinking of her, he could see the moon and the stars. Her beauty and gentleness seemed to surpass the radiance of the silver moonlight or the glittering stars that cleanse the entire universe. It was as if the moon and stars had descended to earth to become his little madam, or if she ascended to the heavens, she would become the moon and the stars themselves. Moreover, when he recalled the pity and compassion that his female master showed him, despite being unable to speak up when his young master mistreated him, he felt moved. He would gently stroke the back of the dog, feeling touched as it wagged its tail, seemingly thinking he was endearing and licking his hand. Sam Ryong's heart brimmed with empathy for his young mistress. He was overflowing with determination to spare no effort, even if it meant sacrificing his own life for her sake. It was an instinctive emotion, akin to salivating at the sight of an apricot. After the arrival of the new mistress, while others were restricted in their movements, Sam Ryong could come and go freely, almost like a dog allowed to enter and leave at will without any suspicion. One day, the young master got heavily drunk on the liquor he usually avoided, was beaten by someone unknown, and fell on the road. He was then carried inside by Sam Ryong. At that time, nobody was inside except the mistress, who was sewing alone in her room. Upon witnessing this scene, touched by the loyal heart of the mute, she later gave him a purse made of a piece of silk she had been using. This act did not go unnoticed by the young master. Hence, one night while sleeping, his wife was dragged to the courtyard with her hair loose, and she was beaten until blood covered her entire body. Witnessing this, the mute's sense of determination surged once again. Like a possessed lion, he rushed in, threw the young master out, and surrounded the young mistress protectively. Then, like a devoted dog, he ran to the place where the beloved old master resided outside and laid her down before him, gesturing and moving his body repeatedly to convey his grievances. The next morning, he was severely beaten by the young master with a stick, causing one side of his face to swell and bleed, his eye nearly swollen shut. When struck, the master exclaimed, "You wretched mute! How dare you touch my wife?" He snatched the silk purse, tore it into shreds, and threw it into the back room. "And you? Now you dare strike your master without recognizing him? Such a creature deserves to die," he said, whipping his back until he collapsed on the spot. The mute could only plead with his hands. Unable to speak, he bowed his head countless times until his nose touched the ground, begging for forgiveness. However, a sense of justice that had long been buried in his heart began to resurface. He endured the pain while suppressing his boiling anger. From then on, the mute was forbidden from entering the inner chamber. This prohibition only fueled his curiosity further. This curiosity gradually transformed into a longing to see the young mistress again, a longing so intense that it burned in his chest. The melancholic emotions overwhelmed him. At times he felt a longing so intense that he wished he could see the mistress even once. This sentiment gradually consumed his thoughts. Amidst this sentimentality, he experienced a profound emotion akin to ecstasy, as if it were the very essence of life. He felt as though he could exchange it for his own life. Sometimes he resisted the urge to break through barriers just to catch a glimpse of the mistress, suppressing his desire deep within. Afterward, he found it difficult to eat well. Work slipped from his grasp, and he couldn't focus on anything. He longed to retreat indoors at every opportunity, consumed by the desire to be inside. Despite the old master providing him with more sustenance and comfort than previously, he couldn't endure it. The increased provisions brought him no comfort. Instead, he wandered the house's periphery at night, unable to find solace. On one occasion, the young master returned home heavily intoxicated, observing the house buzzing with activity, and the maid heading out to buy medicine. He grabbed the maid, demanding an explanation. The maid communicated with gestures, tapping the back of her head and stroking her face to signify youthfulness and beauty, extending her index finger to represent the young master. She then stuck out her tongue, rolled her eyes, stretched her arms, and collapsed backward, indicating illness or impending death. The mute, startled, approached the maid slowly, visibly taken aback. His heart raced with fear. Was his beloved mistress dead or dying? He sighed deeply, fists clenched, spending hours lost in thought in his room. As the night deepened, his curiosity overwhelmed him. He alternated between standing and sitting until around 2 a.m, when he cautiously ventured outside, circling back cautiously. He stood before the stone fence behind the neighboring room's closed door, acting like a thief, hesitating before finally climbing over the low wall. Standing near the window, he peered inside through the gap in the door, trembling with apprehension before retreating. On a dark night, his hands and feet trembling like leaves in the wind, he pushed open the door and dashed inside. At that moment, the mistress's arm holding a long linen cloth met his. She used her other hand to push against his chest. The mute widened his eyes in surprise, emitting only a grunt as he struggled to snatch away the cloth. The household erupted into chaos. It seems the household is ruined. Did the mute and the mistress really attempt something illicit? Is that true? Whatever it is, it's an inexplicable situation, murmured voices. The next morning, the mute lay sprawled in the yard, writhing in pain and vomiting blood from his mouth. Beside him, the young master wielded a cudgel. "This scoundrel!" he exclaimed, mimicking obscene gestures as he pointed toward the room. The mute shook his hands to deny the accusation, blood staining the cudgel. With a choking throat, the mute gestured weakly. He collapsed, pressing his forehead against the ground, blood seeping into the earth around him. The young master attached a lead weight to the end of his whip, striking the mute's chest before pulling it away. The mute fell silent, collapsing without a word. Still unsatisfied, the young master grabbed the sickle the mute had sharpened the previous day and lunged forward, raising it high in the piercing sunlight. But as he attempted to strike, the mute intercepted with his arm and household members rushed in. The sickle flew away into the distance. The old master, declaring the household had fallen to ruin, remained in his room, refusing to come out despite hearing everything. Others accused the young mistress of causing trouble in the household. That evening, the mute was dragged out once more. This time, the young master handed him his worn-out clothes and belongings, pointing into the distance with wide-open eyes. "Go! You can no longer stay in our house," he commanded. Upon hearing this, the mute was stunned. Besides this house, he had nowhere else to go. He had no place to live. He had always known that he would live and die in this house. He clung to the young master's leg, pleading desperately with gestures and expressions, unable to speak. But the master kicked him away and called for someone. "Get rid of this wretch." The mute left as if he were abandoned, dragging his feet. He stumbled out, leaning against the fence post, then collapsed, only to rise again and try to come back in. But by then, the door was already shut. He pounded on it, his heart yearning for his old master, but he couldn't call out. The door, which he used to open and close every day, now remained open, yet it rejected him, refusing to let him in. Everything he had worked for, all his dedication and loyalty, meant nothing now. He finally realized that everything he trusted and hoped for had turned against him. He understood that it was better to destroy everything, including himself, rather than continuing to exist in such a state. The evening was deep, with only the distant sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking echoing in the air. Suddenly, an unexpected blaze engulfed the house where the mute once lived. As if the fire had been deliberately prepared in advance, the surrounding grasses caught fire, illuminating the outline of the house vividly as it burned. The fire consumed the house with intensity, devouring it swiftly. Amidst the chaos, one figure leapt into the inferno, Samryong, who had been expelled from the house earlier that day. Unaware of the impending danger, he rushed into the house, breaking down the door, and then carried the master out, laying him in the center of the field. Unmindful of his own fate, he tried to re-enter the burning building, unaware of the danger, his face, back, and legs turning to ash. He rushed into the neighboring room, but the mistress was nowhere to be found. He dashed into the main room again, but she was still absent, and the young master clung to his arm, pleading for salvation. Yet he brushed him aside. Once more, a burning rafter fell onto his head, but he remained unaware. He ventured into the kitchen, where a falling door latch broke his left arm, yet he remained oblivious. Returning to the hallway, he found no one. Then he entered the neighboring room once more. It was then that he saw the mistress lying beneath a quilt, seemingly prepared to be consumed by the flames. He embraced her, and then found his way. However, there was nowhere to escape. With no other choice, he climbed onto the roof. It was only then that he realized his body was not his own to control. Yet, he also realized a sensation he had never experienced before, a strange pleasure coursing through his chest as he held the mistress close. Embracing her, he felt alive for the first time. When he thought his life was already over, when he set the woman down, his life had already ended. The house was completely engulfed in flames, and the mute had her placed on his lap. Did his resentment disappear along with the fire? Only a faint smile of peace and happiness appeared at the corners of his mouth. Originally published in 1929. Baby author Kim Yoo-jung. A baby, upon entering this world, inherently holds the privilege of receiving unconditional adoration. Moreover, they are born with the ability to throw tantrums. Sometimes they issue commands. Wanga! Wah! They cry with tears streaming down their face. We don't find this noise unpleasant. Instead, we simply obey their orders, and we find joy in fulfilling our duty, embracing and kissing them while gently patting their cheeks, saying, "Oh, don't cry, my baby," because we also enjoy our responsibilities. However, for this baby born 2 months after his mother's marriage, he is an unwanted child. No one looks at him with kindness. He is stubborn and insists on his rights by constantly making noise. Adults scowl at him and turn away. Even crying has its limits. After some time, his strength weakens and he falls into a deep sleep. He curls his fists under his chin and weakly kicks his feet. Then, there's a sound like a mouse squeaking. Whenever his grandmother passes by, she makes a sound like this. Tsk, tsk, tsk. If his mother doesn't see him, tears come easily to his eyes. His grandfather is a bit hypocritical. "Oh, give him some milk, won't you? Do you think he cries for no reason?" He grumbles with a very good face on the outside, but when alone with his wife, they grumble under the blanket. "I can't stand this anymore because of his crying." "Well, I feel like my ears are falling off. My ears feel stuffed. What can I do about it? Should I just abandon him? What am I supposed to do with someone else's child?" Such quarrels occasionally arise. The mother is completely unaware of this. If she were to find out, she would certainly step in. Is this child not human? People's hearts can be truly frightening. She would confront the mother-in-law about it. Not knowing, she sits quietly beside the baby, doing nothing but sewing. Isn't the baby still cute? No, not at all. When you eagerly plead for the unborn baby to come out, that's when the baby appears cute. However, when you plead with the baby, "Don't come out, please do not come out," there's no way the baby appears cute. Instead, he seems like an unwanted adversary. Whenever the baby cries, the mother's face contorts. At times, she becomes incredibly cruel. "Hurry up and die. What good will come of you making a fuss?" She harshly scolds the baby. Whether this is directed at the baby or is a venting of frustration towards the meddling mother-in-law, she herself doesn't even know. The only one who truly loves the baby is his grandfather, the mother's father. Occasionally, when he visits, he happily takes the baby's dirty diaper, covered in green feces, and cleans it, enjoying the task. Then the baby laughs heartily, only at those moments. The maternal grandfather. He's a peculiar person. Despite having a grown daughter, he refuses to marry her off. Even if her breasts got bigger and pimples cover her face, he still won't agree. His reasoning is like this: "Why should I just give away my daughter? After raising her, I should reap some benefits. Only a rich man is worthy of her. Once caught, I'll cling on and never let go." But where can he find a rich man willing to marry her off like that? Rich men are always seeking wealthier matches. It was a principle, so he couldn't just give her away. In vain, her age keeps increasing. Then one day, the father's eyes widened. He hadn't noticed before, but upon closer inspection, his daughter's belly was swelling noticeably. Being pregnant at her age is just an ordinary occurrence, but it's not for her father. There's no such disgrace in the world when an unmarried girl bears a child. Oh, what a disaster! As night fell, he called his daughter out. "Are you pregnant?" Though the daughter responds with silence, bowing her head deeply. It's somewhat awkward for her father's dignity, leaving the situation as it is. He lets her be, wondering what will become of her. As the days go by, her stomach continues to swell. It has become as round as a pot. There's no room for doubt anymore. He suddenly raised his cane and scolded his daughter. Only then did she manage to confess that she had been involved with someone from an electric company. One lucky marriage would have made him a fortune. She could have done much better, but she settled for that guy from the electric company. Tears of blood well up in his eyes. Immediately, he sends his son to fetch him. He grabs the electric guy's hair and beats his buttocks with a club. Then, he grabs a kitchen knife and threatens to kill both himself and her. Cutting off someone else's lifeline, that's what he did. Even if he kills him, it won't bring satisfaction. Somehow, that guy managed to escape, and there's no trace of where he went. Only his mother comes around, making a fuss, begging to find her son, and causing a commotion. So it's getting more and more difficult. If only I had let her marry the electric company guy. What should I do with this child now? She won't listen no matter how much I try to persuade her to take abortion pills. There's no other choice now. I'll have to entrust her to just anyone. He spread rumors that he is old and feeble, barely able to move his hands. Then he is going to pick a son-in-law, saying as long as the guy is sturdy, it doesn't matter who he is. Listening to this, the guy must have been greatly astonished. He sat there dumbfounded, with his chopsticks in hand as if he had stopped eating dinner. It's too good to be true. He had been married before, but after 4 years, his wife ran away. Perhaps she couldn't stand living in such a poor house. Since then, he spent a full 5 years without a wife. Being over 30 and without money, finding a wife is like finding a needle in a haystack. The bride is a virgin, and on top of that, she even owns land capable of producing 50 sacks of rice. This is truly... Father, is it really true? Of course it is. Why would I joke about this? The old father replied firmly while puffing on his pipe, lost in his own thoughts. Stop making a fuss and just do as you're told. This is inevitable for our family's future, the mother murmured beside him. But they insist on seeing you once, without even looking at the household or considering status, just to see the groom alone, the father said, closing his eyes firmly. The issue lies with the son's age. After all the effort spent on this arrangement, facing rejection due to old age would be a bitter experience. Go and try to make yourself look younger tomorrow. That girl graduated from a vocational school, so she still has some standards for potential husbands. A vocational school? This is even more surprising. It's like a stroke of luck. Pilsu used to work as a typesetter at a printing house. He had accumulated over 10 years of experience and was earning a good monthly salary of 61. However, due to the economic downturn, he was laid off. The reason for his dismissal was his lack of proficiency in Japanese, his nemesis. If he had a wife who was fluent in Japanese and could teach him every day, he would grasp it within a few months. It's quite delightful. But nowadays, girls attending school aspire to marry college students. Surely no one would want to marry an ignorant, unemployed person like him. Father, if she went to a vocational school, do I really have a chance? The son asks the same question, like feeling nervous and anxious. It's late at night, but sleep eludes him. The resentment of being unable to study due to lack of money, the anguish of losing a job, it's truly cruel. Is he destined to grow old like this, working as his father's assistant, a junkyard broker for the rest of his life? His father can't escape feeling guilty either. Eventually, he strokes his graying beard and answers cheerfully, "It could be." This thought crosses his mind, his cousin who works as a doctor. Among relatives, there's no one as respected or prosperous as him. Indeed, when it comes to seeking a prestigious profession in the world, there's hardly anything as good as being a doctor. Tomorrow, go and pretend to be a doctor, his father said. In marriage, boasting often accompanies the process. If it works out, that would be great, but if it doesn't, that's all there is to it, isn't it? The next day before noon, the father confided in their doctor relative and pleaded for help to borrow 3 items: an old cloth coat, a leather bag, and a doctor's robe commonly worn by a doctor. He arranged to borrow these 3 items for just 1 day. When he returned home, his son was already dressing up. He had oiled his hair and powdered his face. He looked a bit younger. "Let's go, son. Put it on." As his mother helped him put on the robe, the son couldn't contain his excitement. He looked quite different with the robe and the leather bag. "What's this? Even putting on makeup and wearing all these," the son exclaimed, gesturing and posing dramatically. He seemed pleased, but also had a hint of embarrassment. "Son, it's time to behave like an adult," his father said, seeing his son mature in age but still so naive. He worried if he would just chatter away without any purpose. "It's okay, decent people usually dress in various clothes." Then, they both went to the main gate where his father personally hailed a rickshaw for him. He handed the rickshaw puller 40 jians in advance, feeling a bit reluctant. He barely earns 40 jians a day as a junkyard broker. Worried that this money might go to waste, he said, "Say that you stopped there on your way to the hospital," and then added, "Say you came because your father asked you to. Don't blabber about unnecessary things." The son sat arrogantly with an empty bag by his side. Anyway, the father's words were quite fitting. That evening, a messenger came from the bride's house, intentionally indicating that he was the finest groom they had yet encountered. Since it's customary for weddings to be promptly arranged, we suggested settling the matter as soon as possible. How about tomorrow? They didn't bother discerning between favorable and unfavorable outcomes. They simply bowed their heads and hoped for a swift resolution, even to the messenger. However, there was also a concern. What was initially intended as a mere glimpse of the groom has now unveiled the unfavorable household circumstances. If we don't resolve this quickly, before the marriage becomes void, there's no other choice. 4 days later, the wedding will take place hastily. Where does the money for the wedding expenses come from if the food situation is dire? Without much thought, he went around borrowing from relatives' homes or his close friend's house until his throat was dry. He managed to gather around 41 to repay it in a month, but even that wasn't enough. If we're going to do it, we might as well spend enough so that it doesn't look shabby. Even on the day of the wedding, the elderly parents went out to borrow money from the crack of dawn. As the late autumn wind whispered through the sleeves, his wife trembled, looking at him anxiously. "What if we can't repay these loans we're taking?" she worried incessantly. But the husband remained undeterred, walking calmly without turning his head. "We're borrowing for now, but we'll pay it back little by little in due time," he reassured, his demeanor calm and composed. When Pilsu's wedding was taking place, the household was bustling with excitement. With preparations for the feast underway, everyone was eagerly anticipating the delicious food. It seemed like even the neighboring families and village girls had gathered, hoping for a share of the festivities. Despite his overall happiness, Pilsu had some lingering concerns. This time, Pilsu's first significant motivation was land. However, upon examining the impression of his future father-in-law, he seemed rather stern. As Pilsu entered the room and bowed respectfully before him, he introduced himself, saying, "I am Pilsu Kim, sir, here on behalf of my elders." In response, the father-in-law, with a dignified air, simply gestured, "Ah, yes, please have a seat." He responded firmly but courteously. Even though his hair was white, his demeanor seemed impeccably composed. Amidst various conversations, he suddenly asked, "So, you've been practicing medicine a lot. Have you managed to save up some money?" "Well, I wouldn't say a lot, but I've saved up around 10,000 won." That's quite a sum." The daughter-in-law hesitated as she looked at the table. However, she asked, "Are we having fish soup again today?" Her expression clouded with dissatisfaction. Hadn't they just had it yesterday? Her appetite seemed unpredictable. She had asked for fish soup yesterday, so why was she being so fickle now? Her whims were truly beyond comprehension. "Please take this away and bring me some rice punch," she said. Just as ordered, the mother-in-law silently complied. It would be disastrous if she returned to her parents' home because of her temper. The daughter-in-law had a talent for showing off clothes. Occasionally, she rummaged through clothes brought from her parents' house and proudly declared, "We only wear fine clothes here, none of those coarse ones." It was unbearable to see her like this. One might think she had grown up in luxury and acted accordingly, suppressing her discomfort and saying, "Yes, you're right. It must be that way in your family. How couldn't it be so?" Then the daughter who had left for marriage returned. She looked frail, with no color in her cheeks, as if she could collapse any moment. She wasn't even 30 yet, but her youthful vigor had faded, and she had become a shadow of her former self. "Mother, I can't bear it anymore," she said, clutching her hands and shedding tears. Her hunched figure and tear-stained face showed deep resentment towards her parents. "Did he hurt you again? I can't take it anymore." And she buried her head in her mother's embrace, sobbing silently. Her mother's thoughts were evident without further inquiry. There was palpable resentment, as if she wanted immediate revenge, sending their daughter as a fifth concubine to a much older man just because he owned vast lands. Was that acceptable? Her parents had hoped he might offer them some land as part of the dowry, but all that resulted was their daughter's face turning pale from the ordeal. And when that man drank, he became uncontrollable, causing havoc. What a disgraceful situation. But it was all in their destiny. "Don't cry," Pilsu's wife might hear. "It's embarrassing if others see you. Stop crying," she said, firmly leading her daughter by the wrist to the neighboring room. As a mother who had witnessed her daughter's inability to live in her marital home and her subsequent expulsion, her grief was undoubtedly profound. She sat her daughter down and comforted her incessantly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "My child, there's no other way. Married life is like this," she said, wiping away her tears. "Being born as a woman is a sin. Who can you blame?" She wiped her own tears and sometimes even tried to offer her a cigarette. "Smoke a cigarette. It might ease your frustration." She tried to console her like this. However, when she met her husband at night in bed, she muttered, "You said that marriage was supposed to bring prosperity, but it brought us suffering instead." As her elderly wife nagged, the old husband listened without offering any excuse. Still, who would pray for their daughter to suffer to the extent that her face turned yellow? "Well, it's not like that. Who pulls their husband's beard like that?" he retorted, trying to maintain composure. It was a struggle to soothe his angry wife. However, his wife, too, had a worn-out body from caring for her daughter-in-law. Since their daughter was coming home anyway, they delegated cooking and setting the table to her, hoping she could adjust her tastes a bit. Their daughter had always been that way since childhood. Moreover, meeting a cruel husband had left her as nothing but a hollow shell. She now complied obediently with whatever she was instructed to do. However, from her perspective, it felt awkward to rely on her parents' hospitality for food, and she was undoubtedly acutely aware of the situation. It was a bitterly cold winter day, with the biting wind howling from the eaves. Frost formed on the windows, and even though it was just a modest thatched roof house, it must have felt exceptionally chilly. When the daughter got up early in the morning, her insides trembled noticeably. Seeing her washing rice with trembling hands in cold water was heart-wrenching. "Hey, could you please throw away this chamber pot?" a voice from the neighboring room shouted. The weather was so severe today that she didn't even bother with the chamber pot. Usually she just did as she was told, but today was different. She didn't lift a finger. Being treated like this while shivering outside, she didn't respond, just ignored it. But murmurs could still be heard faintly. Although not clearly, it was likely gossip or even curses. After barely cooking the rice and bringing it to the table, the sister-in-law didn't even bother to look up. And before she could leave the room, the sister-in-law quickly scooped a spoonful of rice, chewed it, and said, "Is this even food? It's like chewing on rocks." Then she sharply tapped the spoon on the table. That scene was so unpleasant that her eyes stung with irritation. After staring down at her for a while, unable to comprehend, she finally said, "Enough, for heaven's sake. Go and do it yourself." "If it's too cold, will you skip your meal?" "I'm pregnant. At least consider the circumstances. You should bear a child, then you can understand me." This was quite astonishing. Whose child was she pregnant with that she was acting so arrogantly? Nowadays, even toward her mother-in-law, her reckless behavior was outrageous. "Nobody asked you to bear that baby in your belly. Why are you so conceited?" she said, unable to hold back. But suddenly, "What?" she yelled back, grabbing her by the hair and pulling her toward her, then slapped her face several times. Her wide face was covered in a thick layer of cunningness, showing she was in the mood for a quarrel. "I've never witnessed such a disgraceful scene in our house before." The sister-in-law, naturally fragile and lacking authority to intervene, could only endure the blows. Later, she cried loudly, not just from the pain, but also from the bitterness of her situation. Enraged, the father, who had been resting in the bedroom, burst out and opened the door. "Why are you causing trouble again, woman?" he scolded his daughter instead of consoling her. It would have been better if she had left things alone. Why pick a fight for no reason? Especially considering the complaints from the daughter-in-law lately, saying she'll go back to her parents' home. He was so angry that he blamed his daughter for causing trouble and vented his own frustrations about his daughter-in-law. The air was thick with anger as the daughter decided to leave her parental home, crying and blaming her father for ruining her life. Witnessing all this, the mother-in-law couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. She had initially supported her daughter-in-law wholeheartedly, but now she was fed up. What was meant to be a goodwill gesture toward her father, who had promised them land, was now being taken advantage of while caring for her daughter-in-law. It wasn't funny at all. At one point, she had even convinced her son to investigate the matter himself. Surely they would eventually receive the land, she thought, but waiting indefinitely for it was uncertain. If we were well off, it wouldn't matter, but we're not. Besides, your father said he'd give us the land anyway, so why not go and talk to him? Her husband suggested, trying to make a point. His wife, seeming to agree, replied, "I've been thinking the same thing, but with empty hands, I don't." Her voice trailed off, clouded with uncertainty. She had a valid point. After all, to catch a good fish, you needed good bait first. Then what should we do? His wife closed her eyes as if contemplating, then suggested, "How about fetching that phonograph? Father seems to appreciate such items." Having received a request to sell the phonograph to the shop, her father had gone to retrieve the item from someone else's house that afternoon. It was an old item that might fetch around 15 if sold well. She insisted she would bring it back the next morning. So when she went to her parents' home with the phonograph that evening and returned empty-handed the next afternoon, her husband asked, "How did it go?" "It's not supposed to be done quickly. He said he'll return it slowly." That's all there is to it. The phonograph disappeared as if it had been secretly eaten. Because of that, the entire household suffered trying to compensate for the lost item. It seems that rather than receiving kindness from the father-in-law, they were actually being taken advantage of. Although the mother-in-law deeply resented her daughter-in-law, confronting her directly was difficult, so she turned to her husband instead. "Is this what you call taking advantage of a wealthy daughter-in-law? Are you planning to consume our daughter and even our son, you scoundrel? Ouch, don't do this." Who pinches her husband? Even though he doesn't voice it out loud, there's always a bitter taste in his mouth. As the days go by and the behavior of his daughter-in-law becomes increasingly insolent, he feels a sense of disgust. Of course, he knows it's partly his fault for allowing things to escalate this far. But now that the damage is done, he feels powerless to change anything. Sometimes he just turns away from his daughter-in-law, spits out his frustration, and massages his temples in exasperation. As time goes by, the son begins to develop affection for his wife. However, on the other hand, her appearance is far from pleasing, and the land promised by her father is nowhere to be seen. However, it's not just about that. Now, in his 40s and being his father's son, just hearing the name wife brings him satisfaction. Moreover, after spending a couple of months together, it's an undeniable fact that the son's affection has grown significantly. When his mother subtly urges him in the kitchen, "When are you sending that away? Is it because there's no woman around that you live with such things?" she complains. Well, the son had indeed experienced some conflicts with his wife. It was about a month after they got married. Despite bringing his wife home, there was nothing to feed her. Burdened by accumulated debts, his stress had reached a breaking point. Sitting on the veranda under the sunlight, Lost in his thoughts, a plump man suddenly appeared holding a book. Babbling incomprehensibly in Japanese, Watatataruken Hadoken, it was unclear what he meant. Fortunately, his wife was indoors at the time, which he finds relieving. "Hey, what's all this about? Come here and answer him," he demands. "Stop being ridiculous. What kind of man makes his wife talk to other men like this?" she retorts angrily. "It's fine, you went to school." Still, she remains silent inside the room, unmoving. After standing awkwardly for a while, the Japanese man finally opens his eyes wide and utters loud gibberish before storming out. With no response to his words and just muttering to himself, he was probably angry. Maybe it was words of curse. "What did you say? Say that again!" he bellows, threatening to rip her legs apart as he raises one leg high. But before he can act, she effortlessly raises her other leg into the air. "Go ahead, tear them apart," she challenges, lifting both legs simultaneously. It's no small feat to lift even one heavy leg, let alone both at once. In moments like these, the lack of strength is truly another sorrowful aspect of the situation. "Ah, disgusting!" Throwing aside the leg he had grabbed, he storms off in anger. In such a chaotic environment, the baby arrives unexpectedly early in the first days of the month, on a particularly fierce day. Since morning, the mother had been experiencing stomach pains, and by evening, she suddenly gives birth. No one could have anticipated it. Goodness gracious! As the cry echoes through the house, everyone rushes to see what happened. The baby had become entangled in the footrest. Seeing this, the mother-in-law furrows her brow and makes a disapproving sound. Even the father, witnessing the scene, feels uneasy and can only click his tongue in disapproval. But with urgency at hand, the husband rushes to support his wife, while the mother-in-law grabs the baby with both hands, and they hurriedly attend to them in the room. The baby cries out, "Wah! Wah!" with her tiny mouth. No one was intentionally looking at the baby, but it's clear she's a daughter. Born into such confusion, the baby seems unlucky to be adored. The person who dislikes the baby the most is the grandmother. She scolds her husband, saying, "We don't need someone else's child. Either get rid of her or kill her." On reflection, the grandmother's words don't seem entirely unreasonable. Why should they raise someone else's child and endure hardship? What's the point? Maybe, if they raise her as a geisha, she'll repay their kindness someday. But when will the baby grow up and learn the skills of a geisha? By then, the two old folks will be lying in the ground, 6 feet under, bones turned to dust. And perhaps, one day, the baby will resemble her mother. But if her face and temperament resemble her mother's, and she turns out to be as unpleasant, what then? With these thoughts, the baby becomes increasingly disliked, and the wife's words sound convincing and sweet to the grandfather. Furthermore, the unlucky baby cries day and night. One day, in the afternoon, the baby's mother went alone to her parents' house, probably to ask for some money for cigarettes. Seizing the opportunity, the grandmother quietly opens the door to the adjacent room and enters. The baby lies silently in the empty room. As the wife suggested, the grandfather approaches to lift the baby. Surprisingly, the baby grabs onto his beard with excitement, clearly pleased. Now over 2 months old, the baby even begins to giggle. Upon observing this, the grandfather realizes how absurd it would be to harm the child. First, he lifts the baby's face and says, "That's right, this little one recognizes people. Huh?" Unable to resist, he plants kisses on the chubby cheeks, a sight too endearing to withstand. Thus, the plan he had in mind melts away in an instant. "We didn't come here to play with that damn baby, don't you understand? Why such nonsense?" mutters the grandmother beside him, grumbling. "Heh! Unacceptable. How can someone behave like this as a human being?" grumbles the grandfather, momentarily forgetting his earlier thoughts and staring off into the distance. This has probably happened several times before. The son is oblivious to such sentiments. He doesn't have the luxury to contemplate whether his daughter is pretty or ugly. Every day, he goes out looking for work, only to return late at night when it's already dark. Exhausted, he collapses into bed and falls asleep without a care in the world. With his meager earnings, it's impossible to manage household expenses. It's a real struggle just to put food on the table every day. As the evening approaches, he returns home with weary eyes. Folding his arms, he shivers slightly and mutters, "Give me some food," before questioning, "Haven't you even lit a fire in this room?" Instead of answering, his wife just sighs heavily. Lighting a fire with just a few pieces of meager firewood, today there isn't even that much. Even the baby looks cold on the chilly floor of the room. Without even glancing, the husband spoon feeds the rice into his mouth. It's frustrating to see nothing come to fruition and to have only a growing appetite without any purpose. Even the same food seems to be more needed when one is poor and still hungry. This, too, is probably just another futile complaint. Setting down the chopsticks, he pushes his tongue against the roof of his mouth, trying to squeeze out every last bit of rice from between his teeth. And then, as he goes to drink water, "Darling, let's just get rid of our child," his wife says, blinking her eyes as she looks at him. "Why did you even bother giving birth if you're just going to abandon her?" "Well, his wife responds with an awkward expression. In reality, their daughter isn't particularly adorable. Because of this, she can't assert herself against her parents-in-laws. Even if she tries to assert herself a bit, as soon as the baby cries in the room, it's as if she's exposing her weaknesses and bringing shame upon herself. She feels utterly demoralized by her past mistakes. And now, everything about the baby that was once adorable seems not so adorable anymore. It's strange how everyone says something is ugly. Then it does look ugly. That's not what I mean. We don't have to endure together. If the baby goes to a wealthy family's home, that'd be good for her too. Her words sound convincing. Well, he ponders. Maybe it's better for her to go to a house where she can live comfortably rather than being constantly pressured here. And when the baby grows up a bit, she'll eat much more than now. Even a small mouth like hers can be intimidating in this impoverished environment. Plus, she cries a lot at night. Oh well, whatever suits you. Just find a better place to live. Sure. Stop worrying. Noticing that it's past midnight, the husband takes the baby bundled up in a wrap and quietly slips outside with the baby, worried that if the parents find out, there will be trouble. The streets are already deserted with only the sharp wind blowing. Everything is blanketed in layers of snow, glistening under the faint moonlight, and the snow continues to fall softly. Engaging in such behavior could lead to trouble if caught by the authorities. Without that concern, he could go wherever he pleased and do as he wished. He traverses the dark alleyways of Jongro, constantly glancing over his shoulder at the slightest noise, fearing it might be someone following. Finally, entering the alley of Dabangal, he feels a sense of relief. Seeing no footprints on the freshly fallen snow reassures him that there's little risk of being discovered. Dabangal, known as the Red Light District, is where concubines secure lodging and live separately from their husbands' main households. It's not easy for such women to bear children. Therefore, finding a baby and raising it for the sake of fulfillment in life is a common practice for them. However, once inside, there will be no shortage of care and attention. Maybe she'll have a good meal and loosen her belt every day, and perhaps remember to repay the kindness later. He starts by looking for a suitable entrance. Entering a dead-end alley, he finds a grand door, freshly painted white and adorned with intricate designs. While he may not know for sure, such an impressive sight suggests wealth. Satisfied, he gently places the wrapped-up baby on the doorstep. The baby is fast asleep. If she gets cold and cries out, a maid will come out and pick her up, and the head of the household will see, and this is how it will happen. He briskly exits the alley without looking back. However, as he walks, his legs grow heavier, trembling under his arm. It would be fortunate if the baby cried out, but what if she froze to death before making a sound? Fixing the baby's life for the better is no excuse for leaving his daughter to freeze. That would be a heartless act. With a sudden sense of guilt, he turns back. The baby remains sound asleep, unaware of the danger. Fearful of being seen by others, he quickly picks her up and hurries away. This wouldn't do, maybe next spring. And now he wonders why he had even left home in the first place, feeling a sense of unease. On the way home, he walks confidently along the main road. The snow falls heavily, almost freezing in the cold wind. However, although one worry has been relieved, another concern arises. If he takes the baby home, he'll surely face criticism from his wife. These days, she's the kind of woman who would argue, if you're a doctor, then even dogs and cows are doctors at the slightest provocation. Why'd I even come out in the first place, going through all this trouble? he grumbles, clicking his tongue several times. Published in 1939. Son-in-law author Lee Moo-young 1. Did you not notice that? It was typical of his wife to blurt out remarks out of nowhere. Perplexed by her sudden comment, he turned around to find his wife, wearing an old straw hat with a mosquito net flipped over her shoulders, frantically searching for the queen bee. As if responding to an unspoken question, she lightly lifted the corners of the wooden beehive box with her thumb and index finger, revealing her adeptness. It had become second nature to her. While the erratic weather may have played a part, it felt as if the bees had launched a coordinated attack, surrounding his wife's head like fighter jets discovering an enemy stronghold. He had a habit of only half listening and half ignoring his wife's questions, so he simply responded with a casual, "Huh?" while he continued to gaze absent-mindedly at the summer-like sky, seemingly oblivious to the passing clouds. It was an afternoon in early autumn when even the farmers, weary from their labors, were hastily wrapping up their tasks and letting out sighs of relief. The sky had taken on an autumnal hue, devoid of the anxious restlessness of summer. It was as if leisurely herds were wandering through endless grasslands while white clouds drifted lazily overhead. He suddenly felt a longing for the scent of tobacco. However, he only had a few cigarettes left in his hand. 16 Johns for 20 pieces. Still, they were as sweet as honey. This taste. His wife, startled by the sound, glanced at him briefly before turning her gaze back to the beehive and exclaimed, "Ouch!" She must have been stung by a bee. Should have seen it at noon. "Ouch! It hurts!" she exclaimed, searching frantically. "Here it is. Found it, so it must not be dead," she said, showing him the queen bee. He was still smoking his cigarette. As she put the bee back into the beehive, she continued as if picking up from their previous conversation. "Doesn't Mr. Nam seem a bit suspicious lately?" "Something suspicious? Like what?" "You don't know? Then maybe I just imagined it." She stiffened slightly, but then quickly added, "But still, it's a bit strange." Carefully covering the beehive box, she removed the mosquito netting and beekeeper's hat, handling herself deftly despite her large frame. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she continued, "Mr. Nam seems to have become quite cheerful lately, don't you think? I feel like I've noticed it." "Lately? Since when?" "For about a week now." "Well, I haven't noticed anything special. Maybe he's just in a good mood." "Have you caught something?" "Caught something? What are you talking about?" She laughed, showing her white teeth. Though she denied it verbally, her laughter suggested, "There's something going on." He recalled a similar conversation with his wife a few days ago and searched his memory for any recent odd behavior from Mr. Nam, but found nothing suspicious. So when he asked his wife if she noticed anything suspicious, she just smiled and didn't say anything. Mr. Nam, whose friend had been staying at his house to recover for the past couple of months, was a gifted student who excelled academically throughout university. Typically, prodigies were expected to have pale faces and hands like watermelon vines in the rainy season. Ironically, when the morning sunlight touched him, his frame didn't seem fragile. Instead, his yellowish fur bristled sharply, giving him a somewhat sinister appearance. Fully dressed, his delicate frame was not obvious, but in just underwear, his slender bones protruded through his fragile chest, elongated torso, and prominent collarbones, giving him an almost pitiful look. After graduating from the law faculty, he initially worked at a middle school, but overwhelmed by the students' fervent energy, he switched to a women's college about a year ago. Teaching only education courses, he seemed to suffer from chronic indigestion or even gastric ulcers, occasionally coughing up blood. When his stomach ached, he would grimace with a frown and clench his teeth as if enduring some great human trial. He had moved to the mountains about 100 kilometers away from Seoul around 3 years ago. One day, on his way back from Seoul, he suggested to Mr. Nam to rest and recuperate comfortably in the mountains. Well, let's see. But listening to Dr. A's words, I'm a bit scared about my lungs. What if they're contagious? I don't want to trouble you. Just come, he insisted. The train station was about 10 miles away with a river nearby, but the scenery was just ordinary mountains, exaggerated by the vivid imagination of a novelist as if it were the Swiss Alps, with a breeze blowing as if from the East Sea. Despite the exaggeration, they could go there the next day if it was that good. Nam didn't have a wife, only a younger sister-in-law who helped with household chores, and his sister as well. The school had already been closed for 2 months, so even Nam's mother urged him to take Mr. Nam along. Having a wife makes it difficult to do such things. Isn't that right, Mother? Nam joked, as if staying single for over 30 years had been in preparation for this day of recuperation, following him the next day. Over the course of a week, Nam's health significantly improved. He, who had hardly eaten anything before, managed to have a meal each day, and his fever subsided a bit. Even though they were just ordinary mountains and forests, they seemed to captivate him as he enjoyed leisurely walks after breakfast. Now, I really like this rural area. I feel like I could build a house here and settle down. Please do. We won't be bored, and your mother would like it too. My mother? No, she wouldn't. She's too aristocratic. By the end of summer vacation, Nam was eating 2 meals a day. About once a week, he would bring back a watermelon from the countryside to his home in Seoul. So, when Nam suddenly expressed his desire to buy land and settle down here, it seemed quite natural. There had been a conversation about finding a plot of land while they were fishing that morning, so his wife's words were not entirely unexpected. His improved spirits were probably due to his improved health. After frying the fish caught by Nam for dinner that evening, they placed a wooden chair made from tree stumps in front of the Cosmos field in the yard, and Nam brought up the topic of finding a plot of land again. He suggested that they start modestly, with Nam managing the fields and tilling the land for farming while they build a simple house, even if it's just a thatched hut. It might be difficult to obtain petroleum, so they could consider buying gas lamps for lighting, which seemed like a reasonable plan. Flowers and trees could easily be obtained for just 101. However, one thing Nam insisted on was building a bathhouse. While it might be difficult to find a metal tub now, a wooden tub would suffice, he said, gazing at the stars in the autumn sky, as if laying out his thoughts like this. Is this guy out of his mind? He couldn't help but laugh. Why do you say that? Nam looked at him with a hint of surprise before continuing. You might find it amusing when you hear this, but I'm serious. I didn't realize until now, but once you leave the city, you realize how wonderful the countryside is. The simple people, the untouched mountains and fields, and the myriad of nightingales. Just look at those beautiful persimmon tree branches. Coming to the countryside, I've truly come to appreciate the beauty of nature. The generosity of nature. Even the farmers seem quite content now, and my mother, yes, that's right, I haven't told you yet, but I've discussed it with my mother. Wow, already? He looked surprised in a playful manner, to which Mr. Nam casually replied, It wasn't a discussion, just a subtle suggestion. In that case, I've definitely lost. What, did your wife say something? He chuckled at that, and Nam responded with a startle. What's that supposed to mean? Huh, what did she say? Well, it's nothing much, but she mentioned that you've suddenly become very cheerful these days. Oh, really? Well, I can't help it. Women's intuition, you know. Mr. Nam grinned as if he had a trick up his sleeve, though it wasn't without a hint of awkwardness. Nam himself noticed his laughter seemed awkward as he tapped the ground with the heel of his slipper, his eyes fixed on the distant night sky. Seeing a man in his 30s flustered over such trivial matters even evoked a sense of endearment in him. It was just over 10 days ago when Nam had a female visitor, the music teacher from the same school who came with a box of fruits. Witnessing his flustered demeanor at that time was like seeing a guilty person visited by a police officer, prompting him to think, how old should he be before he can speak to a woman? Internally amused by the sight. After witnessing that scene, he mentioned to Nam, following Miss A's departure, about a certain girl, the daughter of a female teacher, who attempted suicide after hearing that if a boy plays with a girl, she would become pregnant. She was a girl from the elementary school who had played jump rope with a boy from the neighborhood. Afterwards, she experienced stomach pains, leading her to believe she might be pregnant. Nam pondered deeply, suggesting that if one truly thought about it, one might end up like that too, and said, since she only ate fruits, there's no way that could happen. As he said this, his eyes widened and his eyebrows twitched nervously, an expression so comical that his wife, who was washing dishes, ended up smashing the plate into pieces. Miss A, on the other hand, was a bright-looking woman with a sleek, modern physique, albeit a bit sleep-deprived. He had soon associated Nam's desire to live in the countryside with Miss A, and thought even shy Nam has such thoughts. He was surprised by this realization. "So, are you planning to hold the ceremony by this coming autumn?" "Ceremony?" Nam's expression turned puzzled. "Did you say ceremony?" "Yes, are you considering marriage?" Nam was taken aback, then quickly composed himself and said, "You're assuming we're a couple already. But for Miss A to even be considered, you need to help me with this." "Well, that's up to you. But if you're asking for my opinion, wouldn't Miss U be better than Miss A?" "What? Who?" Nam seemed puzzled and had no clue. Miss U referred to a somewhat eccentric woman who taught at a girls' school, like girls' specialty school, and planned to become a doctor after graduating from medical school. She had a slender figure and a smile like a dew-covered flower in the morning. Miss U had once brought a rare snack box along with a handmade drink to Nam in these remote mountainous areas, which was quite an unusual gesture. She wore a white blouse with a black silk skirt, making her look more elegant than if she had worn a floral dress on a watery background. Her gentle voice had a soothing tone, almost like an apology. Miss U had stayed for about an hour before leaving. From these subtle clues, Nam seemed to prefer Miss U over Miss A, so he recommended Miss U to Nam. In reality, given the choice, he would have chosen Miss U over Miss A, and he suspected that if Nam were to settle in the countryside, one of these women would likely become his partner. Nam stared at him blankly, seemingly at a loss for words. After a moment, he spoke. "You. It's neither of them. It's someone you couldn't possibly imagine. If you're not going to be shocked, I can tell you." "I won't be surprised. Your sudden decision to marry is surprising enough for me. You've made a good decision. Marriage is also part of the divine plan. Living in harmony with nature here, I understand that well. But aside from that, regarding the other person, I absolutely need your help here. If you don't agree, it won't work. If you fail, my management of this rural area will also go down the drain." "Who is she anyway? Do I know this person?" "It's her, Jumrai," Nam replied promptly. "Jumrai? Jumrai, you mean the one from this village?" "That's right." "Wow, Jumrai, even though I promised myself I wouldn't be surprised, I can't help but feel shocked," he exclaimed, genuinely taken aback, leaning back in surprise. Then, brushing the dirt off his hands, he asked, "Well, anyway, how's that happen?" "Nothing. There's no need to discuss it further. Whether you agree or disagree, I just need you to assist. Will you?" "Well, I'm willing to help, but..." "Then that's enough. There's nothing more to say." If she was Gumrai, then there was no one else to step forward. Aside from the landowner Park Sondal and Gumrai's uncle Mun Mangap, who would also be involved, he was needed to bring them out. Gumrai was the only daughter of Mun Chungap, who is a farmer, owns an acre, and borrows 2 acres for farming. Mun Xiaobang's house was one of 3 at the mountain's base, featuring a small window and a nearby well on his land. He was esteemed for his diligence and honesty, a respected farmer in the village. Honest and hard-working, he embodied every positive trait associated with a decent person. Initially, locals were hostile toward Mun Xiaobang because of his Seoul origins and Western attire. They overcharged him, taking advantage of his newcomer status. Despite this adversity, Mun Xiaobang managed to thrive. Do you really think squeezing a few more pennies out of someone will make you rich? People should treat each other with kindness. Despite facing animosity, Mun Xiaobang was never accused of flattery or insincerity. However, Mun didn't always indulge him. Perhaps relieved to escape urban life for rural living, he sometimes attempted to slack off, skipping meals and sleeping in, which concerned Mun. "You might think you're the boss in your own house, but we have to consider our children. They might pick up bad habits from you. Sometimes they say that you haven't even gotten up yet, so why should we get up early and do this? That's how it is." Mun offered such advice, but on one occasion he even dragged Nam out and sternly admonished him, "If you're going to cultivate such habits in this village, then leave this village right now." He scolded him in such a manner. Thus, he was very cautious, but because he often stayed up late writing novels, his wife also naturally stayed up late and overslept. When that happened, Mun would come into the yard like a father-in-law to scold him and wake him up. "I'm going to sleep." Tomorrow I'll be scolded by the father-in-law again. Even when he was only slightly late, his wife would often leave in a huff. This man's daughter is none other than Gumrai. When Jimrai was born, Mun supposedly had no land to sow. After the harvest, he was already concerned about food shortages. At the time, the sharecropping terms were particularly harsh. Typically, after threshing, the landlord would take more than his share, leaving little for them. They had to borrow money for fertilizer and pesticides, leaving them in a precarious situation. Despite being their only daughter, Gumrai worked tirelessly from a young age. From the age of 8, she toiled, sometimes fainting while holding a mortar because of their meager diet. From the age of 10, she was always busy, carrying her younger siblings on her back, working in the kitchen and serving as the eldest daughter. She never had a break. She's stunted by work. That's what everyone said. Indeed, the workload was excessively heavy for young Gumrai, whose bones weren't developing properly. Nevertheless, Mun consistently demanded that she work harder. "Hey you, Jumrai! Why are you dawdling so much? Can't you hurry up?" Like a thunderstorm striking at the slightest provocation, Mun often released his anger. With his impulsive temperament, trying to reason with him was useless. Sometimes he hit her on the head, but despite tears streaming down her face, Jumrai remained silent and focused on her work. However, there was one occasion when he said, "Jumrai, father was wrong. I shouldn't have hit a child like you. These damned hands of mine." He also expressed his regret. Mr. Mun seemed genuinely upset, even shedding tears. Jumrai, who turned 18 this year, not only excelled in farm work, but also possessed excellent crafting skills. She could intricately weave baskets, straw mats, and even make and dye shoes with her own hands. There's nothing I can fault Jumrai. She's been raised well, so there's nothing more to say. Even if she marries into a large farming family, she'll still shine. Mr. Mun started praising his daughter like this from this year onwards. Now that she was of age, it was time to find her a suitable husband. From the age of 14, potential suitors for Gumrai came to their house in droves, but Mr. Mun summarily dismissed them all. Some were mere tenant farmers, while others owned their own land or managed estates. Once, Mr. Mun even rejected the second son of a wealthy landowner who came forward, prompting everyone to remark that Mr. Mun was determined to choose a son-in-law who is a wage earner, not a farmer. One day, an old friend from Mr. Mun's days as a farmhand, Kwon Samsung, came and asked to be considered as a son-in-law. Although Samsung's son had graduated from a school and was working as a clerk in the administrative office of a township, Moon also rejected him. It was clear that his pick wasn't confined to a wage earner. We should send our Gumrai to the farm, not to a household dependent on wages. Yet, when it came to farmer suitors, Mr. Mun would find fault, accusing them of being too thin, weak, unreliable, or even a bad egg. Many young men, even those educated at universities, would be rejected, and it was said that there were many bachelors who had to swallow their pride. Kwon Samsung's son was one of them. There were rumors circulating that he carried a snake's molt in his pocket, believing it would attract the girl he secretly admired. Meanwhile, Park Dal-sung, who worked as a shop assistant in Seoul because he hated farming, flashed a bank book with more than 1,000 won and pestered Mr. Mun to let him marry Jumrai, promising to come to the countryside and even live off the land. Upon hearing this, Mr. Mun erupted like a raging beast. "What's that? Say that again. You're saying you'll come to the countryside and even live off the land?" "Yeah, even live off the land. Look at this guy. So now the city boy thinks he's better than a country farmer? What nonsense is that? Saying you'll even live off the land." Finally, Mr. Moon ranted as if he was about to grab the guy by the collar. "Why should our country folk be any less than city folks? Why, you little, I wouldn't trade places with a county magistrate. County magistrate bowing down to our country folk. What's that? Saying you'll even live off the land." After this incident, the villagers began to comment, "Poor Gumrai. That greedy old man is determined to work his daughter to death. He's just looking to exploit the son-in-law instead of hiring a servant." Whether these remarks were accurate or not, it was a tough situation for Nam to marry Mr. Mun's daughter. They say there's no profit without risk, but if he ended up like Park Dal-sung, it would definitely be a loss. He imagined Mr. Mun's demeanor as he listened to Nam's story. 3, however, before visiting Mr. Mun, Nam needed to ascertain the extent to which his attitude was genuine. Nam was a product of the urban area, born amidst rocks and raised on cement. He was also susceptible to dizziness from the scent of freshly cut grass. He was the kind of person who, instead of going fishing, could spend the whole day wandering around Mount Obong after being lured by the call of a cuckoo. He was also the type to marvel at simple things, like how a blue bean flower turns into a fruit, or how a chick emerges from its shell, as if he had discovered some great mystery. It might seem natural for this city dweller to be drawn to the modest Jumri, akin to a lotus among weeds, yet Nam was anything but a typical urbanite. "My friend, that was a good one, really funny. Just do it for me. I only feel uncomfortable when you keep nitpicking like this." Nam said this. However, he tried to make excuses and angered Nam when he complained about the short duration. It was none other than a novelist who complained about the short duration. If that's the case, shouldn't there be no romance between Romeo and Juliet? So your novel is nothing but bland. If you're going to complain about the duration of my devotion, you might as well throw away the novel altogether. Nam retorted vehemently like this. So this time, he tried to make others give up by talking about the different emotions experienced by modern people and the farmers who have been steadily plowing the land for 50 years, despite experiencing various hardships. He also said that if Nam doesn't understand Mr. Moon's feeling, who doesn't envy even when starving, Nam doesn't deserve the right to get gumrai or the right to live in this countryside. However, Nam was irritated by his words, as there had never been such an example since they became friends. "Are you intentionally trying to insult me? You may use all sorts of unpleasant terms like sentimental or curious, but that is nothing short of insulting me. Don't make me out to be more frivolous than I am." In truth, he deeply trusted Nam. He believed in Nam so much that Nam's attempts at justification seemed rather ludicrous. "Even if Gumrai never comes, I will still live in the countryside." Nam sealed his lips as if he had said everything he needed to. A few days later, after dinner, he left the house. Feeling exhausted from the quarrel, he assumed that Nam would remain seated in the room, but Nam followed him out to cool off, unable to sit in the room due to the prickling sensation in his chest. "Bring some good news." Well, he's so stubborn, so who knows? Though he didn't say it to Nam, in reality his wife had already orchestrated things to some extent. Gumrai and Gumrai's mother seemed to be listening attentively. Moreover, Gumrai seemed particularly fond of him. "It seems like there's been some talk between Jumri and Mr. Nam, huh?" His wife chuckled like this. And now that she thought about it, she wondered if Gumrai bringing things like peanuts, eggs, or squash wasn't for their sake, but rather to place them on Mr. Nam's table. Then I must have been openly disliked. He chuckled too. As his wife had surmised, Mr. Moon was indeed making a rope out of straw alone in the chamber. It was a moonlit night, bright enough to discern the azure hue of the sky. The pleasant scent of ripening fields wafted gently upwards. In this solemn moment, as if paying homage, the universe was eerily silent. As a lone firefly traced its arc across the azure sky, the silence seemed to echo with the buzz of its wings. Even the rustle of tall reeds at the edge of the field did not disturb the reverent silence of the night. "Come on in." "Huh, there's not enough room to sit around here." Mr. Moon pushed aside the rope he had been twisting and welcomed him. "I was just thinking about lighting the hearth. How time flies." Even as Mr. Moon continued twisting the straw rope, he needed at least 40 strands to meet the government's demand. Seizing a momentary pause in their conversation about life's challenges, he carefully laid out his plan. To preempt any misunderstandings, he addressed Mr. Moon's potential objections and even anticipated them. If Nam could settle alongside him, he too would make this place his home. Thus, he resorted to pleading with Mr. Moon, urging him to intercede with Gumrai on his behalf. Though Mr. Moon didn't explicitly agree, judging by his restless hands that never paused, not even during mundane discussions, he seemed to be seriously considering it. After a period of silence, Mr. Moon finally spoke. "Your words are too kind. It's excessive." "Oh, thank you for considering it." His spirits lifted. "Thank you very much." Mr. Moon repeated the same words repeatedly. "It's excessive." Nam would also greatly appreciate it. "It's too much." Mr. Moon slowly pulled at the rope again. Observing this, he stood up and said, "Well then, I'll take that as a yes." As he moved to leave, Mr. Moon interjected, "That's too much." He reiterated that Gumrai would find it excessive. Then he added, "Sir, please convey this message to that gentleman. Thank you for your kind words, but it's too much. Please wait a few days for her mother and me to discuss Shrek, and we need to hear what she has to say." "Well, all right then. Her words are most important." With that, he departed. Nearby, Nam, who had been listening in, hurried over and shook hands with him. "Success. You didn't seem too confident about it." "Did you hear?" "Yeah." "Well, we'll see how it goes." "It'll work out. No one would ignore such a plea. You might end up becoming a maiden abductor if you keep going like this." They shared a hearty laugh. They expected a response in a few days, but even the following day brought no news. That evening was supposed to be the time to talk to her, but 3 days passed without a word. He sent his wife twice, but she returned without any updates. Gumrai and her mother had initially seemed willing, but Mr. Moon remained unresponsive. A week went by. Unable to wait any longer, he went to see Mr. Moon, who was still repeating, "It's too much." His anxiety grew. So this time, he pleaded with Mr. Moon's elder brother, Mangap. Mangap also found it excessive and had even argued with his brother due to his stubbornness. The next day, when negotiations were supposed to start, Nam was nowhere to be found. He had gone to Seoul. It seemed Nam assumed Gumrai and he were already engaged, but there was no way to convey this to Gumrai, leaving him bewildered. Then, unexpectedly, Nam appeared one day with his mother. "I've lost. He's the type to be stubborn once he's spoken." Nam's mother said this with a lonely smile. She also observed Gimrie and, though she claimed not to be foolish, decided to withdraw. Despite her words, her expression betrayed her true feelings. It was a bustling time in the countryside, with everyone busy preparing for the threshing. Even at Mr. Moon's house, the entire household came out to ready the threshing tools, clean the yard, and so on. Hence, there was no opportunity to initiate a conversation. "How did it go?" Nam seemed disappointed. "Let it be. Let them finish the threshing first. When the farm work is done and everything is settled, his mind might change. Let's wait and see." It took another 10 days or so before Mr. Moon could roughly estimate his harvest. After settling all debts, there would be surplus grain left. On a particular day, Mr. Moon retrieved his travel cloak from deep in the wardrobe and set out for the train station. Unbeknownst to anyone, he was headed to Seoul to visit Nam's house. Upon arrival, he discovered it was indeed a wealthy household, resembling a massive whale with high brick walls surrounding it. He's rich enough to harvest thousands of bushels of rice in a year, and that wasn't an exaggeration. Mr. Moon muttered to himself outside the wall and returned. His decision had already been made during the train ride back. Late that night, Mr. Moon arrived at his house. They were sitting side by side, reading books, when they suddenly stood up as soon as Mr. Moon entered. Politely apologizing for his delayed response, Mr. Moon explained that he had visited Seoul that day to see Nam's house, which seemed magnificent. "Why did you just come? If you had entered, my mother would have been pleased." "I'm sorry, I couldn't simply enter your esteemed house with these dirty feet. I truly apologize." "Is that your decision then?" He changed the subject, seizing the opportunity. "Yes, that's my decision. But it's quite..." "You've made a wise decision." They both bowed their heads. Mr. Moon nervously scratched his head and continued, "It's really something else. If you ask for Gumrai to come to your house, I'll send her. But it's a lot if you request her to come as a maid." "Pardon?" Initially thinking it was a jest, Mr. Moon persisted. "If you request a kitchen maid, I might consider it, but let's stop discussing this now. It's too much. Too much to bear." With those words, he stood up. They stared at each other without saying farewell. Within a month, rumors spread about Gumrai and Jangdori's impending marriage, with Mr. Moon's family hosting a banquet on October 10th. As October 10th approached, only 2 weeks remained. Jangdori hailed from a modest household without any land of their own. Nonetheless, Mr. Moon proudly extolled Jangdori. What? Jangdori from a poor family? Who's spreading such nonsense? A diligent, knowledgeable, hard-working individual? What more could one want? Is there a better background than this? Moreover, to claim there's not even a patch of land to till? Preposterous. The fields are well maintained, rice paddies ready for transplanting in 3 days, a house, and honest people. Mr. Moon's words suggested that tenancy rights were as good as land deeds. Who'd snatch the land away if the person's honest? That's what I mean. Even if someone had thousands of coins, lacking honesty could turn them destitute immediately. An honest heart is a treasure no thief can pilfer. Who'd trade such a treasure for money? He exclaimed thus. Yet Mr. Moon's boast about Jangdori wasn't singular. Villagers with minds of their own echoed similar sentiments. Mr. Moon chose well for his son-in-law. The man's worthy of such a son-in-law. Had he given her to that soul fellow, he'd likely have been swindled. Published in 1949. My stupid uncle, Ache Mansik. You mean my uncle, right? Ah, he was at it back in his day. You know, that darn thing. Was it socialism or something else? Anyway, he was into that and got caught. After serving time for it, he came out and now he's lying sick with a lung disease, my uncle-in-law. He married my aunt. Well, don't even mention it. What can people do, really? My woes. He's completely ruined. You see, after 10 years of studying, even attending university, he couldn't make good use of any of that. He spent his prime years in vain, branded as a criminal. He even contracted terrible diseases. In this wretched state, he lay in the corner of the small hut, resembling a cave, day and night, with his eyes shut tight. As for any property, where could there be any? He's a wretched man, not a penny to his name. My aunt, even she, gentle and submissive as she is, had to toil miserably to make ends meet, doing others' laundry, selling cosmetics, just to scrape by. Why doesn't that guy just die, when it would be better for everyone? Yet he persists in living. I pity my aunt. Oh, if only she had abandoned him in her youth, instead of hoping for some foolish luck, she wouldn't have to endure endless suffering. For nearly 20 years, she had to endure all these misfortunes. Having spent her youthful years sighing away 2 decades, it's only later in life that she had to care for that man, looking after him, who is no better than a corpse, worrying about his illness and managing to make ends meet. It's truly pitiful. What crime did she commit? Despite wishing for better fortunes, why couldn't she improve her situation? Our old-fashioned ladies, they can't adapt to modern ways or break free from old traditions. That's why. If only that guy would hurry up and die, my aunt would have a more comfortable life. Being kind-hearted and skilled, why can't she live comfortably wherever she goes? Let me see, she got married to that guy at 16, which, if I remember correctly, I was only 3 years old then. That's exactly 18 years ago. 18 years make 20 years, don't they? Back then, my uncle was young and claimed to study, traveling to Seoul and Tokyo for over a decade. When he grew a little older and became interested in women, he chased my aunt away to her parents' house and wanted to divorce or something. After finishing his studies, he got involved in some affair, and then he started roaming around like a madman and ended up living with another woman who claimed to be a former student. I've seen that other woman a few times myself, and let me tell you, she looked far from pretty, not even a single piece of beauty. How could someone like her be a mistress? They say there's no accounting for taste, but truth be told, my aunt looked far better than that other woman. Anyway, after that, he inevitably got caught and spent about 5 years behind bars. During that time, my aunt's life fell apart completely, with both her marriage and her family collapsing, leaving her utterly dependent. So what could she do? She was on the verge of starving to death. She had to somehow scrape by, and she had to wait for him to come out, so she came up to Seoul wishing for my help. That's how it was before he was released. At that time, despite my young age, I diligently searched around for job opportunities for my aunt, and things worked out well, so she soon became a housekeeper for Mr. Kurata's household. During that period, I sincerely pleaded with my aunt several times, urging her not to continue living in such a manner, but to consider remarrying. Though I now recognize that my viewpoint may have been naive, witnessing her situation was nonetheless embarrassing. Fortunately, there was another good opportunity. He was called Mr. Mihne, a person who had a fruit store in front of Mitsukoshi department store, well known for his good nature. Our store owner also knew about it very well. Mr. Mihne often asked me to persuade her, saying he wished to marry my aunt. Wouldn't it be better for her to be with someone like that? But no matter how many times I told her, she wouldn't listen and kept saying not to talk nonsense. Anyway, apart from all that, I've taken care of my aunt a lot up until now, and I don't think it's unreasonable. I lost my parents when I was 7 years old, and at that time, my maternal aunt, who lived modestly, took me in and raised me. Even their household wasn't doing well then. Not only my aunt, but also my maternal grandfather and great-grandmother cherished me because they didn't have other descendants nearby. I lived in that household until I was 12 years old and attended school for 4 years. If that household hadn't fallen into decline, I would probably have attended a specialized school by now. With such kindness, I couldn't just leave it unreturned, so in my own way, I tried to repay as much as I could. Even now, my aunt occasionally comes by and complains about how tough things are, which can be quite annoying. Whenever I try to offer help, it seems like I can't solve my own problems. Well, usually I end up just rejecting her requests. But aside from that, for example, during holidays, I might buy some meat or drop by to chat because I definitely don't want to upset her. During that time, my aunt worked as a housekeeper for the Kurata family for a whole year, earning a monthly salary of 5 won, which she diligently saved. Occasionally, she took on extra sewing work to earn a little more, and when it was time to leave, the Kuratas generously gave her an extra 7 won as a bonus. Altogether, it added up to about 100 won, which was quite a substantial amount. With that money, we managed to rent a small room and buy some household items, and then her pitiful husband was released from jail, so she took him in. I went to see him on the day he was released, but when I arrived at the jail door, my aunt was already waiting with tears streaming down her face. The woman he once loved so dearly, even to the point of death, was nowhere to be seen. That's how it goes with other people's mistresses, isn't it? Our uncle was looking around anxiously, wondering if that woman would show up. Not a shred of dignity left, huh? Apart from my aunt and me, there wasn't a soul to be seen, let alone that woman showing up. So he was about to get into the car, but suddenly vomited blood. Later, I heard that he had been vomiting blood for about a month. Well, he could barely walk on his own. I almost had to carry the dying man back home, and from that day on, my aunt nursed him tirelessly day and night, doing everything possible. Thanks to her devoted care, his health gradually improved, and now he's completely recovered. Well, it's truly miraculous. The dedication of women is truly awe-inspiring. It's been exactly 3 years. Even if my deceased parents were alive, I couldn't have done for them what she did for him. So you see, if our uncle had even a bit of conscience, well, I should quickly become diligent, make money, and comfortably support that wife. I should repay this kindness and the past sins. Shouldn't he think like that? If he were to repay my aunt's kindness, even if he carried her on his back to ensure her feet didn't touch the dirt, he still wouldn't be able to fully repay her. In any case, he should start setting himself straight now. Sure, he may not be able to enter a managerial position or work at a company considering his past, but he shouldn't blame anyone else for his actions. So, he should just roll up his sleeves and find some work to do. It's quite a spectacle to see a university graduate doing manual labor, but there's no other choice, is there? When I quietly reflect on this, if my great-grandparents' household hadn't fallen into such decline, and if I had graduated from a specialized school, I might have ended up like my uncle. So it's fortunate that I didn't pursue higher education too much and took this path instead. That's what I think. In fact, our uncle, who has even graduated from college, now relies solely on manual labor for a living. Despite barely completing 4 years of regular schooling, I, with a clear path ahead, am much better off than him. Oh, but you know what's really baffling? Instead of doing some hard labor and trying to make ends meet, this troublemaker of an uncle seems content with just scraping by. Then, you know what's next? It's absolutely mind-boggling. No, seriously, why does he keep doing it? Why can't he just finish it once and for all and be done with it? But really, is that how you earn a living? Is that how you gain honor? Ultimately, isn't it just playing with fire and risking imprisonment? Perhaps it's as addictive as opium. Maybe that's why once you taste it, you can't quit. But in reality, it's not as enjoyable or satisfying as it seems. It's just reckless behavior. Simply put, it's foolishness. I heard somewhere in the West, some lazy good-for-nothings gathered on a sunny side and schemed to play and eat. Our store master would tell such stories kindly. Those guys arguing with each other saying, hey, in this world there are rich and poor people, so it's just not fair. People are born with the same physical features and bodies, so how is it fair that some live rich while others are poor? Therefore, the right thing to do is for the rich to share what they have equally with us poor folks. Hey, that's a good point. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's share. With this kind of persuasion, they stood up and incited a riot or something. Then, isn't that what the troublemakers are doing? People sometimes have different fortunes. So if you work hard and seize opportunities, you may become wealthy. But if you are lazy or don't seize opportunities, you may live in poverty. Isn't this how things generally are? Isn't it unfair to force others to share their belongings? Those who do that are thieves, not just troublemakers. If people continue to act like thieves, lazy people will become even lazier, constantly chasing and stealing from wealthy people. Won't the world become a haven for thieves? If one day the wealthy are stripped of everything they've amassed and can no longer provide, won't that be the end of the world as we know it? Each person, instead of working to produce their own food and clothing, will just idle around and wait to snatch what others have produced. But where will the food and clothing come from if everyone acts like this? The world will collapse. Those lazy and hypocritical individuals among the poor who don't want to work and instead steal from the wealthy contribute to this chaos. People say it's precisely what happened in Russia. So as a consequence, with farmers failing to produce grain, thousands of people are dying of starvation. It's crystal clear, isn't it? They were all talking big about getting a sweet taste immediately, but look at the mess they've made of things. Oh, indeed, that wicked practice spread like wildfire throughout both Eastern and Western countries in no time. It even wreaked havoc in Japan for a while, and even the Koreans were imitating it. However, nowadays, thanks to strict enforcement and prohibition by the government, it has significantly declined, and there are hardly any people with such intentions anymore. Well, that's a good point. If it's something beneficial, why does the country prohibit it and imprison those who engage in it as if it's some archenemy? If it's good and beneficial, the country should encourage it instead, even offering rewards for excellence. Activities like sports, martial arts, calligraphy, and radio exercises are all beneficial, so the country supports and promotes them. What's the point of having a country then? It's supposed to discern such things well, give appropriate guidance, and strive to ensure that people can live comfortably according to their respective abilities, isn't it? Even if they had pursued socialism and allowed people to do as they pleased without interference from the government, what would have been the outcome? I wonder how the world would have evolved by now. Many others may have suffered losses, but even if it was just me, what could I have done? Everything would have been messed up beyond recognition. My ideals and plans are like this. Since the master of our store treats me with special favor and trusts me, if I stay for another 10 years, he'll probably invest a large sum and set up a separate business for me. Yes, with that in mind, I've decided to run my business for 30 years until I reach my 60th birthday and accumulate at least 100,000 won. With 100,000 won, I might be as wealthy as a millionaire. Isn't that enough success, right? And because our Daisho store owner also has a say, I intend to marry a Japanese girl. Daisho even promised to assist with everything, finding a suitable match and acting as a mediator. Japanese women are truly exceptional. I wouldn't want a Korean woman even if she were given to me for free. Traditional women are reserved but lack understanding, so they didn't get along well with people from the mainland. Modern women, even if educated, are too arrogant to tolerate. So, the ideal woman blends old and new. Japanese women are truly the best, don't you think? They have charming personalities, are modest, kind, knowledgeable without arrogance, and much more. And it's not just about marrying a Japanese woman. I'll change my name to a Japanese one, live in a Japanese-style house, wear Japanese clothes, eat Japanese food, name our children with Japanese names, and send them to Japanese schools. Japanese schools. That's the way to go. Sending them to Korean schools would be a waste, spoiling the children. I'll completely get rid of the Korean language and only use Japanese. That way, even in my daily life, I'll behave like a Japanese person and accumulate wealth as successfully as a Japanese does. That's my ideal and plan, to become wealthy with that 100,000 won. With a bright path ahead, I'm diligently walking my way. But the thought of those crazy fools embracing socialism that will ruin the world gives me chills. It's dreadful just to hear about it. If the world collapses and turns upside down, what can I do about it? Everything will become meaningless. So where's the greater injustice than that? Well, our Daisho's words make perfect sense. For typical crimes like robbery, theft, or fraud, the culprit can at least bear their guilt since they directly benefit from the stolen money. But that socialism nonsense, or whatever it is, causing chaos throughout the world and disrupting the entire country, is unforgivable. Forgiveness, you say. If it were me, I would just sweep all those fools away without a second thought. Just thinking about it, I must say our uncle is no less of a disgrace. Honestly, if it weren't for my aunt, why would I be running around like a lunatic trying to find that gentleman? Even if I were dying, I wouldn't give a darn about that guy. However, that's when he repents for past sins and washes away the wickedness in his heart. Though they say old habits die hard, he'll remain the same. So, because of that, whenever I happen to visit, I make sure to keep my distance. Even if we happen to sit face to face, I give him a piece of my mind and don't let him get away with anything. Last time I really gave him a stern talking to. Oh, and I heard from my aunt after that he said I was utterly useless, that I couldn't be of any help to anyone. I was so dumbfounded when I heard that. People should have some shame, but really, even if someone lacks shame, there should be limits. That uncle of mine saying I'm utterly useless, that I couldn't be of any help to anyone, how many mouths does he have to speak such nonsense? Even if a Korean mute were to speak, I might have nothing to say, if I were him. Does he think anything that comes out of that mouth makes sense? Maybe that was meant to be some kind of admonition, like, if he keeps saying such things to me face to face, he'll get scolded, so he mentioned it subtly to my aunt. It's truly fortunate that God gave us two nostrils. If I had only one nostril, I would have suffocated hearing such nonsense. Well, even though I haven't studied as much as he has, I've been recognized twice as an exemplary clerk, working diligently as an assistant manager in someone else's store. Others praise me for being smart, talented, and obedient, and see me as a promising young man with a bright future ahead. But to him, I seemed like a worthless and useless person? Haha, that's right. It seems like because what he does is right in his own eyes, he thinks everyone else is doomed if they do things differently. So if I had followed that darn socialism of his, I could have ended up in jail with a criminal record or suffering from some disease, right? Then I wouldn't have been seen as worthless or useless. It almost happened that way. Truly. Why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and blah blah? It's like they're talking about our uncle, isn't it? That day was no different. After giving him a piece of my mind, I heard that he said such things to my aunt. It happened to be my day off, so I stopped by to have a chat with my aunt in the morning. She had gone to do sewing work at someone else's house, leaving our uncle lying lazily downstairs as usual. To my surprise, near his head were stacks of old Korean magazines, and he was flipping through them. Out of boredom, I picked one up and started flipping through it. I must say it was surprisingly uninteresting. Why do Koreans bother making magazines like these? There are no pictures, no comics, and to make matters worse, it's filled with dense Chinese characters. Who exactly do they expect to read this? For people like us, reading Korean alphabet is already a struggle, let alone deciphering these complex Chinese characters mixed in. It's not easy to understand the meaning. Some of these texts, written entirely in the Korean alphabet, are all novels, and reading them is not only exhausting, but a novel written by a Korean is far from entertaining. I haven't read Korean newspapers or magazines for years. Are there any magazines like Kingu or Shonen Kurabu? I really like those. With furigana on each Chinese character, you can smoothly read and understand the meaning of any passage you open. And no matter which passage you read, you'll find insightful lessons or enjoyable stories. The novels are truly entertaining. Among them, the Kikujikan novels, they're so unique, sweet, and enjoyable. And Yoshikawa Eiji's novels, they're genuine historical tales filled with excitement. All those novels are entertaining like that. There's plenty of manga and loads of pictures. Plus, they're pretty affordable. You can snag last month's issue for just 15 johns, and then sell them for 5 johns once you've finished reading them all. If they're going to produce magazines, they might as well do it properly. Despite Koreans often boasting, they seem incapable of producing a decent magazine to read. On that day, when I saw the state of the magazine, there was no sign of any interesting content. I flipped through the pages, hoping to find some manga or pictures, but to my surprise, there was our uncle's name. So out of curiosity, I quickly opened it and found the title on the first line, Economy, Society, something like that. Just by looking at that, it already seems plausible. Since my uncle studied economics at university, he must know the ins and outs of economics, and also, since he embraced socialism, he must be well versed in that too. So it's certain that he would have written about how economics and socialism relate to each other, and which side is right. Well, whether you read it or not, it's all nonsense. Despite studying economics at university, he probably insisted that socialism was right and economics was wrong, all while not bothering to accumulate wealth. Anyway, out of curiosity about the fact that it was written by the guy, I skimmed through it a bit. But lo and behold, I don't seem to have any skill in reading and understanding it. Yes, the characters themselves may be somewhat understandable to those who are not very knowledgeable, but piecing them together to form a coherent story is a different matter altogether. I was feeling frustrated, so decided to give up reading it and confront him directly. Sir? What's the matter? You wrote something about economics and society here. Does that mean you're talking about doing economics? Or socialism? What? He responded with confusion. Perhaps he had forgotten what he had written after a long time, or maybe my questioning was too strict for him to answer promptly. So I reiterated my points. Sir, isn't economics about saving money to become wealthy? But socialism isn't about taking away the money saved by wealthy people? What the what? No, please listen. Where did you learn about such economics, such socialism? Well, isn't economics about earning a lot of money, saving it carefully, and investing the rest? That's the common understanding of economics in everyday language. However, as a field of study, economics encompasses broader principles beyond just saving money. What's the difference then? If economics isn't about saving money, why study it? Economics involves studying the allocation of resources, understanding incentives, and analyzing how societies make decisions about production, consumption, and distribution. It's not solely focused on personal financial management. Then why did you study economics for 5 years if you couldn't save money? You must have misunderstood. Maybe I did. You have a point there. He doesn't have a word to refute. No matter how educated he is, if he's like this. Sir? Yes? So, instead of studying economics to save money and become wealthy, did you study socialist economics to redistribute wealth from the rich? Do you know what socialism is? Of course I do. I proceeded to explain socialism thoroughly. As I looked at him, he smirked once and replied, "So that's socialism? Sounds like a bunch of scoundrels." Well then, do you think socialism is for scoundrels? When did I say that? I said those people are just a bunch of scoundrels. Exactly, that's what socialism is. You said it yourself. This kid really knows his stuff. He's speechless again? Well, sir, yes? You should take care of yourself too. What do you mean? Aren't you concerned? What's there to worry about for someone like me? I should be worried about you. I have some ambitious plans. Like what? Prepare to be surprised. I explained further. After listening, he seemed to ponder for a moment. You're quite something. Why? Why do you think I'm pitiful? Sir? Yes, I said I'm pitiful? No, I was talking to myself. Still, listen. Yes? Among people, regardless of who they are, there's nothing more deceptive than flattery. Flattery? From kings to beggars, everyone navigates life according to their own standards. Deceiving one's character and engaging in flattery for a hypocritical life is the most pitiful. People aren't necessarily happier with 2 bowls of rice than with just 1. What does that mean? It means you're going to marry a Japanese woman, change your name, and adopt all Japanese customs. Well, isn't that good? That's the point. If it's genuine cultural appreciation or wise judgment, then perhaps it's understandable. But if it's just to please others, your master, neighbors, or acquaintances, well, of course. I need to earn the trust of the daisho and get along well with my Japanese neighbors and acquaintances. Isn't that right? You still don't grasp the ways of the world, sir. Despite your age and education, your understanding may not rival mine from experience. What kind of world do you think we're living in? Hey, kid. Yes? You just talked about understanding the ways of the world, right? Yes. It's like you said the future looks bright, correct? Yes. You mentioned saving 100,000 won until your 60th birthday, right? Yes. Though our interpretations of understanding the ways of the world may differ, it's not as straightforward as it seems. Yes. No matter how much effort one exerts, there's an inevitable force in this world that flows without relent, akin to the ways of the world. Ultimately, one cannot escape its influence. Yes. Simply put, no matter how vigorously one plans or creates opportunities, the outcome may not always align with intentions. Well, sir, I once read in a magazine called Kingu that even the Western hero Napoleon said something like that. He claimed, "I create opportunities." He believed impossible only existed in a fool's dictionary. If we keep planning, creating opportunities, and striving, what in this world is impossible? If we fail once, we gather courage and rise again. Haven't you heard of 7 times down, 8 times up? Napoleon may have triumphed by adhering to the ways of the world, but it's said he encountered failure when opposing it. You've only seen those who succeeded after repeated attempts, but do you know of the countless others who fell permanently after the 9th failure? Nevertheless, hear me out. Even if I'm nobody, I will succeed. Does that mean you can't try just because you think you'll fail before attempting? Don't you need to try to reach the sky to know how high it is? He continues with an unreachable metaphor until the end. What's the point of such talk? Are there people so foolish that they remain unaware of how high the sky is until they try to reach it? I paused for a moment and then continued. Sir? What is it? What will you do once your health returns? What do you mean? In the future? Future? What are your plans? What grand plans do you think I have? Then are you living without any plans? Who said that? Do you have plans? Well, yes. What are they? Just the usual things I've been doing. So you'll continue doing that? Probably. Sir? Sir? What is it? Please stop now. Stop? Yes. Do you think I do this out of boredom? It seems like it. Sir? Sir? Why? How old are you now? I'm 33. Then shouldn't you quit such a thing and decide to earn a living for your home? What's the point of doing that? If there's no point, then why bother doing it? I'm not doing it with any particular purpose in mind. So you're doing it without any hope or purpose? Hope? Purpose? Yes, because individual purposes or hopes are different matters, so it's not a problem. Is there even such a thing? Thing? Yes, such a thing. Sir? Sir? Why? Aren't you grateful to your wife? I am. Don't you think she's pitiable? Pishable? Well, if you say so, then she is. So you're aware of it? I am. You know it, and yet? Some people find solace in suffering, savoring the bitterness until they discover sweetness within it. It's not for everyone, but for those who dedicate their hearts and minds to a particular task, it becomes such. Thus, when fully immersed, suffering can become enjoyable. Regarding my wife, if she faces hardships without merely suffering, then enduring those hardships can become enjoyable. So, do you just consider yourself fortunate in that regard? No, not really. In that case, shouldn't you repay her kindness? Well, I'm not unaware of her kindness, but... So, when you're finally recovered from your illness. I'm busy, you see. Well, take a look at this, pretending to be busy while lying down doing nothing. There isn't the slightest glimmer of hope that this guy will ever get his act together. He's just a useless speck, causing trouble for others and bringing only harm to the world. He should be dead as quickly as possible. He should die, and it would be fitting for him to die again. But instead, he's just wobbling through life without dying. Why? Published in 1938. Spring. Father-in-law. I think it's time for the wedding now. Every time I bring up the fact that I'm getting older and maybe it's time to proceed with the wedding, the response is always the same. You rascal. A wedding? You need to wait until you grow up more. When he says grow up more, he's not referring to me, but to the height of my future wife, Jumsoon. I've been here, working hard for 3 years and 7 months without receiving a single penny. Despite all my labor, she hasn't grown tall enough yet. I don't know when she will grow. Damn it. If it were a matter of working harder or worrying about eating too much, I'd have plenty to say. But since Jumsoon is still young, there's just no way around the fact that she needs more time to grow. It made me realize that the whole arrangement was flawed from the start. You set a time frame and you stick to it. But saying, we'll have the ceremony when she grows, who knows when she'll actually grow? I used to think people just keep getting taller, but who knew some just grow wider without gaining height? So I've been silently agreeing, hoping that father-in-law would eventually come around and say, oh, you've worked hard, it's time to get married, hand over the household and all would be good. But instead of sensible talk, there's just nagging and fussing. The thought of being called a son-in-law sounds dull enough, but this whole situation is just ridiculous. Oblivious to it all, I've been waiting for Jumsoon to grow taller like a fool. Feeling suffocated at times, I've even considered grabbing a ruler and measuring her height. But since father-in-law insists that unmarried men and women shouldn't be in the same place together, there's no way to have a word with her face to face. Whenever we happen to meet at the well, I'd barely glance at her and measure her height with a squint. Each time I'd mutter to myself, damn it, still short, then spit on the ground. No matter how much I exaggerate, her height is just about level with my armpit, though I'm a bit taller than most. Dogs and pigs grow so quickly, so why do humans grow so slowly? I pondered over this for a while. Maybe it's because she keeps lifting the water bucket above her head, stunting her growth, I thought. So I volunteered to carry the water instead. Not only that, when I went to fetch wood, I'd place a stone on the shrine for the village guardian and say, please make Jumsoon taller. If she grows, I'll bring rice cakes in return. I've said this more than once or twice, but despite all these efforts, it's still fruitless. It's clear that the argument I had the other day wasn't because I dislike father-in-law. When I was planting rice, I thought quietly to myself how absurd this situation is. Even if this rice grows and Jumsoon eats it and she grows a bit, it's still not enough. What am I doing planting this? I have no desire at all to strain myself just to fill up father-in-law's belly every year. Doesn't he realize he eats too much with his pot belly? Goodness, my stomach. Still massaging my belly, I crawled up to the edge of the field. Then I let the bundle of rice I had carried on my shoulder drop to the ground with a thud and sat down myself. No matter how busy I am, if my stomach hurts, that's enough to stop me. Who can work when they're in pain? I plucked a bunch of lush grass and gently rubbed my legs while glancing at father-in-law's face. Father-in-law, with a strange look in his eyes, stared at me for a while and then asked, "What's wrong with you now?" "My stomach hurts," I replied, slumping onto the grass. Father-in-law's demeanor changed instantly. He came up from the field, grabbed my collar, and began slapping my cheeks. "You rascal. Do you think you can mess around like this without consequences? How dare you slack off?" When our father-in-law gets angry, his behavior becomes truly unpleasant. Where can you find a father-in-law who constantly insults his son-in-law like this? It's said that there's not a single person in our village who doesn't get scolded by him. Even the little children call him Scolding Phil behind his back. His real name is Bong Phil. However, if he truly loses the favor of the people, it's a greater fault than just insults. It's because he is the landlord's tenant manager. Usually, when someone is a tenant manager, he is good at insulting others, hitting people, or just has an unpleasant appearance. My father-in-law fits all these descriptions perfectly. If a tenant doesn't send even a chicken to his house or doesn't help with his field work, by the next autumn, the land they farm diminishes significantly. Then, those who had been buttering him up with money and alcohol end up grabbing the land slyly. As a result, a big bull naturally strolls into father-in-law's barn, and although the villagers endure his insults, they still bend over to accommodate him. However, father-in-law doesn't dare raise his voice to me. Without a second thought, he slapped my cheek firmly, leaving him speechless as he silently swallowed his own spit. I know him inside out. I should be cutting reeds and planting rice soon, especially during this busy season. If I just go home without working, it won't be good for him. Last year around this time, I begged him a bit to arrange my marriage, but he threw a stone at me for oversleeping, spraining the ankle of the sleeper. I whimpered and whined for days, but in the end, didn't he turn into a half-crying mess? Yes. Get up and do some work. If the rice grows well this year, you might finally get married next fall. With my ears tingling, I promptly rose that day. While it took others 2 days to prepare the field, I managed to finish it alone. Father-in-law was visibly surprised, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wouldn't it be fitting for him to arrange my marriage when autumn arrives? However, as he stacked firewood, he made no mention of it. Instead, he simply pointed at Jumsoon, who was carrying the water bucket, and remarked, "She still has to grow up before considering marriage." That was all. In my anger, I was tempted to just say, "Eat this, you father-in-law," and throw him into the ground, then run away back to our hometown. But I bit my tongue and refrained from saying anything. Honestly, I can't bear the thought of returning home like this. The embarrassment of being chased away after coming here to get married would be unbearable. I rose from the edge of the field and approached my father-in-law, who sat there in silence. "All right, I'm leaving. Please pay me for the work I've done." "You came here to be a son-in-law, not a servant, didn't you?" "If that's the case, then you should arrange the wedding ceremony. You've been promising to marry her off, but it's all talk and no action." "Well, am I the one not doing it?" "She's not grown up yet," he says, calmly puffing on his pipe and repeating the same old excuse. When it comes to this sort of discussion, I always end up being the one at a loss. This time, I've decided it won't happen again. I will go straight to the village chief with my father-in-law and ask him to make a decision for us. "Ah, why are you acting like this towards your father-in-law?" Even though he protests and argues that he won't go, ultimately, he can't resist my strength. He just keeps bossing me around, not giving his daughter to me. What's with all this stubbornness? But the truth is, I don't resent my father-in-law because of that. The day before, wasn't I out working on the new ridge field alone? Every time I went to the field, a strange floral scent tickled my nose, and bees buzzed occasionally overhead. In the secluded valley, where only the sound of spring water is heard from between the rocks, the warm spring sun feels like a blanket, and it's almost dreamlike. I felt sluggish and feverish, though I don't know what illness it is yet. My chest fluttered, and I was like this. As I sang a song while herding a bull, my shoulders usually swayed rhythmically. But for some reason, I didn't feel like plowing the field at all. My whole body was relaxed, and I kept feeling annoyed. I was just aimlessly herding the bull. "Anya! Anya! This darned bull," because it's my father-in-law's, "I'm gonna hit you." But my inner frustration wasn't really because of Anya. It was because I saw Jumsoon's height while carrying lunch. Jumsoon isn't exactly a beautiful girl. She's not ugly either, but her face is just slightly plain, just enough to be considered a suitable wife for me. She's only 16 this year, but her body is 2 years behind compared to others. Others may grow tall and lean, but her figure is as round as a Korean melon. Her eyes, round and large, are quite pleasing, and though they might look a bit tired, her mouth is perfect for eating rice. Oh, if only she could eat a lot of rice to fill herself out. But one issue is that sometimes she stumbles quite a lot, so while carrying rice, she often slips and falls in the grass field, getting covered in mud. If I don't eat it, she might feel anxious, so when I chew it, it's hard to tell if I'm eating rocks or rice. However, on this day, she delicately placed the rice bowl at the edge of the field. Then, as her father instructed us not to be together, she sat a bit away, facing this way, crouching down and waiting for me to finish. When I finished eating and started to pick up the dishes, wasn't I surprised? With her head bowed and hands holding the bowl tightly, was she asking me to listen to her, or was she expressing her thoughts alone? "Is he going to just work day and night?" she murmured to herself. While I was puzzled by what she meant, I couldn't help but wonder if there was any good solution. So I muttered to myself, "What should I do then?" I asked. After hearing my proposal, she replied sharply, "He should ask my father to arrange the marriage." Her face turned red with determination, and she simply ran off into the mountains. I stood there, staring blankly at her retreating figure, unsure of how to interpret her reaction. As spring approaches, plants begin to thrive with water flowing and new shoots sprouting. It's not unusual for people to grow quickly too, and watching Jumsoon grow so fast in just a few days was truly heartwarming. They say she's still young and full of promise. When we went to see the village chief, he was busy feeding the pigs outside his thatched fence. After returning from Seoul, he had grown his beard into a pointed shape on both sides like a swallow's tail. He had a habit of touching his beard while clearing his throat, always emphasizing that people should behave decently. As he glanced at us, he seemed to already know why we had come. "Why all this fuss?" he asked, clearing his throat again. "Chief, about the contract with my father-in-law." I rushed forward, pushing my father-in-law aside, and quickly corrected myself, no, with my Bingjangnim. I remembered that my father-in-law prefers to be addressed as Bingjangnim. Calling him father-in-law outside might offend him, and it's embarrassing to call him that in public. Despite constant reminders to be cautious, I keep forgetting these things. I only realized because he kept pressing his foot against mine and giving me sideways glances. Even the village chief seemed to sympathize with me as he listened to my story intently. But then again, it's not surprising for anyone to react that way. He scratched his nose with his long-grown fingernail and snorted sharply. "Well then, Bong Pil, quickly arrange the marriage as he wants it so desperately," he said, just as I had suspected. But at these words, my father-in-law shot him a sharp look. "Ah, arranging a marriage already? Shouldn't the girl grow a bit more?" the chief added, frowning and showing little interest other than in his appetite. "Well, that's true," my father-in-law agreed. "Yeah, she hasn't grown in the past 4 years. I don't think she'll grow now," I said. "Just pay me for the work I've done." "Well, son, did I tell her not to grow? Why do you keep saying that to me?" my father-in-law retorted. "How could my Bingmonim, mother-in-law, give birth to Jumsoon when she is just as tall as a sparrow? Actually, her mother is smaller than Jumsoon by about 2 inches. Upon hearing this, my father-in-law chuckled, though it felt like he was chewing on gravel, and pretended to sniffle while subtly nudging me with his elbow, hitting my ribs. Disgusted, I pretended to chase a fly on my calf and bent my waist to push off his butt with mine. My father-in-law, leaning forward as if about to collapse, straightened up abruptly, shooting me a sharp glare. He stood there in front of others, unable to express his frustration with his son-in-law. However, apart from this uncomfortable exchange, we returned to the fields without gaining any further understanding. That was because my father-in-law whispered something in the chief's ear, and then the chief gestured for me to follow him quietly. He then explained the situation in a hushed tone. Some say it was to gain 1/2 an acre more of land from my father-in-law, but I don't think so. "Your words make sense, and it's true that you are eager since you are of age. However, neglecting work during the busy farming season or running away from home will result in significant losses, even imprisonment." Here, I suddenly came to my senses. Why didn't you see the imprisonment for setting fire to the mountain before? Even if it's your own mountain, setting fire to it still leads to imprisonment. How much more serious is it to abandon someone else's crops? Furthermore, about the marriage, there's a legal age for marriage, and one must be 21 to marry. Although you may worry about your children, Jumsoon is only 16 now, but considering what your Bingjangnim said, he will arrange the marriage when the time is right. That should be appreciated. Go quickly and finish what needs to be done without making any fuss. Hurry and don't delay. So, without any complaints, I've worked diligently until this morning. Looking back now, the argument between my father-in-law and me was completely unexpected. From my father-in-law's perspective, he's been acting a bit high and mighty lately, saying things like, "If you have money, you're a gentleman. Do you have anything special?" He deliberately protrudes his lower abdomen and walks with a swagger, but he's not the kind of adult who ruins a family that has cultivated someone else's land. Moreover, if it's about me, I should be careful and marry Jumsoon quickly. Saying this, it was particularly unfortunate that I went to Mung Tae's house last night. It seems like Mung Tae somehow found out about the argument between my father-in-law and me in front of the village chief during the day, and he keeps grumbling about it. All right, so what should we do about it? What else can we do? Hey, why don't you throw Bong Pil into the field? He got angry for no reason, started punching the air, and even hit the lantern. He talks big, but then starts demanding money for the oil. I was so stunned that I just sat there silently while he kept on blabbering. Are you planning to just work day and night for him? Youngdok only worked for 1 year and got married, and yet you've worked for 4, and now what? Working more? Do you know that you are the third son-in-law? The third son-in-law. It's frustrating even to talk about it. You should consider a different path. Later, he even scolded me recklessly like his own son. While I can't reproduce every detail of the conversation, the gist of it goes like this. Our father-in-law has 3 daughters, and the eldest got married last autumn. She didn't exactly get married, but rather was sent off with her husband. However, for 10 years, starting from when she was 10 years old, there have been 14 prospective sons-in-law, which is way too many. Since our father-in-law has no sons and only daughters, he must choose a son-in-law carefully until the next daughter is married off. Of course, having a servant would be ideal, but that costs money, so he had to choose someone who was good at work. However, he keeps letting go of those who are bad at work, and they also quit because of the scolding and so on. As for me, I ended up becoming the third son-in-law for Jumsoon. I'm performing my duties well and treating people decently, so my father-in-law sees me as somewhat resourceful and keeps a tight hold on me. The third daughter is only 6 years old now and won't be marrying for another 10 years, so I'll have to endure being treated poorly until then. Therefore, I need to gather my thoughts and get married by any means necessary. That's the situation. I pretended to listen attentively, nodding and making agreeing sounds. Mungtae lost the land he borrowed due to Bongpil, and he openly grumbled to my father-in-law. If only he had willingly given him that hat, an old one belonging to the governor in its days, a bit tattered on the side but still usable, there would have been no reason to lose the land. But I didn't completely believe Bongpil's words. If I had, wouldn't I have returned last night and fought with my father-in-law? It wouldn't have ended well. As I sat waiting for Jumsoon to bring out breakfast, frankly, I couldn't help but wonder how much rice I'll have for the day. On the table, there was a pot of fermented bean paste stew, a serving of soy sauce, a bowl of plain rice, and a generous dish of mountain vegetables piled high. Jumsoon often brought the mountain vegetables, so there were usually 2 or 4 dishes of them available for consumption, but I couldn't have more than 1 bowl of rice, as my father-in-law had instructed. As Jumsoon set the table in front of me, she muttered, "Just came back from visiting the chief without any result." Huh? Her tone was as confrontational as the other day. I felt a bit foolish for not confronting him more firmly, as I turned my gaze towards the wall and replied, "He said that I can't marry yet. Then what am I supposed to do? Just talk to him properly or do whatever you need to do." She snapped again, her face flushing as she stormed back inside. If anyone had seen me then, I would have looked as pathetic as a chick that lost its mom. Honestly, at that moment, I don't know if there was another sad event. It's tough to bear if my future wife Jumsoon considers me a fool no matter how others may think of me. After eating, as I prepared to head to work carrying a load, I hesitated and ended up throwing it away, lying down on the empty courtyard instead. I felt it would be better to find a solution than endure such humiliation. If I don't work, my father-in-law, being old, won't be able to farm. As I swallowed my resentment, I walked out of the main gate. My father-in-law saw me and asked, "Why are you behaving like this again?" "I'm feeling uncomfortable in my stomach. Ouch!" What kind of nonsense is this after a good meal? If you abandon someone else's farm, you'll end up in prison. Fine. I don't care. Oh dear. Honestly, I thought it wouldn't matter if I ended up in jail for not working. Even if I had a son later, he'd probably call me a fool to my face. Today, I wanted to take a decisive stand. When my father-in-law told me to get up, I didn't move, which made him furious. He stormed off, grabbed a hoe handle, and came back. He started hitting me with it. Every time it struck my side, it hurt terribly. Still, I didn't get up. Then he jabbed my side with the handle and kicked me. My father-in-law was naturally aggressive, but I wasn't one to back down either. I kept my eyes tightly shut against the pain, enduring it as if it were a game. But when he aimed a blow at my face, I suddenly stood up and grabbed his beard. It wasn't just the pain that drove me. It was because I knew Jumsoon had been secretly watching us through a hole in the wall. It's bad enough being seen as someone who can't even utter a word, but being silently chastised by my father-in-law in front of Jumsoon, that would make me look like a complete fool. While I truly wanted to fight back, considering the delicate nature of my relationship with Jumsoon, I held back and just gripped his beard. If Jumsoon knew I was standing up to her father, maybe she would have been pleased. Enraged, my father-in-law seized the hoe handle again and brought it down on my shoulder as if I were nothing. My head spun, and as I regained my composure, anger surged through me. I grabbed his collar and shoved him down the slope, sending him tumbling into the nearby bean patch. Why do you keep making me work tirelessly without allowing me to marry your daughter? I shouted at him. I thought I might feel some relief if my father-in-law agreed to let me marry Jumsoon, whether tomorrow or any day. If only he had, I might have let it go. Since I didn't strike him outright, I wouldn't be blamed later, and I could act as I wished. At that moment, my father-in-law scrambled up and tried to grab hold of me. I cried out, feeling as if the world was spinning around me. Bing Jang Nim, Bing Jang Nim, Bing Jang Nim, grandfather, grandfather, grandfather. What do you say? Take this, you scoundrel. Ah, Grandpa, please spare me. I cried out, flailing helplessly, feeling like I was about to faint. My father-in-law didn't relent. It was overwhelming and painful. Is this what a father-in-law is supposed to be like? I struggled to get up for a long time, feeling dizzy and weak. However, when I raised my head, barely able to see, I managed to crawl over and grabbed his collar again. It was because of these confrontations. They are the reasons that my head was repeatedly struck. Maybe these are the only good things about him. Most people would have immediately thrown me out, but instead he personally wiped the blood off my head with a cloth, put some cotton in my pocket, and said, "Next time, I'll make sure you marry Jumsoon. Now go quickly and plow the field." Who else would pat your back and encourage you like this? I was so grateful to my father-in-law that I even shed tears. Leaving Jumsoon behind, I was on the verge of being kicked out, but unexpectedly I heard him say, "Bing Jongnim, I won't do this again." Swearing this oath, I quickly picked up my hoe and headed to the fields. However, not knowing any better, I thought of my father-in-law as my adversary and pulled him even harder. "Ah, let go of me!" My father-in-law shouted as he struggled. Why would I let him go? Thinking I might as well make a big fuss, I stubbornly continued to struggle. But when my father-in-law fell to the ground and tears welled up in his eyes, I got scared. "Grandpa, let go, please." Even then, "Hey, Jumsoon!" My father-in-law's wife and Jumsoon came running out in panic. I expected that, being his wife, my mother-in-law might intervene on his behalf. But Jumsoon? Surely, she would take my side and secretly support me. What was happening? Despite encouraging me earlier to stand up to her father, now she ran over. "What? This scoundrel is hurting my father," she cried, pulling me away. That's all she did. As I lost my energy, I became a limp figure. Even my mother-in-law joined in, holding me back and crying too. Having immobilized me like this, my father-in-law raised the hoe and struck me with it again. Despite everything, I couldn't help but stare at the incomprehensible expression on Jumsoon's face. "You insolent brat, did you make me call you grandfather? From your father-in-law's mouth?" It's a beautiful day, a sky without a single cloud, not one that gazes down on us humans with an unreachable, arrogant dignity, but rather a humble sky that seems to understand us deeply. It lowers itself into soft, pink clouds, intertwining with us, reaching out as if holding hands. It's a sky filled with love. I was lying on the grassy slope near the top of Moran Hill, overlooking the Taedong River. The river, with its blue waters, flows ceaselessly, pouring itself into the Yellow Sea. On this day, the 3rd of March, marks the first day of boating on the Taedong River. Below, on the shimmering black water, blue pleasure boats glide over the waves, carrying melodies enchanted with the fragrance of spring, swaying in the gentle spring breeze, softer than velvet. Accompanied by entertainers' songs, traditional Korean music drifts slowly, longingly, gracefully, and tenderly. It refuses to relent until it harmonizes with all the beauty of spring, the clear spring water of the Taedong River, the verdant sprouts emerging on the blue willow walls, even the vibrant veins throbbing in people's chests in spring. all in the moist spring air, trembling with life. It's spring. Spring has come. The gentle breeze weaving through the dense pine trees or brushing past the emerging grass creates a melody that is uniquely beautiful, unlike anything else. Oh, the intoxicating beauty of spring. Having spent my youth in Tokyo without fully experiencing such springs, I cannot help but be more deeply moved by it than those who have always known it. Within Pyongyang Castle, the signs of spring are subtle, with only the budding saplings and willows hinting at its arrival. Yet beyond Moran Hill and the Taedong River, in the lush forests reminiscent of the Garden of Eden, the splendor of spring has fully blossomed. There, the vibrant blue of Moran Hill is adorned with the fresh green of wheat and barley, already fairly grown. The sight of farmers standing proudly in their fields, gazing out with satisfied smiles, can easily be imagined. Clouds seem to dance endlessly across the sky. The shadows they cast upon the wheat retreat alongside them, revealing a new green hue as if freshly painted. When the wind blows gently, the well-grown grains sway like waves, gracefully dancing in unison. Birds, singing praises of spring, trace circles in the sky, adding a sweeter essence to the already beautiful spring scene. Warm spring, rising majestically. Warm spring, rising majestically. I murmured these words a few times before lighting my pipe. The smoke spiraled steadily into the sky. Spring had also come to the heavens. The sky was low. It seemed as if one could reach out and touch it from the top of Moran Hill. Above that low sky, pink clouds floated lazily in clusters, drifting here and there. Immersed in this beautiful spring scenery and listening to the whispers of spring, I couldn't help but think of utopia. Why do we tirelessly strive and toil, if not for the creation of utopia? Whenever I think of utopia, my thoughts turn to the great Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who was known for his great intellect and his full enjoyment of human greatness. Emperor Qin, who sent hundreds of ships in search of the elixir of life, built his palaces extravagantly and indulged in feasts with thousands of courtiers daily, all in pursuit of creating a utopia on earth. Regardless of the criticisms of tens of thousands of historians, can be considered a connoisseur of life and the greatest figure in history. With such pure and courageous individuals, even if human history were to end, it could be said that humanity had once possessed a great person. He was a great man, I said, lifting my head. At that moment, near the journalist's tomb, I heard a sorrowful melody vibrating through the spring air, drifting towards me. I listened closely, unconsciously drawn to the sound. It was the song of Beitaragi. Even the most skilled jesters or entertainers could not compare. That's how remarkable the singer of that song was. Binaida, I pray. To gods of mountains and lands, to gods of sun and moon, I pray. Save our fragile lives, I pray. When I reached that point, the sound of a drum and the song of a kiseyang echoed from the water below, drowning out the boatman's song. I had once spent a few months in Yeongju, the birthplace of the boatman's song. Anyone who spends time there feels an unspoken sympathy for it. Yeongju is a place where, upon climbing a mountain whose name I do not know and looking down, all that lies ahead is the vast yellow sea. The sunset view there is unforgettable. The sun, a giant fiery ball, dances almost plunging into the overflowing sea, accompanied by the melancholic and haunting man's song, sometimes emanating from unseen boats. Tears often welled up in my eyes. It's not surprising to hear stories of a noble woman abandoning her wealth like old shoes to embark on an aimless journey with a boatman along the waterways. Even after leaving Yeongju, the boatman's song remained deeply etched in my heart. The thought of returning to hear that song again and see that scenery never left my mind. The drum and kisang song faded, but the boatman's song continued to resonate sorrowfully. Sometimes barely audible due to gusty winds, I recalled its passage based on memory and melody. By the riverside, I appeared, and upon seeing me, she rushed toward me, confused between reality and dream, grasping at straws, trying to catch hold of me. In a whirlwind of confusion, she exclaimed, "Have you fallen from the sky or risen from the earth? Have you been carried by the wind or arrived on the cloud path?" Clutching each other and weeping, we embraced, all gathered, family and kin, all together. Unable to bear it any longer, I abruptly stood, took off the hat hanging on the pine branch, and climbed Moran Hill to find him. From there, the song was clearer. He sang its very last part. Even if you have to borrow rice and cook it into porridge, please, for heaven's sake, do not become a boatman. Eheya Iogiyadia. As I tried to locate him by his voice, I stood asking somewhere near Gija's tomb, or perhaps near Ulmildai, but I couldn't stay. Determined to search, I left through Hunmu Gate and stepped outside to find the deep pine forest near Gija's tomb stretched before me. From where? I asked again. At that moment, he began to sing the boatman's song anew, the sound coming from the left. Realizing it, I groped through the pine trees until I found him, rolling alone in a bright, spacious area near the journalist's tomb. His face matched my expectations, square features, a thick forehead, earnest eyebrows, indicating a life of toil and a gentle nature. Upon seeing me observe, he stopped singing and sat up. "Why? You can keep singing," I said, settling beside him. He replied, gazing up at the vast sky. His keen eyes mirrored the sea's vastness and expanse, unmistakably a boatman. "Is Yongyu your hometown?" "Yes, born there, but I haven't returned in 20 years. "Why not? Isn't it fate?" he sighed, pondering his fate. "After all, fate has the strongest grip." His words, emphasizing destiny's dominance, carried lingering resentment and regret. "Is that so?" I simply glanced at him. After a moment's silence, I spoke again. "Let's hear about your experiences for a change. If there's nothing to hide, that is." "Well, there's nothing to hide." "All right then, how about sharing the story?" He glanced back at the sky. After a while, he nodded. Noticing me lighting a cigarette, he did the same before starting to speak. "It was an unforgettable day in August, 19 years ago," he began. He went on to recount, his village, a small fishing village facing the sea, lay about 20 miles from Yongyu. In this tiny community of about 30 households, he and his younger brother were well-known figures, considered the wealthiest and most skilled fishermen. They were also celebrated singers, particularly known for their rendition of baetaragi, a traditional Korean folk song among fishermen. They were the prominent figures in their neighborhood. Their parents had passed away when he was 15, leaving him and his younger brother, who lived nearby with his own family. Among the villagers, the brothers were respected for their fishing prowess and musical talent. The 15th day of the 8th month marked the Chuseok holiday. On that day, he set out for the market to buy items for the holiday feast and to purchase a mirror that his wife had always admired. "Don't forget to get a mirror bigger than the one at Tangson's house," his wife reminded him as they walked towards the village road. "I won't forget," he assured her, basking in the warm morning sunlight. He adored his wife, who was unusually elegant and beautiful for their rural community. He confided in me about this. In the village at that time, their relationship appeared enviable to others. Elders often advised him to cherish his wife. Their relationship was good, almost too good, which sometimes stirred jealousy in him. His wife, though not intentionally provocative, was naturally charming and friendly, which occasionally drew envy from others. In their village, whenever there was a holiday, young people gathered at their house under the guise of cleanliness. They all affectionately called her Azumani 1, and she, in turn, called them Azubani 2, Azubani, chatting and enjoying their company with a perpetual smile. Observing these gatherings from a distance, he would often confront his wife after the young people left, sometimes resulting in heated arguments. His younger brother would occasionally intervene, trying to calm the situation. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his brother. His brother possessed an inherent dignity, uncommon among rural folks, maintaining fair skin despite daily exposure to the sea breeze. More significantly, he couldn't bear the kindness his wife showed towards his brother. About 6 months before leaving Yongyu, or to be precise, 6 months before his birthday when he went to buy a mirror at the market, there was a celebration at their house. Despite a sumptuous feast, he had a peculiar habit of leaving the tastiest dishes uneaten, consuming them later. His wife, aware of this habit, attempted to offer these leftovers to his brother when he arrived around lunchtime. He widened his eyes, signaling her discreetly, "Don't give it to him." Whether she noticed his signal or not, she handed it to his brother. He felt deeply unsettled. If only he could find a way, he resolved. As his wife turned away after offering food to his brother, she accidentally stepped on his foot. "You woman!" He raised his foot and struck his wife forcefully. Stumbling backward, she regained her composure. "Who do you think you are, stepping on a man's foot, huh? Would it break your foot if I stepped on it a bit?" His wife's face flushed crimson as she cried, her voice trembling. "You! Don't you dare!" He stood up and grabbed her by the arm. "Brother, why are you doing this?" His brother intervened, trying to calm him down. "Stay put, you." Brushing his brother aside, he pushed his wife roughly. I'll get out. Get out. Even if I die, I won't leave this house." "You won't leave?" "I won't. Whose house?" Her determination not to leave struck him hard at that moment. He no longer wanted to harm her. With a heavy sigh, he said, "Damn it, then I'll leave." He stormed out the door. "Brother, where are you going?" Ignoring his brother's question, he headed straight to the nearby tavern without looking back. There, he sat across from the woman selling alcohol at the drinking table, silent. That evening, slightly intoxicated, he returned home with a bundle of rice cakes for his wife. Thus, peace prevailed for another 3 or 4 months. However, this peace could not last forever. It was shattered once again, this time because of his brother. Starting in early May, his brother, who often visited Yeongju Village, began staying there for several days at a time from May 29th onwards. Rumors spread that he had taken a mistress in the village. Upon hearing these rumors, his wife grew to despise his brother's visits to Yeongju Village even more than before, finding them more intolerable than pests. Whenever his brother stayed for several days and then returned, she would immediately go to his brother's house to confront him, even arguing with his brother's wife to prevent him from visiting the village. In early July, his brother stayed in the village for about 10 days. As before, his wife argued with his brother and his sister-in-law, unable to prevent them. Finally, she even suggested to him that they should not allow his brother to continue his misconduct. Unable to tolerate such a scene, he shouted out in frustration right away, "What's it to you? I don't want to hear it." "You coward. Can't even stop your brother from doing such things," she retorted angrily. "What's happening?" He stood up abruptly. "You scoundrel!" Before he could finish his sentence, his wife collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. "What's come over you? Where did you learn to speak like that? Where did you learn to strike a woman like that? You scoundrel!" His wife cried out in pain. "Are you just going to stand there? Get out! Don't just stand there! Get out of our house!" He shouted, pushing her out, and she ran away crying. "You think I can't leave? Damn woman!" He muttered as if spitting, slumping back into his seat. Even as darkness fell, his wife did not return. Though he had driven her out, he still waited for her to come back. In the dimness, he didn't even light a lamp, trembling with anger as he awaited her return. However, the sound of his wife's laughter, sounding genuinely happy, echoed from his brother's house all through the night. He sat there, unmoving, all night long. As dawn approached, he went to the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife, and swung open the door, intending to kill his wife and brother. If his wife hadn't been standing outside the door, looking worried and staring at him, he might have ended up killing both his wife and brother. As he looked at his wife, a wave of love engulfed him. He threw the knife aside and rushed to her, pulling her close, despite their shouting and scratching at each other. Such stories could go on endlessly, but the triangular relationship between him, his wife, and his brother was roughly like this. In the marketplace, he found a mirror that suited his liking. Though it might seem imperfect by today's standards, in that rural village back then, it was a rare treasure. After buying the mirror and finishing his errands, he thought about how happy his wife would be with it. With the warm glow of the setting sun reflecting off the overflowing sea, he returned home without stopping by the tavern, unlike his usual routine. However, when he entered his house, an unexpected scene unfolded before his eyes. In the center of the room, there was a table with rice cakes on it. His brother stood in one corner with his towel hanging loosely around his neck and his shirt sleeves untied. His wife's hair was disheveled, her skirt falling below her navel. Both his wife and brother looked at him, uncertain of what to do, frozen in place. The three of them stood there, dumbfounded for a while, but after a moment his brother finally managed to speak. "Where did that damn rat go?" "Humph, a rat. I've caught quite the rat." Without finishing his sentence, he threw off his jacket, rushed over, and grabbed his brother by the collar. "Brother, Really, the rat. A rat? You? Caught with my wife? After delivering a few slaps to his brother, he shoved him out the door. Then he rushed toward his wife, who stood trembling by the warmer part of the ondol room, fearing punishment. Damn it! Where's the woman who caught a rat with her brother-in-law? He pushed his wife down and kicked her recklessly. I really saw a rat. Oh, I'm dying. You too, a rat? Damn it! His arm fell heavily on her body. Oh, I'm really dying. When I saw my brother-in-law, I thought I'd treat him to some rice cakes. I don't want to hear it. You have an affair with your brother-in-law. What nonsense. Oh, really, a rat appeared and... Just a rat. I was about to catch that rat. Damn it, die. Drown in the water and die. After striking her hard, he shoved his wife away, just as he had done with his brother. Then he uttered to them, Go drown and be eaten by fishes. He released his fury, yet unease lingered. He moved to the warmer corner of the room, leaned against the wind barrier, and stood there, staring blankly at the rice cakes. 1 hour passed, then 2. Being a seaside village on the western edge, darkness enveloped it sooner than elsewhere, particularly around twilight. By the time the dog hour arrived between 7 to 9 p.m., darkness had fully settled. He departed to find matches for a fire, stepping away from the windbreak. The matches weren't where they typically were. As he searched, a squeak echoed while rummaging through old bundles of clothes. Suddenly, something leapt out. Startled, he recoiled as it scurried away. It's definitely a rat, he muttered quietly, then slumped back, disheartened, into his place. Scenes he hadn't witnessed flashed through his mind like a series of action shots. His brother returned home. His kind wife offered rice cakes to his brother. At that moment, a rat darted out from somewhere. His brother and wife chased after it. Despite their efforts, the rat escaped into a corner. They searched high and low. That was when he entered the house. Damn woman. Hurry back. With reluctance, he resigned himself and lay down in place. However, night passed into day, and his wife did not return. Growing increasingly anxious, he set out in search of her. She was nowhere to be found at his brother's house. He combed through the entire village, but no one had seen her. Finally, he reached the seaside, 3 or 4 miles away, and found his wife. But she was not the lively woman he knew. Swollen from the water, her beautiful smile replaced with foam around her mouth. She was dead. He was in a daze until he brought his wife back home. The following day, he swiftly arranged for her burial. There was a hint of resentment on his brother's face as he followed along, as if saying, Brother, what is this all about? From the day after the burial, his brother vanished from the small village. Although the first couple of days passed quietly, after 4 days his brother still hadn't returned. Upon inquiry, it was discovered that someone resembling his brother had packed belongings and left for the mountains about 5 or 6 days earlier, heading east under the setting sun. 10 days passed without his brother's return, and the wife left behind sighed through each day. He couldn't idly witness this misfortune. He bore the burden of every sin. Eventually, he became a sailor himself, constantly approaching the sea that swallowed his wife, seeking news of his brother wherever he sailed. He boarded various ships, inquiring about his brother's name and appearance at every port, but news of his brother was elusive. Thus, 10 years passed like a dream. Then, 6 years ago on an autumn day, his ship, shrouded in thick fog, capsized in Yonnan waters due to a fierce storm. Several crew members perished, and he found himself adrift, unconscious on the water. When he awoke, it was night. Somehow, he found himself on land, surrounded by the warm glow of a fire tended by his brother to nurse him back to health. Without much surprise, he casually asked, How did you end up here? After a long silence, his brother finally replied, Brother, everything is predestined. Drifting back into a restless sleep, he suddenly awoke again, remarking, You've aged a lot in 10 years. Brother, I've changed too, and you've aged a lot, his brother replied. Listening to these words, as if in a dream, he slipped back into deep slumber. After a few hours, he awoke to find the fire still burning warmly, but his brother was nowhere to be seen. Asking those nearby, he learned that his brother had stared at his face for a while, then silently vanished into the night, bathed in the red glow. Despite extensive searching the next day, his brother left no trace behind. Helpless, he boarded another ship and set sail once more. When the ship docked at a port, he disembarked to purchase supplies. While browsing, he glimpsed someone resembling his brother across the street. Rushing over for a closer look, he found the person had already disappeared. Ships didn't linger at ports long, and with a heavy heart, he left the port behind, sailing once more. Despite traveling far and wide for 3 years, he found no sign of his brother. Then, 6 years ago today, as his ship passed by Gangwado, he heard a ship's horn sounding toward the sea from a steep cliff. It was a horn altered with phrases and melodies unique to his brother, a distinctive signal that only his brother could replicate. The ship sailed past Gangwado without stopping, but it anchored in Incheon for about 10 days. He disembarked and crossed over to Gangwado, searching every corner. In a small inn, he learned that someone matching his brother's description had stayed there but departed for Incheon 3 days earlier. Rushing back to Incheon and searching tirelessly, he found no trace of his brother, not even in the small town. For years, through snow and rain, he wandered. Yet he never reunited with his brother or learned of his fate. Tears shimmered in his eyes as the evening sun reflected off them. After a long pause, I finally asked, "What about your wife?" "I don't know. I've roamed for 20 years, and I haven't been to Yeongju," he replied. "And where will you go now?" "I don't know that either. Since there isn't any specific destination, I'll go wherever the wind takes me," he responded. He sang the Beitaragi for me once more. Oh, the unspoken regret and longing for the sea permeated that song. After finishing the song, he stood up, his back to the setting sun, and walked steadily towards the sea. I had no power to detain him, so I sat there, watching his departure. That night, even after returning home, his words and his fateful tale echoed in my ears, keeping me from sleep. The next morning, without even eating breakfast, I hurriedly ran to search for him again. The grass where he had sat yesterday was now flattened, marking his visit, but he was nowhere to be found. However, the Beitaragi resounded loudly from somewhere, as if shaking every pine tree. "It's Moranbong. He's there." I rushed to Moranbong in a breath. Not a soul was in sight. He wasn't at Bubyokru either. "It's Ulmade." I returned to Ulmade. Surrounded by dense pine trees that seemed to whisper softly, not a drop of water dripped from the densely packed leaves in the valley, yet every leaf seemed to tremble, singing out the Beitaragi. But he wasn't there either. Not among the countless leaves reaching towards the sky, nor among the countless blades of grass beneath them. Every tree and every blade of grass seemed to mournfully sing out the Beitaragi, but he couldn't be found in this small area of Moranbong. At the riverbank, I learned that his ship had departed early this morning. After summer and autumn passed and a year went by, spring returned, but he, who briefly visited Pyongyang, leaving behind his fateful tale and sorrowful Beitaragi, didn't return to this small Moranbong. As spring returned to Moranbong in the Gija's tomb, the grass where he sat last year stood straight again, ready to bloom into vivid flowers. But he, who could only lament with the lonely Beitaragi, could not be found in this small area of Moranbong. All that remained were memories of his Beitaragi echoing through the leaves. Published in 1921. A Ready-Made Life. Author Che Man-sik. "Well, there's no job available for you." CEO K lazily responded with a yawn, sinking back into the plush comfort of his chair. He wanted to stretch his arms out, as if longing to yawn and stretch, but refrained from doing so. Seated politely across the round table from the CEO, P extended every bit of his humble demeanor, wearing a submissive smile that seemed to say, "I deeply respect and admire you, sir." He laid out his rehearsed plea for employment, stretching out his words like a beggar seeking alms. Despite encountering numerous setbacks in his job search, P remained resilient in the face of K's anticipated rejection. Though disappointed, he understood the futility of persisting if K did not approve. Well, if that's the case, how can you possibly force something right now? But if there happens to be an opening next time, then please do consider me. Having said this, P turned his face towards K, whom he had avoided making direct eye contact with until now, casting him a cautious glance. However, K shook his head from side to side and responded with the same yawning mixed answer as before. A possibility of an opening in the future? It's not only rare, sometimes vacancies do arise, but I understand there might be numerous qualified candidates in line. P remained silent, bowing his head. It was clear that the conversation had reached its conclusion. There was nothing left to do but bid farewell and leave. With no other options left, he should simply stand up, acknowledge the situation politely with a, "Yes, I understand," and leave. However, the thought of doing so felt uncomfortable compared to the subtle hopes he had been holding on to until now. Knowing this, he pretended to be disappointed and remained seated for a moment longer. Things are really serious these days. Seeing P disheartened, the CEO, knowing it didn't cost him anything, carefully shared his concern. It's unfortunate to see such talented young individuals struggling to find work. Internally, P scoffed but remained silent. Assured that P wouldn't press further, the CEO abandoned his previous dismissive attitude and instead retrieved a lecture he had stored away, ready to impart wisdom to the youth, one piece at a time. However, as I always say, struggling solely for employment isn't the only option. Rather than seeking a wage-based urban lifestyle, consider returning to rural areas. Returning to the countryside? What would you do there? P interjected abruptly, wanting to stir up an argument since his job search had already failed. Ha! That's nonsense. Korea is an agricultural country with farmers making up a significant portion of the population. So, you can say that Korea's issues are essentially rural issues. There's just so much work to be done in the countryside right now. I'm not quite sure I understand. It doesn't seem like there might be things for people like us to do in rural areas. Impossible. Let's say, the CEO stuttered and ultimately couldn't provide a response. It wasn't unreasonable. Encouraging knowledgeable young job seekers to return to the countryside and engage in rural businesses, and suggesting creating new tasks for them later, was not based on any practical or theoretical foundation rooted in reality. It was merely a vague notion prompted by the abundance of job seekers from the educated class, a generic, go back to the countryside and create jobs sentiment. Therefore, there wasn't a concrete plan in place. It was a means often employed as both a gesture and a method to drive away job seekers. Thus far, most individuals had simply nodded along to this vague sermon and retreated. But today, with P, it wasn't so simple. He needed to provide a more concrete explanation. So, he found himself scrambling for ideas, grasping at anything that came to mind. For instance, illiteracy eradication campaigns. Some farmers don't even know how to read or write, and there are also movements for improving living conditions with devotion. With devotion? Yes, you must be devoted if you're going to do it. But how can you be devoted to such ventures? If one is struggling to find employment because they need to eat, would they really be concerned with such rural projects? That's a flawed mindset. It's selfish to have resources to sustain yourself and not work for the betterment of society. P silently chuckled as he watched K-CEO's excuses. However, in today's Korean countryside, rather than welcoming campaigns for literacy or improvements in living conditions, graduates from prestigious universities or colleges are more likely to cause headaches. Farmers aren't ignorant or culturally backward, and the root cause of their hardships isn't their lack of knowledge. It's not that they don't know how to improve their lives. So, can we expect all of Korea's educated youth to become such altruists? Something either works or it doesn't, right? Well, that's because altruism is just an idealistic concept. Then P, are you an exist? I've been labeled inaccurately. A true tsamidsinist wouldn't even bother with a job search like this. No way. How could you advocate for such radical ideologies? If you don't want to return to the countryside, gather some like-minded individuals in Seoul or wherever and start something. Start a newspaper if there's a shortage, or perhaps a magazine, or get involved in profitable ventures. Isn't that much better than job hunting? I understand the theory, but who's going to fund it? If you approach it with sincerity, the money will come naturally. P, fed up with the conversation, stood up abruptly. Venting his frustrations had been somewhat satisfying, but the stark realization that his job search had come to a dead end left a bitter taste in his mouth. In the hallway, P encountered the editorial director, C. He had a somewhat close relationship with C. "Are you here to see the boss?" C asked. "No," P lied, embarrassed to admit his rejection by the CEO, and aware that going directly to C right after speaking to the CEO could seem suspicious. P decided to play it off. "Please give up." C's words meant abandoning the job-seeking campaign P had entrusted to him. Unbeknownst to P, C had already spoken to CEO K, leading to the unfortunate outcome. P regretted not consulting C before meeting with CEO K. After a brief pause, C continued. Yesterday morning, I told the boss that P's situation seemed quite challenging and asked him to consider how to help, but it didn't go well. He said a newspaper company isn't a charity organization, so how could they assist with someone else's problems? Though he's right. The newspaper company isn't a charity, echoed in P's mind, like a sharp jab to his conscience. Damn it, P muttered under his breath, storming out without even a farewell to C. P paused at the monument next to Gwanghwamun Square, uncertain of his next move. The spring sky was clear and bright. The sun's warmth on his body made him shed his heavy winter coat and bask in the refreshing breeze. Young people, dressed in cheerful spring attire, moved energetically, their laughter echoing like the warmth of spring. The scarves of fashionable women fluttered like butterflies. Watching their swaying silk skirts, P's mind wandered to the crispy chicken cutlets he used to enjoy. As he watched people through the open window of the tram, P felt a strong urge to hop on and head to the outskirts. But when he looked down at his worn-out shoes, wrinkled winter pants, sagging suit pockets, crumpled shirt with gravy stains, and the twisted tie, along with the old hat he had been wearing for months, he quickly dismissed the idea of a suburban stroll. Instead, he yearned to return home, wrap himself in a blanket, and just lie down. A car stopped in front of the monument and a Western couple got out. The man explained while the woman listened, admiring the monument and taking photos. If Daewongun saw them. This thought brought an involuntary smile to P's face. Daewongun was like the Don Quixote of the late Joseon period, wearing a basin on his head to try and stop thunderbolts. The basin inevitably shattered. History didn't overlook Korea, a small piece of land, for long. With the start of the Gapsin coup and through the drastic changes under Japanese rule, the dawn of liberalism began to emerge in the Jimmy era. The momentum of the citizen who raised the new flag of liberalism surged. Nobles? Who says you're the only ones with 2 feet? Before the law, everyone is equal. Money. With money, you can do anything. The rising bourgeoisie used the banner of democracy to economically embrace and support workers and peasants, while forming alliances with powerful feudal aristocrats and courting the educated class in large numbers. The old saying, 1 volume of teaching is worth more than 1,000 pieces of gold from the feudal era, after being baptized by liberalism, spurred the masses with a more advanced face of freedom. Learn. Learn to read and write. With knowledge alone, anyone can become a nobleman and live well. Such fervent calls echoed through the alleys and streets. Newspapers and magazines fueled the enthusiasm for learning to exhaustion, and passionate intellectuals traveled to rural areas, urging people to study and learn. Learn. You must learn. Even a commoner can become a nobleman if they learn. Teach. Sell your fields and houses if you have to, but teach. If that's not possible, at least study at night while working during the day. The teachings of Confucius and Mencius are outdated. Cut your hair and learn new academic disciplines. Implement night schools. Governor Saito issued banners promoting cultural politics and expanded schools everywhere. Principals of public schools actively recruited students, even traveling to villages to encourage enrollment. Instead of collecting tuition fees, they provided textbooks and school supplies to students. Private funds were raised to establish schools. Though efforts to create private universities didn't come to fruition, night schools were set up by youth organizations, and the public admired diligent students. A new term, female student, emerged, and a new type of woman, the new woman, appeared. In this way, the government and the people of Joseon worked together to elevate the level of knowledge among the populace. The concerted efforts of the government and the people led to a rapid increase in the cultural level of Joseon. As a result, the efforts to promote knowledge among the populace bore fruit. They provided government officials, established police forces, provided local government officials, and supplied graduates from agricultural schools as new practitioners of innovative farming techniques. Banks and corporate employees emerged. School teachers and church pastors were also established. Newspaper reporters and magazine journalists emerged. With the higher level of knowledge among the populace, the readership of newspapers and magazines increased significantly, and the incomes of doctors and lawyers flourished. Novelists earned manuscript fees, artists sold paintings, and musicians moved beyond street performances. Printing houses and bookstores flourished. Tailor shops and barber shops multiplied. Pastors gained additional income from marriage ceremonies, and contractors became wealthy building cultural homes. Thus, the bourgeoisie gained influence, while some educated individuals attained wealth. However, the laborers and farmers took center stage. For them, Korea's cultural advancement and national development didn't alleviate the burden. Rather, it imposed a heavier load on their shoulders. They had to give peers, but ended up eating the core. Among intellectuals, there are those without practical skills, holding only a diploma from a university or college, or possessing just basic common sense without a profession. The number of such intellectuals increases by thousands every year. They are the ones who saw the snake. All the bourgeoisie's institutions are saturated, so they end up being manipulated and climbing up the trees only to shake and fall. They are like the fifth wheel. If they weren't intellectuals, they would have become workers instead. As intellectuals, 99% enter but come out fleeing. The rest are all unemployed intellectuals with sagging shoulders, aimlessly breathing in the passive cultural reserves, like ownerless dogs only breathing out blue sighs. It's a ready-made life. Damn it, P muttered to himself as he left the monument where he had been standing. P was not only irritated with himself, but also resentful towards everything in the world. Walking hesitantly towards the Governor General's office along Gwanghwamun Boulevard, his shadow lay short and stubby before him. P wanted to step on his own shadow, but whenever he lifted his foot, the shadow moved further ahead. In both his own shadow and within himself, as he attempted to step on the shadow, P discovered the contradiction within his own duality and character. Arriving at the side of the Eastern Cross, P headed towards the tobacco shop across the street. "Give me a pack of cigarettes," P said as he reached for his wallet. "Sure, Macaw?" the tobacco shop owner asked. P glanced at the shop owner once and then reviewed his demeanor before his mischief kicked in. Intentionally, he tried to pull out the exact change in 1 coins, but the tobacco shop owner had already placed a matchstick on top of the Marlboro pack. "I'll take a kaida." As P handed over the money, he muttered under his breath. However, the tobacco shop owner simply replied, "Sure," and exchanged the macaw for kaida and handed back 85 johns. P felt even more frustrated by the lack of remorse from the owner. He took out a kaida cigarette, lit it, and crossed the street back to the alley leading to the stream. Now, all that remained in his pocket was just 3 ones and a few coins. The leftover from the 4 ones he received after leaving his winter coat at the pawn shop just the other day. He was behind on 2 months' rent and electricity bills. He wanted to use the 3 ones to pay 1 month's rent and the 1 for a month's worth of electricity, but then he would only have enough left to buy soup or pancakes, which wouldn't last a day. So he decided to keep the money as it was. Over the next 2 days, nearly all of the 1 had been spent, mostly on unnecessary Kata's cigarettes, leaving him with just 3 ones. Preached into his pocket, feeling the remaining 3 ones and a few coins. With his left hand, he counted out the 3 ones, multiplying them in his mind. 6 ones, 12 ones, 24 ones, 48 ones, 96 ones, 192 ones, 8 ones, short of 200 ones. 400 ones, 800 ones, 1,600 ones, 3,200 ones, 6,400 ones, 12,800 ones. Discarding the 800 ones, he was left with 24,000 ones, 48,000 ones, 96,000 ones, 192,000 ones, 384,000 ones, 768,000 ones, 1,536,000 ones. If he multiplied 3 ones by 18 times, it would amount to 150,000 ones. Just having 150,000 ones. With this thought, he shrugged his shoulders. Multiplying 3 by 18 times would easily net him 150,000 won. If only he had that amount, he could invest 1,000,000 won to publish a 16-page newspaper and be the first witness to the K Company president's wailing expression. However, even if he only had 50,000 won, or 10,000 won, or just 1,500 won, or even just 15 won, he could manage to pay the rent and electricity for a month. P sighed. Just 1 month? What about after that? Still, he needed some hundreds, no, thousands, or even tens of thousands of won. As usual, P repeated these absurd thoughts. Lately, he had begun to resent getting a job because even if he did, the monthly salary would only be 50 or 61. Living on that wouldn't bring any real joy. Suppose he worked hard, saved money, bought a house, got married, climbed the corporate ladder to the rank of manager or superintendent, and thus stabilized his life. He wouldn't face the same difficulties as now. But P still harbored youthful ambitions and wanted to avoid such settled stability or aimless living. He desired a more noticeable, enjoyable, and free life. Of course, if someone offered him 31 a month to work, he would pounce on it like a starving dog on meat. But deep down, he would be resentful and would be making other plans. As P climbed up to Samcheong-dong and reached the gate of Gyeonchun-mun, he saw a woman coming down from the other side, dressed neatly. She was a woman whom P occasionally ran into, perhaps a resident near Samcheong-dong. Though P pretended not to pay much attention to her whenever they met, he actually observed her closely, secretly wishing for some romantic involvement. What captivated him the most was her round face with features not overly pronounced, and her gentle curves which matched the contours of her face. The woman, dressed in a worn-out suit, approached cautiously, as if she recognized P even from afar, her maidenly figure gliding gracefully along the path. P, with his head held high and staring straight ahead, secretly wondered, what if this woman comes up to me now and whispers sweet words of courtship? What if she leans in for a hug? What would I do? As he entertained these thoughts with a smirk, the woman had already passed by. What's the use of that? Woman, I'm not interested. Why do you bother me? Then I'll kick her off. P shrugged his shoulders. He returned to his room at the top of Samcheong-dong, a rented room rather than a proper house. Being alone, far away from his hometown, P would have stayed at the boarding house as usual, but fearing that the rent might fall behind and the landlord would come pestering for it, P had opted to rent a room. His meals varied depending on the money he had, ranging from hatiok to solyongtang to department store lunches. Sometimes he skipped meals altogether when money was tight and there were no usual options. Since the sun doesn't shine on this corner room, even in winter, mold grew on the bedding and dust accumulated on the floor, left untouched for days. Standing in the middle of the room, not even bothering to sit down properly, he heard the sound of the landlord opening the main door and coughing. He realized that the rent was overdue and felt anxious. However, the landlord handed him a letter before mentioning the rent. It was from his brother back in his hometown. After tearing open and reading the letter, P let out a sigh as if exhaling all the air from his lungs. Then he ripped the letter to shreds. The contents of the letter were about P's son. P had a son named Chang Seon from his previous marriage with his ex-wife. This year, Chang Seon turned 9. When he divorced his wife, she had decided that if she could at least have custody of her son, she would find solace in raising him alone in this lonely world. She had resolved to ensure that her son received an education at least until middle school. If he had done so, P would have been somewhat relieved. However, he did not. A child who grew up hearing complaints and resentment towards his father from his divorced mother's hands doesn't develop affection for his father in the end. P didn't necessarily want to find his son, but he expected that when he grew up, he would come looking for his father. However, by then, P would already be old, and if his child, who grew up hearing that he was a father who abandoned his mother in the past, came to him boasting arrogantly, it would be unbearable to endure. With these thoughts in mind, P didn't give up Chang Seon. However, after taking him away, he realized that he was only 4 years old and couldn't support him by himself. So he reluctantly left him with his older brother and returned to Seoul. He promised to bring him to Seoul when it was time for him to attend regular school, elementary school. P's brother enrolled his nephew in elementary school last year. However, due to their extreme poverty, they couldn't afford the meager monthly fee and tuition, so they had to withdraw him from school halfway through. When he initially informed P of his plan to enroll the child, P suggested that rather than focusing on academics, it would be better to put him to work from a young age. However, due to family obligations and pride, P's brother couldn't bring himself to have the child work. Instead, he had been writing to P since last year, asking him to take the child and provide him with education as his father. As the enrollment period approached this year, P's brother wrote to him again. He emphasized that if they didn't enroll the child this year, he would be too old to enter next year, so they should bring him and ensure he receives an education. The sight of the little child suffering from starvation while envying other children attending school was too heartbreaking to bear. He concluded his letter with the following words. P crumpled the torn letter and tossed it into a corner of the room, letting out a heavy sigh. Now he was faced with the unavoidable task of taking his child with him. He couldn't evade it any longer. His mind wrestled with what to do next, overshadowed by resentment towards his brother. His resentment wasn't solely about sending his son after him, but rather the burden of providing an education. Whether in Seoul or the countryside, if it meant hardship for his child, P preferred him to start working early on the farm. It would have been more practical for P in many respects. Humph, such pretense! Education! Even if it costs me my life, I won't turn him into an intellectual, P muttered to himself. Is that a letter from home? What's troubling you? The elderly man in the living room inquired with concern. No, it's nothing, P replied reluctantly. It must be something troubling you, the old woman persisted, searching for something to discuss. It's all because of poverty. It's all because a young and intelligent person like you is struggling with poverty. Haven't you found a job yet? No, not yet. This is serious. You should have found one by now. I might as well give up. This old woman. Haven't you saved any money? Well, not much. What are we going to do about that? Today, we have to pay the water and electricity bills. It's going to be quite a struggle. Let's postpone it a little longer. Surely, I'll give you the rent, P suggested. It doesn't matter. I know there won't be any problem, but I've been short on money lately, the elderly woman replied. P let the old woman continue chattering and contemplated quietly. Back when he rented a room from an acquaintance, he could fall behind on payments for 2 or 3 months without pressure. Not feeling pressured even when falling behind on rent with his acquaintance. That's exactly why P felt regretful for moving here. Now, in this new place, he missed his old house where he didn't face rent pressure, even when he couldn't keep up, despite feeling bad about it. Just as the old woman stood at the door, ready to continue her chatter, P's companions, M and H, arrived. Where are you off to? M asked, flashing his broad smile that accentuated his gap-toothed grin. Though stout like M, H was shorter and stood beside him, chiming in, "Hello," P chuckled. M and H, who shared the same boarding house, were often seen together. Walking side by side, one appeared tall and upright, while the other seemed short and flat. M had a rugged appearance, resembling a typical fighter, could easily be mistaken for a boxer in the ring. On the other hand, H had a mild demeanor, akin to that of an office worker. In daily conversations, when H touched upon topics related to his specialty in law, he would recite sections from legal codes while explaining various details. As for M, given his previous affiliation with the Marxist student group CAF and his expertise in economics, his speech often reflected the rhetoric commonly used in left-wing circles. P chuckled as he observed the distinctive winter suits of the two men and then glanced at his own attire. M entered, took off his shoes, and sat on the dusty desk, saying, "Spring has come, but it isn't like spring." H followed, sitting beside him and adding, "It's still okay. I saw many people wearing winter clothes on the streets." "What do you mean by okay?" As we walk around, we hear cries and screams from all directions. Why? Spring is being trampled underfoot. Ha ha. The three of them laughed out loud. How did the exam go? P asked H about the civil service exam he had taken at the Governor General's office. Don't even mention it. Now I have to settle down and study for the bar exam. Seeing how he had little flexibility and no connections, and yet couldn't find a job, P often felt sorry for him. Just be patient. Pass the bar exam soon. Then I'll organize a 1,000,001 company and hire you as a legal consultant. This was M's usual joke. Despite spending a year looking for a job, M remained unemployed. If he had been a bit quicker, M might have found a job already. But due to his inherent hesitancy and reluctance to flatter others, he ended up being a dropout in the job hunt front. Although there isn't much reason for them to meet. P, M, and H often seek each other out because they feel lonely when they're alone. Sitting together and chatting lifts their spirits for a while. They meet daily in Seoul, wandering around without any particular purpose. If they have some spare change, they share a drink or two and indulge in countless rounds of room pen, a game they play. These are capable young men who could accomplish much if given the opportunity. However, they seem to be wasting away, unable to find their place in society. They are people who cannot tolerate being confined anywhere. They aren't summoned to the intellectual circles due to the weak and fragmented state of those circles. This is evident from their past. They were active in intellectual circles during their student days in Japan, but were marginalized upon returning to Korea. Moreover, they don't find a place within the bourgeois cultural institutions either. They're like ready-made goods, only sought after when needed. M takes out a pack of macaw cigarettes and lights one. P hesitates to take out his kaida from his pocket, feeling a bit embarrassed, and instead takes a drag from M's macaw. The original text is missing about 80 characters. P begins to speak, suggesting that while he might hesitate if asked to engage in such playful imagination in reality, he believes that trying it out could ultimately be refreshing. First, we go to the police bureau and speak frankly. What we're targeting now isn't the Governor General's office, but the so-called private patricians in Korea, so we ask them to stop interfering. Then it's like getting official permission for May Day. Sure, permission is fine, and when it comes to that, what do we write? Who's been encouraging us to learn? How's that? Great. Assign a profession to the intellectuals, that's how the song goes. Yeah. To strip off the mask of the bourgeoisie and the nobles. Several tens of people did the demonstration like that. Ha ha ha. M laughed heartily, and H made a cool jab. Come on, guys. Well, you know, if those neatly dressed folks strut around Jongno Street like they own it, people would come up and ask for an ad leaflet. Ha ha. Outside the window, a peddler selling vegetables shouted out cheap prices as he passed by. M responded to him, Eek, dumping spring. Well, you truly are an economist. We need some vegetables at our boarding house. Then we should give money for the cost of meals. That's true, but I'm 2 months behind on rent. I would have been in the same boat. That's why I live in an apartment like this. This was P's remark. Despite saying apartment, he chuckled with a hint of sadness. A Korean-style apartment. But if we had lived in one, we would probably have starved to death a couple of months ago. I'll have to greet money like it's a stranger. It's been so long that I've forgotten your face. Hey, M called to H in a refined manner. Has it been a while since you've seen money? Yeah. There's a good idea. What? Send some books to a pawn shop. I don't want to. You should take a look at the money, look at it, then have a drink with it. Now that we're talking about drinks, it wouldn't hurt to drink a lot of alcohol and do some mischief these days. That's true. Let's go. Go and leave just 5 books. I don't feel like it. I'll get them back for you. Humph. I mean it. I don't want to. That night, P and M persuaded H to grab his law books and pawn them for 6 ones. After drinking enough to get tipsy at a tavern, they went to a cafe called C and chatted until midnight with 2 bottles of liquor on the table. When they left, they had 2 ones left. The 3 of them decided to go to a brothel together. All 3 of them staggered. Among them, P was the most intoxicated. They entered a shabby brothel as if they were entering a familiar place. As they entered, the women inside warmly greeted them. Please come in, said the women, one with her hair up and the other pregnant and plump as they stepped onto the wooden floor. Absent-mindedly took out a pack of Taiga cigarettes. Just then, a woman at the door, her cheeks flushed with excitement, hugged P's neck and kissed him on the cheek. I'll have one too, she said, stretching out her hand. Startled, P handed her a cigarette. H and M applauded loudly, shouting, Bravo! They moved into the adjacent room, where the floor creaked beneath their feet. The plump woman was largely ignored, while another woman, with her hair up, moved around, pouring drinks with H and M's hands all over her. She giggled and exaggerated her movements, engaging them in lively conversation. It seemed H&M had visited this place before. They chatted and interacted with ease. The liquor was served in large cups, but the pitcher was so big it looked like it could hold an eyeball. After pouring the drinks, M cleared his throat and began to sing. The woman with her hair up was even more agile, quickly downing the liquor and handing the empty glasses back to M to fill. P, feeling nauseous from the weak alcohol, which tasted like ditch water, laid down to soothe his stomach. H, with a serving maid on his lap, sang loudly, though the song lacked proper rhythm and melody. M grabbed a girl from the crowd, flirting with her aggressively. He then pulled another girl close and whispered something in her ear, all the while exchanging knowing glances with P. They both grinned mischievously. After a while, the girl approached P, whispering into his ear with her lips very close. "Would you like to spend the night with me?" she asked. "Sure," P responded abruptly, sounding slightly annoyed. "Oh, how dull," she teased, poking P playfully before running back to M. She whispered something to M and then returned to P, whispering again in his ear. "Let's sleep together, okay?" "Sure, why not?" P replied. "For sure? Yeah. Really? Yeah." 3 pitchers of alcohol were brought, but the 3 guests only drank about 2 or 3 cups each. The rest was consumed by the girls, who became heavily intoxicated, teasing and mocking the men. As the bill for the drinks was settled, P stood up. M subtly nudged him with his body, guiding him into the room while the girl pulled at the back of his suit. "All right, I'll spend the night here," P said, resigning himself to the situation. P flopped down in the middle of the room. "Where are you from?" P asked the girl sitting next to him. "Province," she replied. "When did you come here?" P asked. "Last year," she replied. P sat up, feeling a bit queasy and wanting to calm down, but the girl abruptly pushed him back down. "How old are you?" P asked. 18, she replied. "Do you have parents?" P asked. "If I had parents, would I be doing this here?" she retorted. "Why is this a bad thing?" P asked. "Humph, I'm also a human," the girl replied, somewhat defensively. "What? I thought you were a fairy, but now I see you're just human," P joked. "Shut up," she snapped, rolling her eyes, but then she laughed and hugged P's neck. "Let's sleep together, okay?" she whispered again. "I'll be scolded and kicked out by my wife," P responded, trying to resist. "Then come live with me. If you just pay off my debt of 81, she suggested. 81? P echoed. "Yes," she confirmed. "Fine, I'll go," P said, trying to get up again. But the girl hugged him tightly, refusing to let go. "Let's go to sleep. I've fallen for you," she whispered earnestly. "Stop it," P said, attempting to pull away. "I mean it," she insisted. "Let go," P demanded. "No, I won't let go." Let's sleep. Can you give me some money?" she pleaded. "Money? Do I look like I have money?" P replied, frustrated. "But I hear the sound of coins jingling," she countered, noticing the occasional clinking from P's pocket. "Let's sleep, and I'll give you some money before I leave," P conceded. "How much?" she asked eagerly. "Whatever you want. Even 50 Johns. No, 20 Johns," P replied, trying to end the conversation. Before the girl could respond, P shot up as if startled. He swiftly reached into his pocket, grabbed the money, and with a sudden motion flung it onto the floor. 2 1-1 bills and some copper coins scattered loudly across the floor. "Damn this money," P exclaimed, throwing it away before darting out. Tears filled his eyes as he left. P was not an innocent man. He got married at 14, which felt like a childhood prank, and during his time in Tokyo, he lived with a woman. Later, while holding a job back in Joseon, P became involved with a kisayang, and at one point they were almost living together. Additionally, there were 2 more women with whom P was deeply involved. However, until he turned 30, he never frequented places known for illicit activities. That's P's peculiar trait. Regardless of the woman, if he didn't develop feelings for her, he never became involved with them. Instead, once a woman caught his eye and he fell for her, he didn't look back and committed himself entirely to her with serious passion. He gave everything to that woman. Thus, he always said, all or nothing. P was well aware of the unfavorable situation he found himself in. Despite knowing that he was stubborn and resistant to change, he could not seem to overcome these traits. On that particular night, he didn't even entertain the thought of doing anything inappropriate with that girl. The idea of calming down from the discomfort of being drunk quickly turned into excitement at her suggestion of 50 John or even 20 John is fine. She seemed overly opportunistic and cunning. P was not oblivious to the fact that the world he saw and heard on the streets was often driven by money and opportunism. However, he had never encountered someone demanding a payment of 20 Johns for something trivial. P knew well that some people were indifferent to moral considerations when it came to their actions, so he didn't bother to consider whether it was unethical or not. His perspective and interpretation went beyond such considerations. However, at the sound of just 20 jian, there was no room for hesitation or calculation. Despite feeling filthy and repulsed, tears streamed down P's face. He emptied his entire purse about 3-1 and dashed out in a frenzy. H&M, left alone with the intoxicated P, stood waiting in the alley. As they saw P rushing out, they offered him a mock cheer. "Cheers to your venture." "Cheers to getting married." P shook his head and stood there blankly, lost in thought. Feeling a deep disgust for the hypocrisy lurking beneath the mask of humanity, P agonized over how to interpret his actions that night. It wasn't about the money, even though he would have to go hungry tomorrow. Why did he give away all the money he had instead of just paying 20 Johns for something trivial? Why were tears streaming down his face? P's head was pounding and his stomach churned, making it impossible for him to gather his thoughts. He ascended to Samcheong-dong without even exchanging greetings with his two friends, feeling as if he had been severely injured. All he wanted was to lie down quickly and forget everything. Despite the messy and cluttered surroundings, his own bed felt welcoming, especially when his body was in distress. Without even attempting to undress from his ragged suit, P buried himself in the bedding that had been left unfolded. As he lay down, the drunkenness intensified, causing him to forget about undressing and fall asleep on the spot. When he eventually woke up, tormented by thirst, it felt like his throat was parched. There was no water. The thought of not being able to drink made his throat even drier. He couldn't guess what time of night it was. The lights were still on. There were no sounds of footsteps from people passing by outside. No sounds of trams passing by, only occasionally the distant honking of a car horn sounding like it was from another world. If it hadn't been so late, he might have knocked on the locked front door to ask the elderly owner for water, but it felt too late for that now. Besides, he had probably already paid the rent or something similar. It would be too embarrassing to face him now. P strained his ears, hoping to hear the squeaking sound of the water vendor's jug, but there was no sound to be heard. His throat grew even drier. His lips were parched, his mouth devoid of moisture, and his throat felt as dry as if it were crackling, and it seemed like even his intestines were drying up. P felt like he was going crazy. Before his eyes, the flowing blue Han River seemed to shimmer and sparkle, and he could almost see the gushing spout of a water jug. P had experienced many bouts of hunger, but this was the first time he had ever been so desperately thirsty. While hunger made his stomach empty and his energy drain away, extreme thirst made him feel like he might go mad and start jumping around wildly. If he were to climb up to the top of Samcheong-dong, there might be water from the mountain valleys and wells. However, on this dark night, it would be impossible to see where anything was, and there would likely be no dipper at the well either. He endured for a few hours, barely managing to hold himself together. Though in reality, it was probably less than an hour, it felt like an eternity to P. Finally, he heard the squeaking sound of a water jug, and he hurriedly ran towards the source of the water. Without bothering to explain his situation, he clung to the gushing spout of the water jug and drank as much cold water as he could. The water vendor looked puzzled, simply staring at him before finally turning away and sticking his tongue out at P behind his back. Having quenched his desperate thirst, craving water more than food, P felt a sense of relief as the uncomfortable drunkenness dissipated, leaving his mind clear and refreshed. P threw off his suit jacket once again and buried himself in his bedding. Sleep seemed to elude him, and his eyes became wide awake. As he lay there, the events of the previous night came flooding back to him. It was like a lingering, unpleasant memory, akin to eating something indigestible. No matter how much he tried to brush it aside, it lingered stubbornly in a corner of his mind, refusing to disappear. He felt he needed to find a satisfying interpretation somehow to ease his mind. The woman demanding 20 Johns for her virtue. Just as there are women in the world who, having lost their virtue, would rather die than live, there are also women who say, even 20 Johns is fine. If a woman's virtue is deemed so noble that she would take her own life upon losing it, how can we explain the fact that there are women willing to sell it for a mere 20 johns? What can explain the fact that while there are women willing to sell their virtue for 20 jeans, there are others who would take their own lives because of losing their virtue? Neither of these women can be considered possessors of a sound conscience. However, if we were to judge, it would be easier to condemn the woman who took her life because her virtue was taken, rather than the one who says, "I'll sell it for 20 johns." She's been a prostitute since the age of 16, rolling in drinks for the past 3 years. She probably never acquired any stale moral principles or a proper outlook on life from anyone at any time. Sitting with a glass of alcohol in hand, she'll gladly offer more drinks to any customer who comes in, even if it's just to help boost the owner's income by a penny and earn some praise. When a customer says, "You're a pretty lady," how about she'll comply, even if it's just for a quick encounter, just to earn a penny, no matter how small the amount. Even if someone were to tell her not to engage in such activities, it's unlikely that she ever had anyone to teach her that it's wrong. In fact, most prostitutes appear to have a semblance of morality or conscience, but in reality, it's often nothing more than a facade. For them, it's a form of labor that provides a sense of legitimacy. Therefore, feeling pity or sympathy for them is merely an empty gesture. In today's world, there isn't a clear standard of sexual morality. This confusion arises from the mixture of various historical and cultural influences in a single generation. Consequently, it's impossible to judge the morality of a woman's actions in a uniform manner. For a woman who values herself at 20 gions or less for a night, she lacks the same moral compass as others, so she doesn't feel any sadness for her own degradation, nor does she require pity or sympathy. She is by no means a pitiable person. Even if we talk about the love of Jesus, no matter how great and broad that love may be, it's directed towards the pitiful and the sinful. For a woman like her, who isn't considered pitiful or sinful, there's no room for anyone's sympathy or love. What? Too abstract? Yes, it might sound abstract. However, it's a reflection of her subjective perspective. Therefore, it's a harsh reality. Addressing this pathological reality is a collective historical issue, and it's not a matter of the reluctance or excitement of armchair intellectuals. It's likely that the woman felt nothing but shallow joy from receiving 3 1 coins from the drunken customer. What a windfall. Yesterday evening, I had good dreams. Maybe that was for this fortune. What a pitiful fool. That woman probably didn't think much beyond that. It's simply a matter of course. P pondered up to this point and grimaced. Humph. Idiot. Is it like a blind person feeling pity for someone with eye disease? With that, P turned around and clicked his tongue. In the year 1934, miracles still exist in this world. The miracle is that P didn't starve to death. He hasn't had any money for the past week. There have been no opportunities, no earnings from anywhere. He hasn't resorted to begging at someone else's step for a bite to eat, nor has he stolen from others. Yet, he hasn't starved to death during this time. He may have suffered hunger pangs, but he's still alive and kicking. If lives like P's were completely eradicated from this world, perhaps the laborers would have it a bit easier. If P had been a laborer instead of an intellectual aspiring to bourgeois ideals, he might have become a beggar or resorted to desperate measures during this time. However, he lacks the courage for such actions. Yet, despite not having the courage, he manages to survive. However, what's even more burdensome for him than death itself is that he is never granted even a moment of relief from his troubles. Yesterday, P received a letter stating that his son, Chang Xion, was being sent away. Today, another message informed him that Chang Sun would be arriving at Seoul Station the next morning. Upon hearing this, P seemed to lose his composure momentarily, scrambling to gather money. By sunset, he had managed to scrape together 15 won. On his way back from buying household items like pots, pans, and spoons in Jongno, P visited the typesetting manager at XX Printing Office, a man he knew from his previous job at a magazine company. P pleaded with A, the typesetting manager, to take in a child to teach him the trade, emphasizing that he didn't need a salary, just an opportunity for the child to learn. Assuming P was requesting a job for a friend's child, the typesetting manager, A, asked, "Has he finished elementary school?" Ah, no, P replied honestly. How old is he? 9 years old. 9 years old? A asked in disbelief. If he's going to learn a trade, he should start at a very young age. But 9 is too young to work. Whose child is it? It's my child. Despite the embarrassment he felt, P stated this with a hint of pride. A, with his mouth wide open as if witnessing something astonishing, stared at P in silence for a while. Why? Is there some rule preventing my child from working at the factory? Are you serious? Why not? Don't be ridiculous. You didn't expect me to accept the kid, did you? Well, yes, I did. He's my child. Then why don't you send him to school? Learning to work at the printing office is also an education. That may be true, but he should still go to school. I can't afford to send him to school, and even if I could, he wouldn't thrive there. Learning work at a printing office is also studying. Yes, but he should go to school. I can't afford to send him to school, and even if I could, he wouldn't fit in. This is unbelievable. We, who understand the importance of education, struggle to educate our children despite hardships. Yet, someone like you who knows its value won't send your child to school? I went to school and I found it useless. That's why I want my child to learn something different. If that's your reasoning, considering it's like working with my child, I'll teach him well, but he's too young for such responsibility. That may be, but it's what I need. With that, P left the printing office after a polite exchange. Feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted, he bought a bag of rice and several cabbages on his way home. Spending around 5-1 in total, he handed 6-1 to the landlord, who was overjoyed. Finally, he gave her the cabbages he had bought and asked her to make kimchi. The old woman happily agreed, saying she would gladly help with pickled radish and soybean paste, appreciating that P was taking care of his child alone. The next morning, P woke up unexpectedly early and clumsily cooked rice on a stove before heading to the station. Having received a letter from his brother mentioning that someone named S from their hometown was coming up to Seoul, P was looking for S, who seemed more familiar to him than his own son, Changseon. As the train clattered and halted at the platform, S emerged, guiding Changseon off the train amidst the crowd of disembarking passengers. Dressed in a jet-black suit, wearing a student hat adorned with a badge, and carrying a bag, the child stepped out of the car. Recognizing the child as his own, P felt a flush of mixed emotions and a twinge of sorrow. S, with bags in both hands, approached P eagerly and greeted him. Changseon took off his hat and saluted in a formal, school-like manner. Observing him closely, P noticed that Changseon resembled his mother even more than he did when he was 4. This realization greatly displeased P. S, burdened with luggage, greeted P warmly. Changseon removed his hat and gave a polite salute. Looking at S's face closely, P was struck by how much he resembled a relative, even more than he did at the age of 4. This greatly displeased P. "Did you have a good journey?" S greeted. "It was just all right." "You went to a lot of trouble bringing unnecessary baggage," P replied, showing a hint of appreciation along with his greeting. "Don't mention it. Despite his young age, he seems quite mature. Do you think I would recognize his father?" Sassed, smiling at Changseon. Changseon lowered his head shyly, not saying a word in response. P then led S and Changseon up the stairs to the sky bridge. Suddenly, Changseon's maternal grandmother sent these suits and rice cakes. She even came all the way to your place. She wanted to say goodbye when I left yesterday, and she accompanied me to the station and conveyed various words to you. S continued to relay stories that P wasn't particularly interested in hearing. Old resentment stirred in his heart. "It's all unnecessary worrying. I'll take care of my child as I see fit." But the elderly often behave like that. Being alone in a strange place can be uncomfortable in itself. She asked you to send him to her if you're uncomfortable having him around. That's completely unnecessary. What does my child have to do with their household? If I wanted to send him to them, I would have done so already. P was even more angered knowing that it was all orchestrated by his estranged wife. He wanted to react in anger, feeling like discarding the suit the child had worn, but he held back. Early the next morning, P embarked on a life he had never experienced before. On the night of Changseon's arrival, he slept soundly downstairs. Experiencing an unfamiliar fondness for him, P envisioned Changseon dreaming alone and feeling lonely. The following morning, with reluctance, P escorted Chang Xion to the printing office and entrusted him to A. Under his breath, P muttered, "Finally, A Ready-Made Life has found a buyer." Published in 1934. When Buckwheat Flowers Bloom, author Yi Hyo-seok. The summer market was doomed from the outset. Although the sun still hung high in the sky, the marketplace lay deserted, the scorching sun beating down on the few lingering under the awnings. Most villagers had departed, leaving only disgruntled woodcutters unable to sell their goods, grumbling in the streets. For those who relied on a few fish or oil bottles to scrape by, hope was fading fast. Even the swarms of buzzing flies and mischievous children were becoming a nuisance. Heo Sang-won, a leather merchant marked by smallpox scars on his face and a skilled left-handed player, pondered Cho Seon-dal's suggestion cautiously. "Shall we call it a day?" "Good idea. Maybe we can turn a decent profit at the Bongpyeong market. We'll need to earn some coin at the Daewha market tomorrow. We'll have to trek through the night, won't we? Will the moon be bright?" As Cho Seon-dal counted the day's earnings with a clinking sound, Heo Sang-won began folding up the broad canvas spread over the pole. Linen and high-quality silk were tightly bound around two sturdy boxes, while scraps of cloth lay strewn haphazardly on the mat. Others were already packing up their stalls. Several vendors had already departed with their wares. Fishmongers, tinsmiths, sweet sellers, and ginger merchants were nowhere to be seen. Tomorrow, markets awaited in Jinbu and Daewha. Merchants would have to stay awake through the night and travel 60 to 70 miles in any direction. The marketplace was chaotic, resembling the aftermath of a feast, with fights breaking out in taverns. Women's sharp voices pierced through the drunken ramblings. Such events were customary on market evenings. "Sang-won, isn't it about time for a drink? We're heading to Chungju's place." At the sound of the woman's voice, Cho Seon-dal chuckled as though suddenly remembering something. "It's like chasing the wind. It's no contest against those young ones." Well, that might not be entirely true. True, they can't resist Chungju's charm, but even so, it seems Dong-yi has managed to capture Chungju's attention. What's gotten into that lad? Did he offer something valuable to tempt her? I thought he was a dependable fellow. We can't know everything. Let's not dwell on it and just go. I'll buy you a drink. Not particularly inclined, Heo Sang-won pursued matters that didn't truly resonate with him. He remained aloof from women's affairs. Scarred by smallpox, he lacked the courage to pursue them and had never courted anyone. His life was solitary and convoluted. Just the thought of Chungju made his face flush with embarrassment, his legs tremble, and his senses scatter. Upon entering Chungju's place and spotting Dong-yi at the drinking table, he suddenly felt a surge of anger. He couldn't stand seeing him so familiar with the women, causing a scene. Dong-yi was quite the troublemaker, drinking since early morning and flirting with the women. He only brought shame upon our group of peddlers as he roamed about. As a reprimand, he stood in Dong-yi's way. Their eyes met, and Dong-yi's expression seemed to say, "Mind your own business." In a fit of anger, Heo Sang-won couldn't resist slapping him. Though Dong-yi rose in anger as well, Heo Sang-won continued unfazed. "I don't know where you learned your manners, but I'm sure you have parents who wouldn't approve of your wild behavior. Business should be conducted with dignity, not spent frolicking with women. Leave and clean up your act promptly." However, seeing him leave without a word made him reconsider. He still felt a lingering sense of regret, wondering if he had been too harsh. It wasn't his place to intervene among fellow patrons at the tavern. Clearly irritated, Chungju pursed his lips and poured the drinks roughly. Cho Seon-dal tried to lighten the mood by saying to her, "Have you taken a liking to him? Entertaining a youngster is sinful." After a lengthy lecture and scolding, emboldened by newfound courage and an odd desire to become thoroughly drunk, Heo Sang-won nearly finished the drink offered to him. In the haze of drunkenness, he found himself more intrigued by Dong-yi's affairs than thoughts of women. How foolish was I to interfere with the woman using my own appearance? There was also a part of me that scolded my own foolishness. Therefore, when Dong-yi rushed back in haste later, he threw the glass he was drinking from and stumbled out of Chungju's place in confusion. "Look at that brat. He's going wild all by himself because Kim Chomji's donkey ran off. kicking up dirt and frothing at the mouth like a mad cow. It's ridiculous. We just stood there watching. Take a look at his antics." The kid chuckled mischievously. Hyo Sang-won felt his face flush for reasons he didn't understand. To shield himself from the stares, he had to block the animal's belly. "The old Jack likes a Jenny's ass, that animal, not even realizing she's out of his league." The kid's laughter made Hyo Sang-won hesitate, unable to endure the mockery. He raised his whip and chased after the kid. If you're going to chase properly, clumsy lefty. But he couldn't catch up with the fleeing children. A lefty couldn't catch a single child. Hyo Sang-won threw away the whip. His drunkenness made his body sway awkwardly. "Let's just leave. There's no point in hanging out with these brats. The kids in the market are even scarier than adults." Jo Sondal and Dong Yi each saddled their own donkeys and began loading their cargo. The sun was noticeably slanting down. Even after nearly 20 years of traveling from market to market, Hyo Sang-won rarely skipped the Bongpyeong market. While he occasionally ventured to neighboring counties like Cheongju and Jecheon and even wandered as far as the Yeongnam region, he mostly roamed within the county from start to finish, except for occasional trips to Gangneung to buy goods. Although he boasted of Cheongju as his hometown, there didn't seem to be any occasions where he went back to care for it. The beautiful landscapes along the road from market to market remained a longing for his hometown. After walking for half a day, when he got close to the villages with markets, and the rough donkey let out a loud bray, especially in the evening when the torches flickered in the darkness, Hyo Sang-won's heart always raced at the sight of the familiar scenery. In his youth, there were times when Hyo Sang-won earned and saved money wisely. But during the year when a big party was held in the town, he squandered it all on revelry and gambling in just 3 days. He even came close to selling his donkey, but refrained from it out of attachment. Eventually, he had no choice but to resume his journey as a peddler. When he fled the town with his animals, he cried on the roadside, thankful he hadn't sold his friend. Starting to accumulate debts, he realized that the idea of amassing wealth was misguided, and he barely managed to make ends meet by traveling from market to market. Despite indulging in revelry, he never dared to take a wife. He viewed women as cold and cruel creatures, feeling melancholic about never having a lifelong companion. The only constant in his life was his faithful donkey. Yet he couldn't forget the peculiar encounter, the first and only one of its kind, that happened in his early days of traveling to Bongpyeong. Even reminiscing about it now brought him a sense of accomplishment. It was a moonlit night, but how it ended up like that, I still can't fathom it. Hyo Sang-won was once again trying to bring up that story tonight. Since becoming friends, Jo Sundal had heard it countless times. However, he couldn't express his annoyance, and Hyo Sang-won continued to repeat the same tale over and over again. Such stories suit moonlit nights. He glanced at his friend's face, not out of feeling sorry, but because he was moved by the moonlight. Although it was waning, the moon, just past full, still cast a soft glow generously. The conversation would continue for 20 miles of the night road, crossing 2 mountain passes and a stream, traversing fields and mountain paths. The moon was now hanging over the long ridge of the mountain. The silence was as profound as the quiet of a pin dropping. The moon's breath, akin to that of a beast, could be heard as if it were within arm's reach. Meanwhile, bean pods and corn leaves shimmered greener under the moonlight. Entire mountainsides were blanketed in buckwheat fields, where newly bloomed flowers resembled sprinkled salt in the dense moonlight, almost suffocatingly so. The scent of ripe buckwheat flowers was poignant, and the steps of the donkeys felt refreshing. Due to the narrow path, the 3 men rode their donkeys in single file. The sound of bells tinkled pleasantly as they passed through the buckwheat fields. Although Hyo Sang-won's voice leading the conversation did not clearly reach Dong Yi, who stood at the end, he was not bored, enjoying the cool evening. "It was just like tonight, on market day," Hyo Sang-won began. "The inn was oppressively hot, making sleep impossible. So around midnight, I woke up alone and went to bathe in the stream. Bongpyeong is always like this. Everywhere you look, there are buckwheat fields, and there's not a stream in sight without white flowers. Although it would have been fine to undress on the stone bed, I ended up going into the mill because the moon was too bright. Strange things happen a lot. That's where I unexpectedly ran into Mr. Song's daughter. She was the most beautiful woman in Bongpyong. Maybe it was just meant to be that way. He puffed on his pipe for a long while, as if conserving his words. The fragrant, amber-colored smoke melted into the night air. She wasn't waiting for me, and it's not like there was someone eagerly anticipated either. The girl was crying, you see. Though I could only guess why. The Song family was going through a tough time, and it was around the time when they were struggling to make ends meet. With all the household worries, how could their daughter not be worried? They say they'll send her off to a good home, but she says she'd rather die than get married. However, is there a time when a maiden appears more attractive than when she is crying? At first it was surprising, but it seemed like she softened a bit, so we ended up chatting about this and that. It was a scary and yet astounding night, now that I think about it. The day we set off for Jecheon was the following day. When the next market opened, the entire household had already vanished. The marketplace was in an uproar, fueled by rumors suggesting that she might end up being sold to a tavern at best, as per the gossip behind the girl's back. How many times did I search through the market in Jecheon, but there was not a trace of her whatsoever. The first night turned out to be the last. How could one forget Bongpyong from then on? You were lucky. Encountering such remarkable events isn't easy. You often end up with something worthless, have children, and worry endlessly. However, living as a peddler until old age is no easy task, wouldn't you agree? I intend to retire by autumn. Perhaps I'll start a small business, or reconnect with my family. Walking all year round is no easy feat. As they departed the mountain path and entered a wider road, Dongyi, always reserved, took the lead, with their donkeys lining up in a row. You're still young, in your prime. Despite the mishap at Chungju's place, don't dwell on it. Oh, not at all. It's rather embarrassing. Why would women matter now? All I think about day and night is my mother. With Heo Sangwon's tale weighing heavily, Dongyi's tone softened. It felt like my heart would burst hearing about parents, but I don't have a father, only my mother as kin. Is he deceased? He was never there from the start. How could a maiden give birth alone? Where in the world? While Sangwon and Sondal chuckled, Dongyi stayed solemn. I was embarrassed to say it, but it's true. Near Jecheon, my mother gave birth to me alone, cast out of her home. It's a ludicrous tale. Until now, I've never seen my father's face or known my origins. Ahead, they dismounted from their donkeys at a steep hill. They paused their conversation as they struggled. The donkeys occasionally slipped. Sangwon, needing rest, often due to his age, envied Dongyi's vigor. Sweat drenched his back. Beyond the hill lay a stream. With the bridge washed away, they undressed to wade across. Sangwon, tying his belt, comically half-naked, shivered in the cold water. So, who raised you? Mother wed a man to start a liquor business. He was a drunkard and scoundrel. Has there been a peaceful day since? You seemed comfortable for your age, but it sounds quite the opposite. The deep water reached their waist. The current and slippery stones made crossing tricky. While the donkeys and Sondal crossed quickly, Dongyi lagged, assisting Sangwon. Was your mother's family from Jecheon? I don't know. She rarely spoke of it, but she was from Bongpyong. Bongpyong, eh? What of your father's family? I've no idea. Never heard of them. Well, I suppose. Rubbing his eyes, Sangwon stumbled into the water, fully clothed. Dongyi rescued him from being swept away. I seem to have lost my wits. Don't worry. Does your mother search for your father? She wishes to meet him. Where is she now? Separated from my stepfather in Jecheon, planning to take her to Bongpyong in fall. Hopefully, we'll live decently. Admirable. Did you say fall? Dongyi's back warmed Sangwon. Crossing the water, he regretted not relying more on Dongyi. You've blundered today, Sangwon. Sondal chuckled, observing him. The donkey, I was pondering and stumbled. Remember? Even in that state, it produced a decent offspring. At Gangnung's town, is anything cuter than a donkey foal, ears perked and trotting lightly? Sometimes I detour through town just to see. A donkey foal that makes people sink in water. Remarkable. Sangwon wrung his clothes despite chattering teeth and intense cold, feeling strangely lighthearted. Shall we head to the tavern, light a courtyard fire and rest, boil water for the donkey, tomorrow to Jecheon after Daewa market? Are you going to Jecheon too, Sangwon? After so long, I want to visit. Care to join me, Dongyi? As they walked, Dongyi held a whip in his left hand. Even Sangwon, with night blindness, noticed. Light steps, the bells echo across the night field. Inferno Sonata. Author Kim Dong-in. Readers can imagine the story I'm about to write as unfolding in some corner of Europe, or perhaps as a tale set in Korea 40 or 50 years from now. However, whether these events transpired on Earth, whether they exist, or whether they might exist, all of these remain uncertain possibilities. That's all you need to grasp for now. So envision the protagonist of my story, Baek Song-soo, as Albert, or maybe as Jim, or even as someone named Hao or Kimura. Just recognize that the character is human and the story occurs in the human world. With this premise, let's begin my story. Do you know that opportunity can both ruin and prosper people? Well, it's not a new issue to contemplate. Imagine there's a shop here. Currently, it's ownerless and unstaffed, completely empty. Now, if a gentleman passes by a person of wealth and fame, he might think upon seeing the empty shop. It's empty. Even a thief could easily enter. If they steal something, no one would know. Why leave it empty like this? With such thoughts, or perhaps a sudden deviant impulse, he might even pocket a small, seemingly insignificant item. Isn't that possible? Well, I'm not sure. It is possible. It happened on a summer evening. Two elderly men sat beside a suburban riverbank, far from the city, engaged in this conversation. The advocate of this theory of opportunity was Mr. K, a renowned music critic. The listener was Mr. Thingamajig, a social reformer. Do you think it's possible? It is. Let's assume it is. In such cases, where does responsibility lie? According to the Eastern proverb, don't tie your shoelaces in a melon field and don't adjust your hat under a plum tree. Would that gentleman take responsibility? If he does, that's one thing. But what if you believe the gentleman is decent and wouldn't have the heart, let alone the inclination, to act so were it not for such an unusual chance? The fault lies in the opportunity, and this intangible concept cannot be punished. Therefore, for now, we must acknowledge the gentleman as the perpetrator. That's true. Another thing is a man's genius sometimes permanently absent without opportunity, and if such opportunity were to simultaneously extinguish both his genius and his criminal instinct, should we curse or bless that opportunity? Well, I'm not sure. Sir, do you know someone named Baek Song-soo? Baek Song-soo? I can't recall. As a composer, now I remember, the famous composer of the Inferno Sonata, right? Yes. Do you know where he is now? I don't know. There were rumors of him going insane. Yes, he's currently confined at Seng's mental hospital. Please listen to his story and share your opinion as a social reformer. The father of Baek Song-soo, whom I'm about to tell you about, was also a gifted musician. We were classmates, and even in our student days, his talent was abundantly evident. He majored in composition and would sometimes play the piano late into the night, unknowingly waking us with his compositions. We were captivated by the passionate melodies that filled the night. He was a wild man. His fierce nature sometimes led him into conflict, whether chastising a teacher if displeased, frequenting nearby taverns, or clashing with shopkeepers who dared not cross him. This wildness was deeply embedded in his music and paradoxically enhanced the brilliance of his artistry. However, after graduation, his wild nature took a different form. Alcohol. It was a terrifying presence. From morning to night and night to morning, the glass was never far from his lips. After drinking, he would cause disturbances with women, get detained by the police, and repeat the cycle endlessly. His works? What were they about? After drinking, he would sometimes sit at the piano and improvise tunes in his excitement. Looking back now, that eerie spirit, that wildness, could be considered a treasure not seen since Beethoven among modern composers. But we were all too absorbed in forging our own paths to document the improvisations of a drunkard. Such thoughts never crossed our minds. We would occasionally advise him to curb his drinking, thinking of his future. But what use was a friend's advice to such a wild man? Alcohol? Alcohol is music. He would laugh heartily and head back to the tavern. After 8 or 9 years of this, he became a complete wreck. His hands trembled without alcohol. His eyes were bleary, and when he did drink, his ferocity returned. He would grab anyone nearby and force alcohol down their throats, then collapse wherever he pleased. He was indeed a wasted genius. We birds sometimes sigh at the thought of his 1000th birthday, but the world didn't realize he harbored terrifying genius of the future. Meanwhile, he somehow became involved with a young woman from a respectable family, and she even bore his child. However, tragically, he passed away from a heart attack before he could witness the birth of his child. The posthumous child left behind by this man was Baek Song-soo. But we only heard rumors of Baek Song-soo's birth, and after his father's death, we knew nothing of his whereabouts or his mother's situation. In fact, it's more accurate to say that we completely forgot about that household's affairs. 30 years have passed. They say even mountains and rivers change in 10 years. So how can I describe the changes that have occurred over 30 years? During this time, I have built up my name. As you know, if you mention K now, am I not the foremost music critic in this country? Respected and authoritative, my words hold significant weight in the music industry, and many musicians have risen to fame under my guidance. It was a spring day 2 years ago. By then, spending hours in meditation at the Hyori Chapel during quiet nights had become a habit. Situated on a hill, the house stood alone. Apart from the occasional startled coo of a dove or the intermittent tapping of wood on the porch, it was silent. It was the kind of secluded and quiet house that even someone like me with peculiar habits would not enter even if offered money. However, for someone who enjoyed meditation, it was a house filled with everything one could need. The mysterious sounds occasionally emanated from afar, like the occasional startled sound of a train whistle, added to its charm. Moreover, this chapel even had a piano. While an organ might be expected in a chapel, finding a piano was a rarity, and it added to the enjoyment of playing a tune when the mood struck. That night, it must have been past 2 o'clock, as I sat alone in the chapel with my eyes closed, savoring the quiet, suddenly a rumbling sound echoed from below. Startled, I opened my eyes to a blaze of light, and as I looked down, I saw a house below the hill engulfed in flames, with people coming and going in commotion. It may sound strange, but there was something strangely fascinating about watching a fire not too far away. The rising flames, the spreading smoke, the sparks flying in the air, the faintly visible pillars amidst the chaos, the remains of the house, the bustling crowd, such scenes could indeed be considered artistic and musical. In ancient times, Nero is said to have played the lyre and sung while watching Rome burn, and from a musician's perspective, there was nothing inherently reprehensible about it. I, too, felt a surge of excitement as I watched the fire at that moment. Perhaps I should follow Nero's example and improvise a piece. Vaguely entertaining such thoughts, I was staring at the fire absent-mindedly. That's when it happened. Suddenly, there was a clattering noise, and the door of the chapel burst open, and a young man rushed in as if fleeing from something. Then, he glanced around as if startled by something, but still not noticing me. He hurried to the window on the opposite side, concealed himself, and peered out at the blazing fire below. I was frozen in place. Surely he couldn't be anything other than an arsonist or thief, right? Unable to move, I watched as he let out a sigh, then listlessly stretched out his arms and with a resigned air, dragged a chair over to the piano and sat down hesitantly. Intrigued, I watched as he opened the lid, played a tentative note, then another, and another. From that moment on, his breathing grew louder and louder. He trembled with excitement, then suddenly brought both hands down onto the keys with lightning speed. In the next instant, the allegro in C-sharp minor began. Initially, I was merely observing out of curiosity, but as the allegro resounded, my heart became increasingly tense and exhilarated. It was a pure primal sound, too powerful and unrefined to be called music. Yet, within it lay a tormenting and weighty emotion, as heavy and solemn as the tolling of a night bell, simultaneously invoking a terrifying expression of raw emotion, like the roar of a beast, sending shivers down one's spine. Oh, the primal force and masculine roar, the underlying hunger and pain, the innocent and unadorned expression beneath it all. I sank into my seat, compelled by the musician's instinct, and involuntarily pulled out a piece of manuscript paper and a pencil from my pocket. As the piano sounds unfolded, my pencil danced across the manuscript paper. Starting rapidly with poverty, hunger, and fading flames of life, passing through compressed emotions of a prolonged adagio, sudden bursts of frenzy. There were light moments of amusement, all concluding in a dominant harmony. Moreover, the compressed emotions, hunger, or fierce flames evoked a rawness in the human heart, reminiscent of a savage untouched by the refinement of civilization. Even after the sonata had concluded, I remained in a daze, unable to regain my senses. Any person with even a slight knowledge of music would recognize that the performance was merely an improvisation driven by his genius, devoid of any formal musical training. It was a reckless, uninhibited sonata, mixing diminished sevenths with augmented sixths, and even including forbidden parallel octaves. Furthermore, the scherzo was entirely improvised, making it a boldly adventurous and perhaps ignorant composition. At that moment, a sudden recollection crossed my mind. It was Baek-ou, who had died of a heart attack 30 years ago. If his music had been infused with traditional training and further enriched with primal instincts, it would have resembled the music I witnessed before me. The force that invaded the senses, the passionate expression, and the primal essence, these were treasures rarely found among modern musicians. Enthralled by the sonata, I sat bewildered for a while, then calmly rose and approached the piano, gently placing my hand on his shoulder. Startled, he looked up at me, his eyes wide with surprise. "How old are you?" I asked, my heart heavy with emotion, unable to think of anything else to say in that moment. He glanced at my face, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, then turned away without a response. "Are you hungry?" I asked, attempting conversation once more. He jumped up suddenly as if startled, then turned to face me directly in the moonlit room. "Oh, are you Professor K?" he exclaimed, grasping my arm. Upon my confirmation, he let go without much enthusiasm. "I've seen pictures of you, but—" He trailed off, looking away. In that moment, as he turned his head and the moonlight briefly illuminated his face, I saw it clearly for the first time. And there, to my surprise, I saw the resemblance to my late friend, Baek-ou, who had passed away 30 years ago. "So, what's your name? Baek-song-su? Aren't you Baek-ou's son? He passed away 30 years ago before you were born." He lifted his head abruptly. How do you know, sir? Are you Baek-ou's son? You look just like him. We were classmates with your father." "Ah, yes, you must be his son." He sighed heavily and hung his head low. That night, I brought Baek-song-su home. Despite the unconventional composition that defied all norms, I couldn't bring myself to discard the sonata filled with such intensity, passion, and raw energy. Instead, I urged him to sit at the piano once more. The piece I had transcribed earlier was nearing its allegro conclusion, and I wanted to capture what came before. He sat at the piano, leaning in. He tapped the keys a few times, then leaned back, thoughtful. However, after several attempts, the sounds that emerged were mere irregular, discordant noise. There was no primal energy, no power, just the lingering echo of emotion. "Sir, it's not going well," he said, his head tilted shyly. "Forgetting it after less than 2 hours?" I nudged him aside and took his place at the piano, laying out the sheet music I had transcribed. Then I resumed from where I had left off. Flame, poverty, hunger, primal power, eerie trapped emotions. As I looked at the sheet music, I felt a surge of excitement. In that moment, my eyes must have gleamed like a madman's, my face flushed with anticipation. Suddenly, he rushed towards me, pushing me aside to take his seat. Stunned from falling off the chair, I sat there, unable to compose myself, watching him. He grabbed the sheet music, pushed me away, and began to read. Oh, his expression! His breath quickened. His eyes gleamed like those of a madman. Then, suddenly, he cast the sheet music aside, and his hands landed on the piano keys like lightning. The frenzied sonata in C-sharp minor began anew. That power, like a storm or a terrifying wave, overwhelmed me. It was a fierce primal energy unseen in contemporary musicians since Beethoven. The terrifying hunger, poverty, compressed emotions, erupting fury, fear, laughter. Oh, I was breathless, my hands involuntarily raised in astonishment. As the night progressed, he grew more animated, recounting his past in vivid detail. Based on his stories, his life unfolded roughly as follows. His mother was abandoned shortly after his birth, and they fell into poverty. Despite their circumstances, his cultured and wise mother raised him with grace. Though they had little, she managed to save up and buy him a reed organ, playing Schubert's lullabies to help him sleep, and Mendelssohn's Second Waltz to energize him for the day. At 3, he sat on her lap and played with the organ. Seeing his interest, she diligently saved to buy him a piano at 6. In the mornings, the sounds of birds, rustling poplar leaves, his mother's love, the bubbling of soup, everything was mysterious and tender to him. He would sit at the piano and play, tapping the keys as thoughts came to him. Despite hardships, he finished elementary and middle school, his longing for music growing. After middle school, for his mother's sake, he took up manual labor in a factory. Yet, under her guidance, he remained humble. His passion for music never waned. Despite lacking formal training, he earned by busking and singing in church choirs on Sundays, never leaving his piano at home. At times, he tried to notate music, but his passionate excitement turned into dull scales and chords on paper. Why? You may ask. I'll explain later. 10 years of excitement, frustration, passion, and creativity, alongside extraordinary enthusiasm and the disappointing results that followed, passed. Suddenly, his mother fell seriously ill. The money he had saved for her care and medication started dwindling. Despite saving for proper music education, hoping for a comfortable life, all the savings went into his mother's illness. However, her condition showed no signs of improvement. Then, one day in late spring or early summer, before we met at that church, his mother fell into an irreversible state of illness. By then, he had run out of money. That morning, he left his critically ill mother behind and went to the factory as usual. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't concentrate on work, so he returned home halfway through the day. By then, his mother was already in critical condition. Feeling his heart sink, he hastily rushed out again. But where to? What to do? He aimlessly ran out and ran for a while before suddenly coming to his senses and turning back, intending to ask a doctor for help. That was when the opportunity I mentioned earlier appeared before him. It was a small tobacco shop, with the door between the shop and the living quarters closed, and no one visible outside. On top of the cigarette case lay a few coins, including 50 Johns in silver, and a few copper coins. He didn't know what he was doing. With only a vague idea that he needed money to see a doctor, he quickly grabbed the money after glancing around once and bolted. But he hadn't taken 20 steps before someone grabbed him from the house he was fleeing. He tried to explain several times. Finally, he argued that his mother was critically ill, and if they let him go for just an hour, he could send a doctor to his mother and come back to surrender. But all such pleas fell on deaf ears, and he ended up being taken to the police station. From the police station to the courthouse, and from the courthouse to prison, during these 6 months, he was disheartened. He agonized over what had become of his mother. He bitterly regretted. If she passed away, how desperately she must have searched for him in her final moments. She was a mother who had no one to give her a sip of water even at her last moments. Thinking of her suffering, he too felt tormented and thirsty. 6 months later, when he finally emerged into the light of the world and went to find his lodging, he found that someone else was already living there, and his mother had crawled out onto the street 6 months earlier in search of her son and died there. He went to the public cemetery, but he couldn't even find a gravestone. With nowhere else to go, he wandered aimlessly and ended up finding his way to the church, where he met me that day, just as he had wandered there looking for a place to stay. At this point in the story, Mr. K suddenly paused. Then, he took out his tobacco pipe, lit it, and smoked while looking at Mr. Thingamajig. Have you not noticed any contradictions in the story I've told? Well, then let me ask instead. Baek Song-soo was a highly talented musician, but why is it that before composing the Inferno Sonata, he referred to it as the Inferno Sonata that night, no matter how excited and tense he got once he put it into sheet music, it became very feeble? Perhaps the excitement at that time wasn't as intense as when he composed the Inferno Sonata. Do you interpret it that way? Listening to it, that interpretation does make sense. However, I interpret it differently. How do you interpret it then, Mr. K? Instead of explaining my interpretation, I have a letter from Baek Song-soo that came to me, and I'll show it to you. Are you not busy today, sir? I have no engagements. Then would you like to come with me to my house for a moment? Let's go. The two old men got up. By the time they reached Mr. K's house on the outskirts of town, it was already late afternoon. They sat facing each other in Mr. K's study. This is the letter I received from Baek Song-soo 2 or 3 days ago. Please read it. Mr. K took out a bundle of long letters from a drawer and handed them to Mr. Thingamajig. He accepted and unfolded them. Wait, start reading from here. The previous parts are just pleasantries. And so, on that day, as I wandered around looking for a place to spend the night, I happened to reach the house where I had stolen 50 or so coins before. It was quiet around the house in the deep night light, and as I searched for a place to stay in front of the house, a terrifying thought of revenge arose in my mind. If it weren't for this house, if the owner had shown a little compassion, my poor mother wouldn't have had to crawl out onto the street and depart from this world. It's because of this house that I couldn't even find her grave, let alone bring a flower to it. Unable to bear such thoughts, I set fire to the straw covering in front of the house. After watching the fire move towards the house, I suddenly became afraid and ran away. As I ran a bit further, it seemed that people were already starting to gather below, but at that moment, all I could think about was the exhilaration of escaping. So I dashed into the nearby church to hide. After watching the fire until it was completely extinguished as I was about to leave, I saw the piano and... Look at this. Kay pointed out the letter to Mr. Thingamajig. The extraordinary passion and emotion were there, but they weren't fully expressed because of it. You see, Song-soo's mother was a very virtuous woman who raised him to be kind and gentle from a young age, putting great effort into his education. Due to this good upbringing, his innate fiery and wild nature never surfaced outwardly. When that burning wild passion and energy were translated into sheet music, it became very weak, almost like diluted alcohol, and that's all because of that upbringing. I see. Song-soo, despite washing himself once during his time in prison, couldn't completely wash away what you call human culture. Then, suddenly, in front of the enemy's house, his wild and fiery nature burst out, starting the fire and hiding in the church to revel in that wild pleasure before it exploded out of him, resulting in the Inferno Sonata. Rising flames, people's screams, the power of the spreading fire. These are the essence of wild pleasure. Have you understood? Then, from here on, read the letter again. The events of that day still feel fresh in my mind. The sight of you, my mentor, an elderly man sitting at the piano himself to perform my Inferno Sonata in front of several invited musicians, just to introduce me to the world, brings tears to my eyes even now. The guests, especially 2 ladies, fainting at that time was not solely due to the power of the Inferno Sonata, but also the impact of your performance. After that, they presented me in front of many people, introducing me with great emotion. This person is the composer of the Inferno Sonata and the son of Baekhyun, a genius who left us 30 years ago to pursue his own path. How can I ever forget the overwhelming emotions of that moment in my life? The room you prepared for me was perfectly suited to my taste. It was a spacious north-facing room with a sturdy oak bed in the southeast corner, a simple oak desk and chair in the northwest corner, and a piano. Other than that, there was only one large mirror on the south wall, giving the room an eerie atmosphere, especially at night under the dim light. Additionally, the room was painted in dark colors, and outside the window stood an old chestnut tree, adding to the overall eerie ambiance. In this way, you made every effort to encourage me to create unrestrained and bold music, allowing me to follow my own path without reservation. I, too, put in considerable effort to create good music in such surroundings. When I once asked you for systematic training in composition, you replied, "You don't need that kind of education. Create as you please. If someone like you receives systematic training, your music will become mechanical. Ignore all rules and norms and express what comes from your heart." I didn't fully understand your words, but I grasped the general meaning. Thus, I endeavored to pioneer the realm of freely expressive music. However, all the music I produced during that time, like before, when my mother was still alive, amounted to nothing more than feeble auditory playthings. How anxious I must have been. Sometimes your somewhat reproachful words only added to my anxiety, and the more anxious I felt, the weaker my music became. I often tried to recall the blazing scene of that day and relive the exhilarating emotions. Yet it always ended in failure. Sometimes after sketching out music with extraordinary passion, Upon revisiting it hours later, I found nothing but feeble concepts. My heart grew heavier, and I couldn't help but feel sorry for you, who had such high hopes for me. Music isn't like a craft. It doesn't come to fruition whenever you want. It blossoms when inspiration strikes. During those days, the words of comfort from you felt like they were gnawing at my soul. However, my inner state made me feel as if there would never be another opportunity for powerful music to come from me again. Several months passed without any notable events. One night, in the midst of profound heaviness in my chest, as if it were filled to the brim with something, I ventured out for a walk. With a heavy head, heavy heart, and heavy legs, I aimlessly wandered until I stumbled upon a large haystack. I cannot describe the state of my mind at that moment. I felt tense and excited, as if encountering some formidable enemy. After scanning the surroundings once, I rushed to the haystack and set it ablaze. Suddenly overwhelmed by fear, I turned and ran, fleeing until I could run no more. Looking back from a distance, I saw flames already reaching for the sky. Cries of people could be heard in the distance. I returned to the scene, mesmerized by the sight of the haystack burning and the successive houses collapsing. It excited me, and I returned home in a state of exhilaration. That night gave birth to the raging waves. Subsequently, several fires broke out in the neighborhood, all of which I had ignited, and on each night of the fires, I gained one piece of music. During the days of heavy-heartedness, when it became unbearably suffocating, I involuntarily roamed the streets. On such nights, arson incidents occurred, and a new piece of music was born each time. But as the number of fires increased, my excitement about them diminished proportionally. The cruelty of the flames, unforgiving of everything, failed to stir my heart much. "It seems to be losing its power little by little," you remarked upon seeing my music during those times. However, I had no choice. I had to let go of music entirely for a while, as if I had forgotten it altogether. When Mr. Thingamajig read up to this point of Songsu's last letter, Kay found it. "Last spring through autumn, there were many unexplained fires, weren't there? It was Songsu's prank. Did you not know about it at all?" I didn't. But it was on one of those nights. It had been several months since Songsu came to our house, but he never produced anything substantial. So I was thinking to myself, what could I give him to get excited about? And then, on that particular night, over there, quite a distance away, I noticed a fire burning, Kay said, pointing to the southern window. So I thought, if I showed it to Songsu, it might revive his emotions from that time. At that moment, I didn't even dream that the fire at the tobacco vendor's house was also Songsu's doing. I was about to go up to Songsu's room to show him, but suddenly I heard piano music coming from his room. I paused my steps, feeling hesitant. It started with a C sharp, the main theme, quiet and gentle C, evening sun trying to cross the horizon, gradually turning into a squall, storm, lightning, terrifying sound of the wind, thundering, a shipwreck, terrified cries of the people, excitement upon excitement, frenzy upon frenzy, all sorts of horror and brutal scenes flashing before my eyes. I couldn't bear the excitement anymore and unintentionally shouted, "Stop it, just that alone should give you a hint." And when I went up, he had finished the performance and was sitting tiredly leaning against the piano, and the music he just played was already written down as Raging Waves. So Songsu set fire twice and obtained 2 pieces of music? Yes. And then, from then on, he started composing one piece after another every 10 days or so, which looking back now was created every time there was an arson incident. But, according to his letters, after some time, his power and ferocity gradually diminished. So, wait a moment. Didn't he also create Melody of Blood and several other famous pieces after that? Well, I'm not sure. Let me check the letter again. If you read from here, you'll see. "I attempted to emerge from beneath the bridge when something ensnared my foot. Lighting a match to investigate, I discovered it was the body of an elderly man. Startled, I initially tried to flee, but inexplicably turned back. And now, teacher, do you comprehend my writing? It was so bizarre that even I struggled to believe it. I sat upon the corpse. Stripping away its garments, I scattered them about. Then, with an unearthly strength, which I did not think was my own, I hoisted the naked corpse high and hurled it to the other side. Thereafter, like a cat toying with a mouse, I dashed over, seized the corpse, and flung it back to this side of the road repeatedly. I continued until its head cracked, its belly burst, rendering the corpse truly ghastly to behold. Exhausted from my exertions, I sat down to rest, but suddenly my heart raced and excitement seized me, prompting me to dash home. That night, Melody of Blood was conceived. Do you grasp this mindset? Well, I'm uncertain. Perhaps not, but as an artist, one can appreciate such a mindset. Also, read this passage. The unexpected death of the woman deeply affected me. That night, I clandestinely visited her grave alone. Before midnight, I unearthed her body from the earth where it had rested for 18 hours. Under the shimmering moonlight, her graceful figure lay there like a fairy. With gently closed eyes, her pale face, straight nose, disheveled black hair, her serene expression added to her allure. As I gazed at her without any rational thought, I suddenly felt exhilarated, and, oh, teacher, I lack the courage to detail further here. Consult the court records to comprehend. That night, Spirit of Death was born. What are your thoughts? Yes? Nonsense? From your perspective, perhaps. Read this section as well. Finally, I reached the point of taking a life. With each death, a melody was born. Henceforth, every composition of mine encapsulated the life of its subject. There is no more to read, but having read this far, you should have some grasp of Songsu's predicament. What is your opinion on it? Yes, what opinion do you seek? When an individual, along with their genius, unleashes their criminal instincts, should we condemn or applaud that opportunity? Regarding Songsu, he committed arson, desecrated corpses, committed murder, and engaged in various other crimes. Our artist community did everything possible to petition authorities and the court to confine Songsu to a psychiatric hospital on grounds of insanity. Otherwise, he faced imminent execution. Yet, even after reading his missive, one can infer his usual intelligence, courtesy, and gentleness. However, sporadically, his excitement drives him to commit horrific crimes, followed by the creation of remarkable art. In such instances, should we abhor the crimes or pardon them in light of the art they produce? Wouldn't it be preferable if he created art without committing crimes? Undoubtedly. Yet, given the existence of individuals like Songsu, how should we address such cases? We must hold the crimes accountable. We cannot simply overlook the wrongdoing. Kay nodded. Indeed. Nevertheless, from an artist's standpoint, we can view it differently. Since Beethoven, music has gradually lost its vigor, fixating on celebrating flowers, women, and love rather than forging new paths. Moreover, stringent compositional rules have stifled all freedom in music, transforming subsequent works into exercises of skill rather than expressions of art until a new direction emerges. Artists find this stifling. Potent art, profound art, art infused with wildness. This is what we have long awaited. And then Baek Songsu appeared. In truth, every piece of art Baek Songsu has crafted is a treasure that will forever illuminate our culture. It stands as a monument to our civilization. If a few mundane crimes are the price for his art, it is assuredly not in vain. Is it not a graver sin to erase from this world a genius of perhaps a millennium, maybe an era, under the guise of minor transgressions? At least, this is how our artists perceive it. Kay accepted the letter from the elderly man across from him and placed it in his drawer. In the reddish glow of the setting sun, tears shimmered in his aged eyes. Published in 1929,